I'm one unlucky transmigrator. I used to be a college student who loved mountain climbing. One rainstorm, I lost my footing off a cliff, and when I opened my eyes, I'd become a lowly foot soldier stationed at the Zhangzhou border of the Great Qin dynasty. The body's original owner was also named Lin Xiao, a scholar who'd taught at the village school. Delicate features and a face identical to mine. Even the shorter hair didn't raise any suspicion. I figured I'd scrape by teaching, but the barbarians took advantage of the civil war among the central princes and swept in, breaking 8 cities in a row. Our garrison at Stone Fort had gone from 10,000 men to under 3,000. Rations cut. No reinforcements coming. I wanted to run, but barbarian cavalry patrolled day and night. Every civilian who tried to slip out ended up as a headless corpse in the wilderness. I had no choice but to enlist with the border army just to get fed. Then one day, a messenger came tearing into camp shouting, "Brothers, the magistrate is handing out wives. Sign the death oath for the death squad. Be first over the wall, and you get yourself a slave girl." Hell yeah, we're all dying anyway. Might as well die as a lover boy. A few of the old-timers roped me in. "Scholar Lin, you not coming?" I waved them off, then reconsidered. 20-plus years alive, and I'd never so much as caught a whiff of a woman. Might as well try my luck. When I got to Horse Market Street, one look and I was stunned. The guys walking off with brides were either clutching some scrawny, dark-skinned wench or leading off a middle-aged dandy. I had to hand it to them. These boys had guts. I was about to leave when I heard the captain shout, "Last one. Really nobody wants her." I glanced back on impulse and froze. She had a slender, graceful figure and skin whiter than snow. Even with dirt smudged across her face, nothing could hide her stunning beauty, the kind that shames the fish and downs the geese. Her starlit eyes carried a cold pride mixed with grievance, making a man want to protect her and conquer her all at once. Every celebrity crush I'd ever had was suddenly cheap paint and powder next to her. "Captain's son, this woman's got mismatched eyes. She's a bringer of disaster. Touch a cursed woman and your whole family bleeds. Just cut her down and be done with it." Only then did I notice. One eye was dark brown, the other a sapphire blue. So what? Back home, half the girls wore colored contacts. I was about to step up when a hunchbacked old soldier scrambled onto the platform first. "You cowards don't want her? I'll take her." Old man Lou was in his 50s, used to shovel night soil for a living. He cracked a wide grin, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth and a tangle of nose hair. The beauty's face collapsed into pure despair. "Hold on." I strode up onto the platform. "Old Lou, I'll take her." The whole crowd gasped. The beauty's delicate frame trembled, her eyes flickering from shock to a spark of hope. I cupped my hands toward the captain. "Captain, the death squad needs young men. Sending this old man in is throwing him away for nothing. Let me go instead." Captain's son shook his head. "You're fighting him over a girl with mismatched eyes? Long as old Lou agrees, I've got no problem." Old Lou was sharp. "I'll trade, sure, 50 copper coins." I fished out a grubby. "Steamed bun, I've got no money. This is all the food I have left." Old man Lou's eyes lit up, turned green with greed. The city was out of grain. 50 copper coins might not buy you a single bun. He snatched it away. "Sold." I held out my hand to the woman. "Come with me." She hesitated, then placed her slender hand in mine. Soft, boneless, silky as jade. What a steal. Ding. Host has shown a fearless spirit in the face of death. Butcher system match successful. Killing machine. Each kill grants 1 year of internal energy. Eye of God. See through the attributes of others. I nearly leapt into the air. "System bro, you finally showed up." I checked myself first. Lin Xiao, 20, mortal grade, techniques, none. Pathetic beyond words. Then I looked at the beauty beside me. Xiao Qing Xian, 20, fallen Empress of Western Shu, constitution, darking body, heaven grade. Holy crap, a fallen Empress. Rumor had it Western Shu was wiped out by the king of Nanling, and their newly crowned Empress vanished. So it was true. I forced down my excitement. The system had to stay secret. Fallen Empress? So what? Right now she was worth exactly 1 steamed bun. Beginner's gift pack received. Yellow grade technique, blood demon blade. 5 low-grade energy pills. Each grants 1 year of internal energy. Yellow grade weapon, bloodthirsty blade. Small storage space. After signing the military oath, I took her home. My parents were long dead, and the house was bare walls and nothing else. Xiao, little beauty, what's your name? Xiao Qinger. A fallen empress needs to save face. I didn't call her bluff. Her eyes suddenly locked onto the wall. On the 2 lines I'd scrawled in charcoal one bored afternoon. Laugh not if I lie drunk on the battlefield. Since ancient times, how many have returned from war? To repay my lord's favor bestowed on the golden terrace, I'd wield the jade dragon and die for him. Her beautiful eyes lit up with wonder. This you wrote this? Passed down from my ancestors, I said dismissively, gesturing outside. There's water in the well. Go wash up. I turned to leave. Where are you going? To get you some clothes and rustle up some food. Tonight we're getting married. Mar married. Her cheeks flushed crimson. The stronghold could be sacked any moment. I don't want to waste time. You didn't think I bought you just for free room and board, did you? She bit her lip. But we don't have to actually get married, do we? No good. I've never had a wife. I need to experience it at least once. What? You don't want to marry me? And no. She shook her head. Satisfied, I headed out, found a deserted corner, downed all 5 energy pills, and mastered the blood demon blade. Internal energy plus 5 years. Achievement unlocked, entering the Jianghu. Prestige plus 10. A warm current surged through my body. My steps grew light, my 5 senses sharpened. At 100 prestige, the prestige shop would unlock. Good stuff. Then, gripping the Bloodfang saber, I headed straight for the home of a soldier thug named Chun Hu. This bastard was the local bully, a compulsive gambler who'd borrowed a string of coins from me last year and still hadn't paid it back. Chun Hu, 23 years old, mortal grade, cultivation art, none. Lowest rank foot soldier. Didn't even qualify as a martial artist. What are you looking at? You deaf? Piss off. Chun Hu snapped, irritated. I sneered, whipped out the Bloodfang saber with a shing, and ran him through the gut in one thrust. You dare kill me? I jerked the blade upward, splitting him open. Blood splattered across my face. You were going to die sooner or later. Better to die by my hand than at the barbarians. At least this way you're worth something. Kill plus 1. Cultivation plus 1 year. Achievement unlocked, First Blood. Mystic grade prestige plus 50. Prestige was up to 60. There were still 3 drunk soldier thugs in the courtyard. I shut the gate behind me. A cup of tea's time later, I walked out of the courtyard drenched in blood. Blood Demon Saber Technique. 9 years of cultivation. Skill Blood Spray 7 paces. Beyond 7 paces, unleashes a surge of Blood Demon Saber energy. Unstoppable as a bamboo splitting. Achievement Petty Tricks. Prestige plus 10. Pity that Blood Spray 7 paces burned through too much energy. 2 swings was the absolute limit. I grabbed the money off their gambling table, then hit the market for women's clothes, coarse grain, horse meat, and a pair of red candles. Back home, the courtyard had been swept spotless. Xiao Qingxian had washed up and came out of the house wearing my oversized robe. Her raven hair was pinned up, revealing a long swan-like neck, and her whole bearing was otherworldly. I was stunned. I really had underestimated this empress's beauty. Inside, go change. She emerged in a dark crimson silk gown, waist so slender I could span it with my hands, radiant beyond compare. I rinsed off too, threw on a vermilion robe, and lit the 2 red candles. Qinger, come here quick. We'll eat once we've made our vows. If we're getting married, shouldn't you at least tell me your name? She shot me a mock-reproachful look. My name's Lin Xiao, the Xiao from Carefree and Unfettered. Carefree and unfettered lovely. Her gaze grew complicated. Let heaven and earth bear witness. I, Lin Xiao, take Xiao Qinger as my wife this day. Silently, I added, Old Man Heaven, her real name is Xiao Qingxian, don't register it wrong. Let heaven and earth bear witness. I, Xiao Qingxian, willingly wed Lin Xiao as his wife. I froze. Qinger, what did you say? I said I'm willing to marry you. She played dumb. Delighted, I didn't call her out. Husband and wife bowed to each other, our eyes meeting. Wife, from this moment on, we're husband and wife. Husband. Her voice was thin as a mosquito's hum. At the table, I tore into a flatbread, my gaze burning as I looked at her. Eat slowly, but don't stuff yourself either. It won't be convenient later. Her face flushed as red as a ripe peach. Softly, Late that night, I bolted both doors. Gazing at my celestial beauty of a wife perched on the edge of the bed, I couldn't help reciting. In the north there dwells a beauty, peerless and alone. One glance topples a city, a second glance topples a kingdom. Her heart fluttered. There was no mistake now. Those poems really had been written by this man. My lady, one moment of a spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Your husband is coming. Husband, please be gentle. Later that night, I held her in my arms, her body glistening with sweat, watery eyes brimming with a hint of grievance. Husband, you're a bully. Can't blame me. My lady is just too magnificent. Husband, why did you marry me? Aren't you afraid my mismatched eyes make me a harbinger of disaster? All I see is a woman whose beauty could topple kingdoms. I love your eyes. In the dark, her eyes flickered with emotion. Ever since childhood, she had grown used to hollow flattery. And yet this man she'd known only a day had moved her with the plainest of words. Actually, there's another reason. My lady came so cheap. A single steamed bun and you were mine. You're awful. The way she pouted got me fired up all over again. My lady, intermission's over. Huh? Again. Early the next morning, urgent knocking sounded at the courtyard gate. Scholar Lin, open up. It's urgent. I got up and opened the door. It was my childhood friend Yao Gang. Yao Gang, 21, yellow grade, technique. Butcher's blade, 11 years of cultivation. The son of a butcher, thick-skinned, tough, and brave in combat. He'd been conscripted along with me. You really bought yourself a mismatched eyes girl? My face went stern. She's my wife, not some harbinger of disaster. If you want to stay my brother, don't ever say that again. Xiao Qingxian, having just finished dressing, was walking toward the door. When she heard those words, warmth surged through her heart. Yao Gang slapped himself across the mouth. Look at this mouth of mine. I won't say it again. Say, did you kill Chen Hu and his men? Vice Commander Chen Zhou wants to see you for questioning. Vice Commander Chen Zhou was Chen Hu's cousin. When I killed those men yesterday, I had already anticipated this. Back in the room, I strapped on my leather armor while giving instructions. My lady, I'm heading to the camp. Stay home and don't wander off. Please be careful, husband. I'll wait for you to come home. Someone waiting for me at home. After all this time transmigrated to this world, I finally felt like I belonged. I cupped the back of her head, planted a firm kiss on her, then strode out the door with a hearty laugh. Sherbao Army Camp. More than half the officers were dead. All that remained were the garrison general, one commander, and two vice commanders. Chen Zhou, vice commander of the 2nd Battalion, was one of the top figures left in the city. When I entered his tent, he was drinking with a singing girl in his arms. Facing certain death anyway, he'd given up entirely on appearances. So you're the one. Scholar Lin, they call you. Chen Zhou wore an arrogant sneer. Did you kill Chen Hu? I'll give you one chance. Tell the truth. I had already. Anticipating this, he immediately whipped out the blood drinker blade. General, take a look. Chen Zhou, age 25, mortal grade, technique, border army spear arts, 8 years of cultivation. Chen Zhou's eyes lit up. He was no master, but he knew quality when he saw it. That's a yellow grade long blade. In the entire stone fort, only the assistant general had a yellow grade sword. Mystic grade or above were reserved for the nobility. In an instant, his eyes burned with greed. The general has a keen eye, I said with a bitter smile. This was my late father's heirloom. Chen Hu snatched it away to sell for silver. As his son, however weak I may be, I couldn't just stand by and watch. Off to the side, Yao Gang was a little puzzled. Wasn't Lin Zhao's father just a letter writer for hire? Where did a blade come from? Cradling the yellow grade long blade, I stepped forward, my face plastered with a fawning smile. General Chen, I've always admired your valor in battle. I'd like to offer up this blade. Please, have mercy. Chen Zhou couldn't keep the grin off his face. This blade was worth several hundred taels of silver, enough to let him live comfortably after deserting. With a single glance, one of his trusted men rose with a laugh and walked over. Kid, you know what's good for you. The moment that henchman reached out to take the blade, my eyes turned cold, and the blood drinker blade cleared its sheath. Xing. 9 years of cultivation. One head flew, a fountain of blood erupting. Ding. Kill +1, cultivation +1. The singing girls screamed in terror. Chen Zhou, however, was a battle-hardened veteran. He reacted in a flash. vaulting over the low table and drawing his blade to strike. You bastard. Death wish. Blood splatters 7 feet. I swung down in a vertical cleave, blood-red saber chi arcing like a rainbow. A strike backed by 10 years of cultivation. The whole reason I'd stepped forward to offer the blade was to close the distance. Shinjo's face was split clean in half, and he crumpled into the pool of blood. Ding. Kill +1, cultivation +1. Killing a deputy general was no different from killing a foot soldier. All men were equal in death. The 2 remaining henchmen turned to flee, but a burly, dark-faced man came charging through the doorway, dropping one with a single punch. Yao Gang. Scholar Lin. Don't let them get away. What a brother. I stepped forward, 2 quick slashes, and the heads rolled. Technique. Blood Demon Blade Arts. 13 years of cultivation, yellow grade. Ding. Achievement obtained, 1 against 10, slay 10 enemies. Prestige +10. My total prestige climbed to 80 points. Yao Gang scratched his head. Scholar Lin, since when are you so good with a blade? You didn't even recognize me, and you still jumped in? Do you know what the penalty is for killing your own side? To hell with that. These parasites deserve killing more than the barbarians do. I clapped him on the shoulder. Relax, I've got a plan. I hacked off Shinjo's head. Come with me to turn ourselves in. Huh. Yao Gang thought he must have misheard. Head in hand, I strode boldly toward the general's main camp. Along the way, every border soldier gaped in shock. Isn't that Scholar Lin? Has he lost his mind? At the entrance of the main tent, I called out loudly. This humble one, Lin Xiao, has slain the deputy. Commander, Shinjo reports for punishment. The garrison's defense commander, Zhao Quan, stepped forward. 45 years old, his hair and beard streaked with gray, yet he moved with the bearing of a tiger. Zhao Quan, age 45, Stone Fort Border Army Defense Commander, aptitude, yellow grade. I'd heard he came from a long line of military officers and had once held a 5th-rank post, only to be demoted out here after crossing some powerful figure. During this siege, the main general had died early on, and it was Zhao Quan alone who had held off 2 waves of barbarian assault. You've got some nerve, Zhao Quan barked. Insubordination, disturbing the troops' morale. Any one of these is a capital offense. I'm well aware. Men, take him out and execute him under military law. General, hold on. I cup my hands in salute. The enemy is at our gates. If the fort falls, we all die. Give me a chance to redeem myself, and I'll make sure the barbarians can't launch another assault anytime soon. The assembled captains burst out laughing. Speak, then. What's your method? Zhao Quan narrowed his eyes. Take the fight to them. A night raid on their camp. The room went silent for a dozen seconds. Then the veterans doubled over laughing. 3,000 defenders against 10,000 heavy cavalry, and you want to throw your life away? Zhao Quan looked disappointed too. Lin Xiao, if all you can do is spout nonsense, then go ahead and die. The general misunderstands, I said loudly. The raid only requires me, alone. None of the border army brothers need to risk their lives. Again, the room was stunned. Lin Xiao, do you take me for a 3-year-old child? General, if I dare say this, I have my reasons. If I hadn't just cut down Shinjo today, who among you would have believed I had any real strength? Zhao Quan's expression wavered. I pressed harder. The northern barbarians think victory is already in hand. They're certain to grow careless. Better to gamble small for big than to sit here and die defending. We're all dead men anyway. Why not trust me just once? Zhao Quan's eyelid twitched. Fine, I'll give you the chance. Hold the barbarians back for 3 days, and your crimes will be pardoned. The Stone Fort garrison will answer to your command. Thank you, General. Please allow me to return home and say farewell to my wife. You have 1 hour at most. Back home, Xiao Qingxian saw the border soldiers at the door and immediately sensed something was wrong. I took her hand and told her everything. She drew a sharp breath. She hadn't imagined her seemingly refined husband could be so ruthless. My lady, you don't hate me for it, do you? Without you, my husband, I would have stopped living long ago. She smiled. You came back on purpose. On the surface, you're leaving me as a hostage, but really, you're protecting me, aren't you? Truly worthy of a former ruler of a kingdom, sharp as ever. Letting Zhao Quan know she existed was precisely to guard against lunatics who might act up in the chaos inside the city. Wait for me at home. Before leaving, I spent every last coin I had on food, drink, and lamp oil, and picked up 2 extra sabers and a set of armor besides. A cheat like my storage space had to be used to the fullest. The main gate was too conspicuous, so I slipped down a rope from the edge of the wall. The moment the rope was drawn back up, a few of the veterans burst out laughing. "Scholar Lin, I hope they leave you a whole corpse." I skirted the edge of the battlefield, heading toward the barbarian camp. Crossing a stretch reeking of blood, my eyes froze. Row upon row of poles, each impaled with a human head. Scholar Chun, Aunt Lu, Yuan Bao, elders I'd known since childhood, children from the schoolhouse. This body's memories surged up, and I clenched my fists. Reason told me these were strangers, but reality told me these barbarians were slaughtering my people. Those not of our kind must harbor different hearts. I drew a deep breath and pressed on. About a li from the enemy camp, I ducked into a deep pit and hid. The barbarians sent out 10-man cavalry patrols at regular intervals. Those civilians had died at their hands. My spot lay right on their route. The plan: rack up strength fast, kill as many as I could catch. As long as my martial power was strong enough, I could hold the initiative whether defending the city or whisking Shao Qingxian away to the ends of the earth. I'd already enjoyed a peerless beauty. What the hell did I have to fear? Hoofbeats approached. I peeked out. About a dozen riders, the leader decked out in flashy gear. Ba Shuer, 23, North Barbarian Cavalry Squad Leader, Aptitude, Mortal. You're the one. I seized the moment and sprang from the pit. Cavalry stripped of the charge lost most of their bite. Blood splatters 7 feet. A crimson blade wave felled 3 riders. Ba Shuer dropped dead on the spot. Ding. Kill +1, cultivation +1. The rest paled in horror, howling as they drew blades and closed in. 14 years of blood demon saber cultivation was no joke. Blood splatters 7 feet. Another slash. 3 more cavalrymen, chests bursting open, tumbled from their mounts. Ding. Kill +3, cultivation +3. For years of cultivation gained in mere seconds. 6 left of the 10, 2 of them badly wounded. I lunged forward, the bloodthirst saber hacking left and right. In close quarters, these riders were nothing. In a blink, only one was left, fleeing in a panic. I let him go on purpose. That way more barbarians would come. Fishing was safer than storming the camp. I checked my status. Cultivation method, Blood Demon Saber Art. 22 years of cultivation, yellow grade. Skill 1, Blood Splatters 7 feet. Skill 2, Bloodthirst Demon Saber, passive. Within a short window, each kill boosts the Blood Demon Saber's power and slightly restores stamina. Holy crap, a monstrous passive had emerged with the 22 years of cultivation. Ding. Achievement unlocked. Training since the womb. Cultivation exceeds host's age. Prestige +50. Ding. Achievement unlocked. Saber Art. Minor Mastery. Prestige +50. Ding. Prestige reached 100. The Prestige Shop is now officially open. Ding. Shop unlocked. Lucky Fortune Bag. Reward granted. Prestige 180. And a fortune bag on top of it. I opened the shop. Pills, techniques, and weapons filled the shelves in a dazzling array. Too bad I only had a yellow grade cultivation art. Every item on display was yellow grade too. Vitality Pill, 10 Prestige. Fierce Tiger Pill, 20 Prestige. Hanging Cloud Swordplay, 100 Prestige. Golden Crow Sword, 200 Prestige. Let me check out the Lucky Bag first. Lucky Bag. The higher your cultivation, the better the reward. I hesitated for a second. Wouldn't it be a huge loss if I died? Screw it, open it. Ding. Obtained Immortal Golden Body Fragment, 1/5, Mystic Grade. Ding. Obtained Great Restoration Pill X3, Mystic Grade. Holy crap, just 1/5 of a fragment is already Mystic Grade. If I collected the full set, wouldn't that make it Immortal Grade? Ding. Learned Immortal Golden Body Fragment. Ding. Acquired Skill Adamantine Body. Ding. Acquired Skill Undying Golden Body. Ding. Achievement unlocked Mystic Art Bodyguard. Prestige +50. Ding. Achievement unlocked Righteous and Wicked both. Prestige +10. Prestige 240. Adamantine Body. Every 2 hours, gain 3 seconds of Adamantine Overlord state, negating the vast majority of physical damage. Undying Golden Body. For every additional year of cultivation, physical body strengthened by 0.1%. Awesome. 3 seconds of invincibility could save my life at the critical moment. Undying golden body was a bit slow, but hey, it was only a fragment. Can't complain. Now that I had a mystic grade art, the shop could be upgraded. I used my free refresh. Blood activating pill, Mystic 20 prestige. Premium wound balm, Mystic 30 prestige. Low grade cultivation pill, yellow 50 prestige. 50 prestige for 1 year of cultivation? Only if a donkey kicked me in the head. The most important thing right now was a ranged option. I kept scrolling, and then, Zhuobia Archery, Mystic, 200 prestige. Move with the wind, pierce a willow leaf at 100 paces. Gritting my teeth, I bought it. Ding. Learned Zhuobi Archery. Acquired skill wind chasing arrow. Ding. Achievement unlocked Heir of Zhuobi. Prestige plus 10. 200 prestige, and all I get is a yellow grade achievement? System, aren't you being a little cheap? System, this is a small business. All sales final. No refunds. I stripped a bow and quiver off the barbarian's corpse, drew the string, and gave it a test. Wind chasing arrow. The arrow suddenly accelerated in midair, striking a wooden post 40 meters away dead center. I'd never shot a bow in my previous life. One skill, and I was instantly a sharpshooter. I peeled Bashur's armor off and put it on, slung the bow over my back, then lay down on the ground and played dead, waiting. About 2 incense sticks time later, the thunder of hooves came pounding in. 30 or 40 cavalrymen swept in, murderous auras blazing, their leader wearing a plumed helmet. Li Tu, 27 years old, northern barbarian centurion, aptitude, yellow grade. Where's that great chin bastard? He was just here. The horse is still tied up. Split up and search. Send. Pull back now. Don't try to solo him. These guys had a brain after all. If I didn't have diamond body, I might have actually been worried. But right now, time to wreck shop. The nearest cavalryman closed in. I sprang up and lopped his head clean off with one swing. Kill plus 1, cultivation plus 1, bloodthirst plus 1, duration 60 seconds. The passive buff was stacking. I chased down 2 riders wheeling their horses around. 2 quick slashes. Bloodthirst plus 3. With the bloodthirst stacks, I could feel the blade getting lighter and my strikes hitting harder. Chief, it's him. Kill the Chin dog who murdered Bashur. Don't get close. He's alone. Shoot him full of arrows. Li Tu barked out orders instantly. I'd seen it coming. The second the third man dropped, I whipped around toward Li Tu. Take out the leader first. 10-something meters, closed in a blink. You want to die? Li Tu drew his bow full moon and loosed. No way he'd miss a target this big. I triggered diamond body, instantly. 3 seconds of pure manhood. A pillar of golden light, visible only to me, wrapped around my body. I twisted to dodge, but the arrow was too fast. My chest was fine, but it caught me in the arm. Got him. Several barbarian riders hooped in delight. Li Tu smirked, sure he had this in the bag. Arrow in the arm meant slowed down, meant dead man walking. Reality slapped them hard across the face. I didn't slow down a hair. The arrow in my arm might as well not have existed. I leapt into the air and brought Blood Reaper down in a single crushing arc. Li Tu's head rolled. Blood sprayed 10 feet. Kill plus 1, cultivation plus 1, prestige plus 10. Oh, so killing someone with real reputation was what gave prestige. All those small fry earlier didn't count. Li Tu died with his eyes wide open. How the hell wasn't this guy afraid of arrows? I vaulted onto his horse, kicked the corpse off, and dumped all 4 years of stored cultivation into Zhuobi Archery. Zhuobia Archery, 5 years of mastery, mystic grade. Draw, knock, release, 1 fluid motion. WHSSD. The farthest rider dropped from his saddle. 3 arrows in rapid succession, 3 more went down. The dozen or so remaining finally caught on and wheeled around to flee, though a few still tried to shoot back. I dug my heels into the horse and charged straight into their ranks. Once you're in close, bows are useless. Blood Reaper came up, and 20-odd years of cultivation carved through these barbarian troops like slicing melons. Blood sprayed everywhere. 3 passes later, the ground was carpeted with bodies. Run, report to the general. 3 survivors, terrified out of their minds, wheeled around and bolted for the main camp. I glanced at Zhuobi Archery. now sitting at 15 years of mastery, and smirked. WHSSD. WHSSD. 2 arrows loosed at once, sailing over 40 meters to punch straight into the backs of 2 riders. Kill +2, cultivation +2. So, at 15 years, the archery could hit 2 birds with 1 stone. Looks like skills unlock new tricks as they level up. Gotta figure this stuff out on my own. If I didn't need to leave one alive to carry word back, I could have kept hunting and slaughtered the lot. After that fight, minus the 14 years I'd burned through, I still had 17 years of cultivation left. Shame I didn't get my hands on a decent bow. I figured I'd toss a few years into indestructible golden body and see what happened, bumping it up to 10 years first. Indestructible golden body, cultivation raised to 10 years. Physical body strengthened by 1.1%. Aside from that, nothing. The hell? Give me my cultivation back. Barely a sliver of body tempering. Might as well be nothing. I dumped the remaining 8 years straight into Blood Demon Blade. Blood Demon Blade, cultivation raised to 30 years. 1 more year needed to advance. I checked the skill panel and saw the words ready to advance glowing right there. 1 year short. I could have kicked myself. If I'd known, I wouldn't have left that scout alive. More enemies were sure to come next round, so I had to get this advancement locked in fast. I eyed the low-grade cultivation pill in the shop, 50 renown. I still had 60 points on me. Buy it. Down the pill went, and a year of cultivation poured straight into the Blood Demon Blade. Blood Demon Blade advanced to Blood Demon Saber, Mystic Grade. Blood Splatter 7 feet, advanced to Blood Demon Blade Flame. Within 10 paces, not a blade of grass shall live. Sweet. First technique advancement. Felt like watching your own kid make it big. I took a test swing, and a crimson blade aura shot out 7 or 8 meters like a jet of flame. That's 30 years of grinding for you. Only problem was, 3-second reel man still needed over an hour before it refreshed. My lifesaver skill had to wait. I lashed the 4 remaining warhorses to some barbarian corpses and sent them galloping off in 3 different directions, then picked a different route and rode out myself. Might as well get some horsemanship practice in. Northern Barbarian Vanguard Camp. Vanguard General Batu, bearded and wearing a bearskin hat, fixed his knife-like gaze on the scout reporting in. A single man. Took an arrow without a scratch. Cut down Li Tu with 1 stroke. A whole scouting squad rides out, and only you come back. It's true. He's not human. You can't kill him. The officers on either side burst into laughter. Nobody bought it. Bata stood up and pressed a dagger to the scout's eye. Last time I'll ask. How many were there? Really just 1. AGH. The dagger drove straight through his mouth and out the back of his skull, spreading panic in the ranks. Death. No mercy. Bata's face darkened. The officers began muttering. Could it be a supply convoy holed up at the stone fort? Couldn't afford to ignore that. Ada, Lunga, take 2 cavalry battalions each and flank them from both sides. I refuse to believe 500 elite riders can't wipe out a handful of old cripples. The 2 Kiliarchs took their orders and rode out. An hour later, atop the stone fort's walls, General Zhao, a whole mess of cavalry. Zhao Quan looked out into the distance. Dust boiled up on the horizon as 2 columns of riders raced along separate paths. 2 cavalry battalions at least. Patrols don't need that many men. Don't tell me, they're coming for Scholar Lin? 1 soldier ventured, muttered under his breath. The crowd was stunned. It seemed impossible. 1 man, drawing out this many troops? Zhao Quan, however, looked thoughtful, and a faint anticipation began to stir in his chest. Could it really be a miracle? I was riding through the valley when I spotted rolling clouds of dust in the distance. Damn, that's a lot of them. At least several hundred cavalry. Their hooves alone could grind me into pulp. Can't take them head on. I'll have to use the terrain to break their formation. My eyes locked onto a jumble of boulders up ahead, weathered stones 4 or 5 meters tall, packed together like a natural barrier. Cavalry wouldn't dare charge in. I just had to bait them first. Before long, a black-armored barbarian officer led his men in close. Lang Gu, 32, Northern Barbarian Chiliarch. Aptitude, Yellow Grade. Mad Wolf Blade, 15 years, Yellow Grade. Eagle Eye Archery, 19 years, Yellow Grade. An hour ago, I would have had to think twice. Now, he was just a walking pile of prestige points. Confirmed the 3-second reel man. Was refreshed. Time to go. Wind-chasing arrow. An arrow tore out toward Lang Go, 50 meters away. Whoosh! Lang Ji's reflexes were razor-sharp. The moment he heard the whistle of air being split, he ducked. The arrow punched clean through the poor bastard behind him. Kill +1, cultivation +1. Not surprising. If a general at that rank went down to a single arrow, the barbarians wouldn't have made it this far. I dumped that 1 year of cultivation straight into Zhuobi archery. Enemy attack. It's an ambush. Lang Gu roared. Heavy cavalry, encircle. Everyone else, dismount and follow me in. I want his hide. Barbarian troops surged in with murderous intent, closing off every avenue, certain I couldn't sprout wings and fly. They had no idea I never intended to run. I ducked behind the boulders, moving and loosing arrows as I went. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They couldn't even find my shadow. A few volleys and another dozen went down. Bloodlust +16, lasts 56 seconds. Killing with arrows stacked bloodlust too. My blood boiled, and strength surged through me like never before. My quiver ran dry. I drew Blood Drinker and charged straight for Lang Go. Deep in the boulders, I ran headlong into a barbarian warrior, eyes bloodshot crimson, blade raised, hurling himself at me. You want to die? Get up there and kill him. At Lang Ji's command, a dozen barbarians rushed me all at once. Two-handed grip on the saber, I unleashed a blood demon blade flame in a sweeping arc. 30 years of cultivation channeled through the blood demon saber, raging, demonic. The barbarians didn't even have time to react before heads flew and torsos split apart. Kill +13, cultivation +13. Achievement, 10 kills in 1 step. Mystic grade, prestige +50. Hell yes. Lang Ji's face went white. He finally believed what the scout had reported. It really was just one man. Scatter. Archers, find your shots. Before he could finish the order, I came dragging a flame-like arc of saber chi. He was upon me. Bloodthirst +29. Your life is mine. Within 5 meters, his blade came slashing down. Brother Lang raised his saber crosswise to parry. Mad Wolf howls at the moon. Clang. His blade was hacked into a jagged notch, and he stumbled back several steps, face twisted with terror. He didn't die in 1 strike? I was even more surprised. 31 years of blood demon saber plus 29 bloodthirst. I checked the info. Aptitude, yellow grade. Damn, it was an aptitude issue. Aptitude determined the quality of cultivation. A genius's single day was worth a mediocre man's year. This mortal grade route would be a liability sooner or later. But I couldn't worry about that now. Brother Lang was directing his men to surround me from all sides, hoping to grind me down through sheer numbers. The more they tried that, the faster I had to end it. I dumped every last drop of remaining cultivation into the Blood Demon Saber. Blood Demon Saber cultivation increased to 60 years. Achievement 60-year cultivation, Mystic grade. Prestige +50. The Blood Drinker Saber roared and jubilated in my grip. I swung the Blood Demon Saber flame again. The saber chi, twice as wild as before. Barbarian flesh and blood flew everywhere. Bloodthirst kept refreshing. +35, +38, +41. The saber grew lighter, my feet swifter. I moved as if through an empty field, wiping out Brother Lang's vanguard in the blink of an eye. Brother Lang was scared out of his wits. He turned to flee. Stop him. I unleashed blood splatters 7 feet. The saber chi tore through the air and nailed into his back. Brother Lang tried to duck behind a boulder, but I charged straight after him. Not a single barbarian could last a round against me. Clang. My second strike came down. Brother Lang's blade shattered outright, and his skull split open. Kill +1, cultivation +1, prestige +30. Damn, a chili arch is only worth this much prestige. Brother Lang's dead. Run. The barbarian soldiers routed. My stamina was flagging, so I gulped down a great restoration pill. Strength came surging back at once. Kill. I plowed through them like a lion into a flock of sheep, hunting them down without pause. Achievement 100 Manslayer, Mystic grade, prestige +50. Kill over 100 within the time limit? My prestige was about to hit 200 again. The outer cavalry were caught in a dilemma. A centurion took over command. Retreat. Report back to General Bader. Mount up. Do not engage in close combat. They fled on horseback? I really couldn't catch up. I snatched up a few quivers, drew the bow, and loosed. Joby archery had already reached 30 years of cultivation. Whoosh, 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 nearly 1 arrow per kill. By the time the barbarians had run 100 meters, dozens more corpses littered the ground. A cavalry battalion of 500, nearly half wouldn't be returning. But I still had 135 points of cultivation left undigested. Infuriating. These barbarians were too damn timid, and they ran too damn fast. I'd lost out on at least 300 years of cultivation. I looted armor and helmets, and even seized a fine bow off Brother Lang's horse. Wild Bull Longbow, yellow grade. Not bad. A Chiliarch does have some assets after all. I spurred my horse and withdrew swiftly. The barbarians trailed at a distance, not daring to close in. After winding through a few valleys, a sharp turn, and I lost them. Dusk crept in, and I found a cave to hole up in. I needed food and sleep. Can't keep the nerves stretched too tight forever. After that little stunt, Bart wouldn't dare send troops out rashly again anytime soon. Gnawing on jerky, I mulled over that strike from earlier. Innate talent was the root of the problem. A yellow grade could tank 1 slash from my 30 years of cultivation. If it had been Mystic grade or Earth grade, even 100 years might not have been enough. Talent is just physical aptitude, the body. Suddenly it hit me. Didn't I have indestructible golden body? 1 year of cultivation equals 0.1% body enhancement. What if I pumped it up to 10%, 20%? Could that raise my talent? If it actually works, this passive isn't garbage. It's broken as hell. Screw it. Straight to 100 years. I dumped in 90 years of cultivation in one go. Achievement, Century of Cultivation. Earth grade. Prestige, plus 200. I sprang up off the ground grinning like an idiot. An Earth grade achievement. First time ever. Just those 200 prestige points made it worth it. Then came a string of messages that set my blood on fire. Indestructible golden body cultivation reaches 100 years. Body enhancement 10%. Congratulations. Host talent has broken through from mortal grade to yellow grade. Achievement, Defying Fate. Earth grade. Prestige plus 200. Achievement, Yellow grade talent. Mystic grade. Prestige plus 50. Talent upgraded. All attributes enhanced. I felt refreshed, exhilarated. I could have thrown my fists up and cheered. Yo, sis bro, give me a hint. How many more years to Mystic grade? System, the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. Hang in there. Hashtag nervous face hashtag. The hell? Now you're acting cute on me. Whatever. Figuring it out on my own has its own thrills. Even if it took 10,000 years, I'd just grind it out slow. Right then, a wave of killing intent. Whoosh! An arrow shot in from the side. My hearing had long surpassed a normal human's. I leaned back easily to dodge, my gaze locking onto a large boulder not far off. Come on out. I see you. 3 seconds later, a graceful figure emerged, dressed in black and masked, hair tied in a ponytail. Willow brows, starlit eyes, bow in one hand, a 3-foot green blade at her waist, cold and aloof. You're from the Central Plains, not a barbarian? Her voice was crisp, tinged with confusion. Only then did I remember I was still wearing barbarian armor, a misunderstanding. A sweep of the eye of God. Lung Bingyin, 21, direct disciple of Sword Grove, daughter of Western Shu Grand General Lung Duo. Talent, Earth grade. Flying Cloud Sword Art, 33 years, Earth grade. Lung Family Martial Arts, 29 years, Mystic grade. Snow Treading Traceless, 22 years, Mystic grade. Weapon, Frigid Water Sword, Mystic grade. All Mystic and Earth grade across the board. I was seething with envy. This woman's cultivation years were greater than her age too. System, cultivation years are calculated based on mortal. Quality serves as the baseline of 1 year. The higher the aptitude, the faster the cultivation. Now I get it. A genius's single day is worth an ordinary person's whole year. And these backgrounds were no small deal either. Sword Forest, Blade Mountain, Tao Sect, Buddhist Gate, and the Academy. 5 great sects that had stood for 1,000 years. Becoming a direct disciple of any of them was rarer than phoenix feathers. What surprised me even more was the daughter of the West Shu Grand General, an orphan girl from a fallen military house. What the hell was she doing on the northern battlefield? Could it be for Xiao Qingxian? I'm a Stone Fort border soldier. I'm out here on a mission. Stone Fort. Lung Bingyan asked immediately. Have you seen a group of Hu merchants trafficking slaves? Sure. What border town doesn't have Hu merchants? Have you seen a woman with heterochromatic eyes? I was basically certain now. This woman was here for Xiao Qingxian. But whether she was friend or foe, I still couldn't tell. Better not reveal too much. Who the hell are you? Why should I tell you anything? You just ambushed me. I haven't settled that score yet. Lung Bingyan frowned, then lowered her bow and cupped her fists in salute. My apologies. My name is Lung Yin, a wanderer of the martial world. My younger sister was taken by slavers, and I tracked them all the way to Stone Fort. Seeing you in barbarian armor, I mistook you for one of them. If you can tell me where my sister is, I'd be deeply grateful. I had to laugh inwardly. Xiao Qing or Lung Yin. West Shu women really outdid each other with these cringy names. That heterochromatic-eyed girl you mentioned, I have actually seen her. I stroked my chin. Truly, her eyes lit up. But she's already been taken away by an acquaintance of mine. Who? Where? She closed the gap in 2 steps, her face full of urgency. Why should I tell you? What if you go and hurt my brother? I just want to make sure my sister is safe. You're talking about trust while your face is covered. Don't you find that a little funny? She was left speechless, silently cursing me as a lecher. It was standard etiquette for unmarried women of the martial world to veil their faces. If I remove my veil, will you tell me? I'll consider it. Liar. You don't actually know. She turned to leave. Qing'er, I think that was the name. She whipped her head around, gritting her teeth. Damn it, he really did know. Is she all right? Alive for now. But once Stone Fort falls, her chances aren't good. I waved a hand. Off you go. Her eyes hardened. She reached up and pulled off her veil. Under the moonlight, a face as cold and striking as winter plum blossoms was revealed, brows and eyes like a painting, skin like congealed cream. Though she fell just a hair short of Xiao Qingxian, the heroic air of her military lineage carried its own charm. And most importantly, that proud, icy temperament paired with 2 massive assets was downright illegal. Seen enough? She said, her face full of disdain. First tell me who you really are. What if you're a barbarian spy? I, Lung Yin, would sooner die than. I'm no dog of the barbarians. I studied under the Sword Grove. That's all there is to me. I think you're lying. Get lost. Won't talk, huh? Then don't blame me for what comes next. She whipped out her sword, kicked off the ground, and lunged at me with a thrust. I'd been waiting for this, a chance to test my yellow-grade aptitude, to see whether raw cultivation could make up for the gap. Fighting the barbarian army, I'd run into Mystic Grade and Earth Grade experts sooner or later. I raised my saber to parry. She spun midair, sword chi bursting like a blizzard of shattered snow, flying cloud sword art. Snow returning. I struck back with blood spatters 7 feet. A slash of crimson saber chi tore through her icy sword chi and knocked her back several meters. I frowned. 60 years of blood demon saber against her 33 years of sword cultivation, and I hadn't even wounded her? The gap in aptitude and technique grade really was that wide. She was even more shocked. A lowly border grunt. How could his saber work be this deep? Are you really just a border soldier? Cut the crap. That all you Sword Grove disciples have got. Her eyes turned icy, and her figure blurred into afterimages, flying cloud chaos. Sword shadows came at me like rolling mist. I blocked several strokes, then swung out with every ounce of strength, a wave of blood demon saber flame. Boom. She was hurled back, coughing up a mouthful of blood, and scrambled to retreat, only to find I'd already vanished. My blade was at her throat. Her face was a mix of defiance and terror. What she didn't know was that I was also churning inside, holding on only because my indestructible golden body had just ticked up to 100 years of cultivation. Another second, and I'd have been forced to trigger my 3-second real man. So this is all a Sword Grove disciple amounts to. My skills fall short. Kill me if you're going to, she said, chin raised in pride. You don't want to find your little sister Qing'er anymore? What do I have to do to make you talk? She said through clenched teeth. You look nothing like that Qing'er. Truth, who is she to you? Sworn sister. No blood relation. Like hell I'll believe that. I pressed the blade down, drawing a thin line of blood on her neck. She didn't flinch. Believe it or don't. Up to you. I narrowed my eyes. The girl had spine. Didn't look like she'd come to kill Xiao Qingxian. Truth was, I'd already gone through the ceremony with Qingxian and slept with her. An empress in exchange for a steamed bun. I'd more than gotten my money's worth. Her heart wasn't with me, so why force it? Keeping her around would only be a liability. She's on 2nd Mile Street in the stone fort. 7th door counting from the east. The courtyard with a well. That's the one. I lowered my saber. She stared, dumbfounded. She'd expected me to humiliate her. Wondering how to get into the city. She nodded, embarrassed. I taught her the border army's passwords, then pulled out Chiliarch Lang's token and dagger and handed them over. If you really want to repay me, take a message to Adjutant General Zhao Quan for me. I laid it all out. She looked bewildered. That's it. That's it. Hand this token to General Zhao while you're at it. She nodded, vaulted onto her horse, and galloped off toward the stone fort. Stone fort command tent. Inside the tent, the messenger presented the token and dagger. General, a woman calling herself Lung Yin gave the correct signal. She says Lin Xiao sent her with a message. Zhao Quan and several commanders took one look at that Chiliarch's token, and every face changed color. A Chiliarch of the barbarian vanguard? That kid killed a Chiliarch. Guess taking down Qinzhou's crew really wasn't just luck. Zhao Quan's hand trembled slightly. Good lad. General, a woman delivering a message in the dead of night. She might be an assassin. Zhao Quan waved him off. Guard against what? We've got 2 days of rations left. We're already waiting to die? What's there to fear? Bring her in. Moments later, the masked Lung Bingyan was ushered into the command tent. One glance at her gait and bearing, and no one dared underestimate her. Miss Lung, I'm Zhao Quan. What message did Lin Xiao send? Lin Xiao said, if the Northern Barbarian Vanguard has not attacked Stone Fort by the hour of the dragon tomorrow, the general should lead troops out of the city on his own initiative. Out of the city? Are you insane? 3,000 men against 10,000 cavalry. A nearby captain immediately erupted. Zhao Quan raised his hand. Let her finish. Only 500 men are needed. March them out under the banner of the Death Squad camp. The moment the barbarian army mobilizes, no matter how many, retreat back to the city at once and defend to the death. The men exchanged bewildered looks. Go out just to trick the barbarians? What good does that do? Zhao Quan narrowed his eyes. What else did Lin Xiao say? He said, if the general trusts him, do as he asks. If not, he'll still do everything he can to delay the barbarian army. He has already killed 1 Chiliarch, 1 centurion, and over 100 cavalrymen. He hopes the general will grant him a little more trust. Over 100? By himself? Were the barbarians drunk? Anyone can boast. I chopped off the golden tent Khan's head myself. Silence. Zhao Quan snapped. Which one of you has ever killed a barbarian Chiliarch? Step forward. The captains fell instantly mute. In the army, military merit was the only truth that counted. Killing a barbarian Chiliarch was more than enough to promote Lin Xiao from foot soldier straight to vice commander of the border army. Lung Bingyan's eyes showed approval. This Zhao Quan had the bearing of a true general. General, from what I've seen, this Lin Xiao's martial skill is extraordinary. You can trust him completely. What would a woman know? A bearded captain sneered. Without a word, Lung Bingyan drew her sword with a sharp shing, slashed once, and slammed it back into its sheath. The bearded captain felt a chill under his chin. He reached up, and his beard fell off. The whole tent drew in a sharp breath. General, I've delivered the message. Farewell. She turned and walked out. No one dared to stop her. Under the cover of night, Lung Bingyan slipped over the wall into my little courtyard. Through the window, in the candlelight, was the silhouette of a woman. She knocked. Who is it? Your Maj Qing'er. It's me, Bingyan. The door opened. Xiao Qingxian stood in a plain dress, her black hair cascading to her waist, ethereal and lovely as an immortal in the moonlight. Bingyan? It really is you. Lung Bing. Yan's eyes reddened as she dropped to one knee. Your subject Lung Bingyan pays her respects to your majesty. I came too late to protect you. Please punish me. Xiao Qingxian quickly helped her up. Just call me Qing'er. How is your father, General Lung Duo? Father is well. He's hidden away farming and training soldiers, plotting to restore the kingdom. Qing'er, let me take you away with me. As long as you're alive, the banner of the Western Shu royal house hasn't fallen. Xiao Qingxian was moved. The general truly is loyal to the core. It's not just father. Many veteran officials are waiting for you. Lung Bingyan asked urgently. Oh, right. Did you bring the imperial seal? The reason that traitor brother of yours hasn't dared take the throne is because he doesn't have the seal. Xiao Qingxian smiled bitterly. The seal was seized by the enemy long ago. Its whereabouts are unknown. That doesn't matter either. You're the rightful empress designated by the late emperor. Once you return, everyone will submit to you. Xiao Qingxian shook her head. Without the seal, without military power, do you really think those old officials will lay down their lives for me? You and I both know that my brother refusing to accept me as empress and secretly colluding with the king of Nanling is only the surface. The real reason is that a huge faction in the kingdom refuses to bow to me. Reclaiming the throne would be harder than climbing to heaven. Then at least let me get you out of Stonefort first. It's about to fall. It's too dangerous here. But Xiao Qingxian bit her lip and refused. I can't leave. Why not? Because I have to wait for my husband to return. Lung Bingyan froze on the spot. It took her a long moment to recover. What did you say? You're married? Xiao Qingshuan's cheeks flushed. His name is Lin Xiao. Lung Bingyan nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. So after all that, the friend that bastard kept talking about was himself. Achoo. I was resting quietly with my eyes closed inside the cave when I suddenly sneezed. Which son of a bitch is talking trash about me? Xiao Qingshuan's stunning face flashed through my mind. Had she gone off with Ling Bingyan? I shook my head and pushed the thought away. Right now, two things mattered most. First, getting stronger myself. Second, holding up the barbarian army. The night was quiet. The barbarians seemed to know better than to mess with me and didn't dare give chase. Past midnight, the prestige shop was ready to refresh. Clutching 640 prestige points, I had to go all out this time. Refresh. The shop was still mostly yellow and mystic grade items, but with my aptitude raised to yellow, the selection was much richer than before. The most eye-catching thing, armor had appeared. Gold and silk soft armor, woven by an unnamed master craftsman. Ordinary crossbow bolts fired from beyond 20 paces cannot pierce it. Damn, that's the good stuff. One piece of mystic-grade soft armor, 350 prestige points. Painful as it was, stray arrows on the battlefield were the most annoying thing. With this on under my other armor, common archers wouldn't be a threat. Pills I can buy any time. As for techniques, there was no point picking up another mystic grade one. The cultivation gain wasn't worth it. Better save it for the indestructible golden body. Enhance aptitude. Huh? A lucky bag. Tucked in the very corner sat a bag priced at 666 prestige. Can randomly yield techniques, pills, or gear. Small chance of higher grade rewards. Wonder if it could pull out my indestructible golden body fragment. System, sure can. What are the odds? System, not 998, just 666. Can't lose, can't be cheated. My face went blank. I'd run into a shady infomercial huckster of a system. 66 prestige, sure. But 666? Get lost. Better to stick with something practical, defensive gear. Ding. Obtained gold thread soft armor, mystic grade. Ding. Achievement well equipped. Prestige plus 10. I dropped 350 on soft armor, and you throw me 10 prestige? System, you dog. I checked my stats. Totally different from when I'd ridden out of the city yesterday. Every technique now mystic grade, and the indestructible golden body's 100-year cultivation ready to advance with the fragment. What surprised me was that diamond body's duration had actually stretched by 0.3 seconds. Could a 10% boost to physical toughness affect other skills too? This system never spells anything out. Sure, 0.3 seconds wasn't much, but sooner or later it'd stack up to 5 seconds. 10. I chewed on some jerky, then rode out to the battlefield again. This time I didn't spot a single patrol on the road. Maybe the barbarian army didn't dare send small cavalry units to their deaths anymore. I hid behind a low rise and gazed out at the stone fortress. Now to see whether Zhao Quan had the guts to work with me. I had no intention of playing savior. The fortress didn't belong to me alone. If he wouldn't cooperate, I'd have to change tactics. Just as the hour of Chen approached, the fortress gates slowly swung open. A band of lightly armored border troops came pouring out, helmets off, white cloth strips tied around their heads. Leading them was an old general, Zhao Quan himself. Death Squad, hear my command. Advance. More than 500 men marched toward the barbarian lines. I nodded, satisfied, Zhao Quan taking the field in person, full sincerity. Time for me to do my part too. Swinging back into the saddle, I circled north along the valley to flank the barbarian camp. On the northern barbarian watchtower, a scout came running with an urgent report. General, the fortress border troops have sortied. A few hundred men, led by an old general. Looks like the death squad. Vanguard General Battis sneered. A few hundred death-sworn think they can face thousands of my cavalry? These Central Plains dogs have gone mad with hunger. General, their gates are wide open. This is our chance to storm the fortress. Chiliarch Ada stepped forward, indignant. Yesterday's death of Longa had cast a shadow over barbarian morale. And now, with this mysterious, powerful enemy appearing out of nowhere, Bata had already sent word to the Grand Marshal asking for martial arts masters to be dispatched. But the masters hadn't arrived yet, and the enemy had already thrown out their death squad. Not fighting would shake morale. But if the thousands inside the fortress used the chance to bolt, how could he answer to his superiors? Bader gritted his teeth. Ada, take 2 cavalry battalions and wipe them out. Avenge Lango. The rest of you, hear my orders. We take Stone Fort today, no exceptions. The Central Plains women will be breeding slaves, and the men will be livestock. The officers roared as one. Long live the Khan of the Golden Tent. Atop the walls of Stone Fort, 2 tall women gazed out at the death squad camp. The one in the veil was Xiao Qingxian. The one with her face masked was Lung Bingyan. Qing'er, you're not seriously hoping to spot that swindler out there, are you? Lung Bingyan was in a foul mood. If Xiao Qingxian hadn't begged her, she never would have come out. Being seen was trouble enough. And what was there to wait for? That fraud wasn't worth it. Better to just slip away. Bingyan, I've told you, Lin Xiao is no swindler. If he didn't come clean with you, it was probably out of embarrassment. He's a swindler through and through. A common frontier grunt marrying you, the Empress of Western Shu. If that's not marriage fraud, what is? If I hadn't been willing, could he really have forced me through the wedding rites? Besides, do you honestly think an ordinary frontier soldier could compose verse like this? Xiao Qingxian clutched several crumpled sheets of Xian paper. She had found them under the bed while tidying up, and on them were the poems I'd casually scribbled. The first time she'd seen them, she'd been shaken to the core. 100 battles on the sands, my iron mail in tatters. North of the city, ring upon ring has closed. I broke the siege and cut down the northern barbarians' general and led 1,000 horse, the last of my men, home alone. Xiao Qingxian recited softly, her eyes full of longing. Such talent, such spirit. All my husband lacks is the chance to make his name. Lung Bingyan's brows knit tightly. Her own verse might not match Xiao Qingxuan's, but even she could tell this was a masterwork of the highest order. Humph, let him make it back alive first. Once the death squad goes out to provoke them, the barbarians will attack with everything they have. The moment the gates are about to fall, I'll knock you out and drag you away if I have to. Xiao Qingxian bit her lip. Empress she might be, but at heart she was traditional. Having given herself to Lin Xiao, her heart was tied to the man. She could only pray her husband would work a miracle and that they would be together again. I was flat on my belly in the brush behind the northern barbarians' main camp. I'd already let my warhorse loose so as not to give myself away. There were plenty of barbarian cavalry mounts. If I needed one, I could just steal it. I didn't have to wait long. A large body of cavalry, led by a Chiliarch, came pouring out of the camp and charged toward Stone Fort. The entire barbarian host was mustering. I picked my moment and bolted for the enemy camp. Lung Bingyan's arrow yesterday had given me the idea, pass myself off as a barbarian soldier. If even she couldn't tell, the barbarians would have an even harder time. Coming at the camp from the rear, I smeared my face with dirt until my skin color roughly matched theirs. A few of the barbarian soldiers who saw me didn't think twice. They took me for one of their own coming back from a squat in the bushes to answer the horns. Once inside, I fell in with the running troops and worked my way toward the largest tent. Thousands of barbarian soldiers. I had no chance in a straight fight. My target was only one strike, decapitation. The barbarian army was cobbled together from countless tribes, a heap of loose sand. Without their leader, they'd fall into chaos. Soon I spotted several generals mounted on tall war horses. At their head was a burly man in a bearskin helmet, his face sharp as a blade. Batu, 35, Vanguard General of the Northern Barbarians, Mystic Grade talent. Greedy Wolf Blade Arts, Mystic Grade. Greedy Wolf Archery, yellow grade. Skull Demon Blade, yellow grade. My heart sank. Mystic grade talent paired with deep cultivation. He was even stronger than Lung Bing Yin. The Kiliarchs and Centurions beside him were all yellow grade at minimum. I had only one chance. If I got tangled up, I was finished. Bloodthirst isn't stacked yet. I'll have to pop pills. In one breath, I burned 300 prestige at the shop. Overlord Pill. Temporarily boosts strength by 30%, Mystic grade. Gale Pill. Temporarily boosts agility by 30%, Mystic grade. Heavenly Might Pill. Gang energy, shields the body, blocks damage, Mystic grade. 3 Mystic grade pills, 100 prestige each. It stung, but down the hatch. If I wanted a one-hit kill, I had to pay in blood. The moment the pills hit my stomach, boundless strength surged through me. Even my armor felt weightless. 3 countdowns popped up before my eyes. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. The attack booster was the most extravagant and the shortest lasting. I quickened my pace, closing to within 10 meters of Batu. There were no more soldiers between us. Halt. Which battalion are you from? A centurion barked. I acted like I hadn't heard, and suddenly burst into a sprint. Badu and his men reacted in an instant. Even though they couldn't believe an assassin would throw himself to his death among thousands of troops, they drew their blades at once. Assassin, protect the general. 2 centurions spurred their horses and swung their sabers at me. I had already picked my moment. I slashed sideways. Blood Demon Blade Flame. The strike, empowered by 30% more force, tore the air with a shrill scream. Black-red blade flames erupted, blasting both centurions from their saddles, weapons and all. I had no time for finishing strikes. My eyes locked onto Badu, 5 meters away. Badu was a veteran of 100 battles. He gave a cold smirk. Fool. He had seen too many self-important martial arts masters end up as corpses beneath his blade. Kill him. Badu roared, drawing the Skull Demon Blade. The Kiliarchs on either side had already anticipated my line of movement, thrusting their long spears and pikes at me. I abruptly accelerated, pushing the Gale Pill to its limit. The spears streaked past behind me, barely dodged. Badu's expression shifted. He hadn't expected me to be so cunning, but he had absolute confidence in his greedy wolf blade arts. All he needed to do was pin me down. Why bother sparring with an assassin? Die. Badu gripped his blade in both hands and brought it down in a vertical chop. Greedy Wolf shakes the moon, mighty and crushing. The Skull Demon Blade smashed head-on into my bloodthirst blade. ZZT. I slid my blade sideways, shedding most of the force, and vaulted into the air. At the same time, I pulled a spare saber from my storage space and drove it savagely toward Badu's throat. Bart didn't panic in the slightest. He whipped his ghost head saber back and slashed at my belly on the return stroke. His blade had the longer reach. He twisted his body aside and unleashed Greedy Wolf splits the sky, aiming to tear me to shreds. Sure enough, his saber reached my stomach first, but in the next instant, impossible. Bart was stunned beyond words. The disemboweling scene he'd pictured never happened. Had this man trained the diamond indestructible body? Truth was, I'd been feigning an opening from the very start, waiting for him to let his guard down. With the Heavenly Gang Pill shielding my body, I could tank that slash. Blood Demon Saber Flame. I maxed out my speed and strength for an all-out strike. The savage saber chi tore through more than 10 meters, swallowing the 2 centurions behind him as well. Arg! Bart shrieked in terror. His head flew into the air, blood spraying across the yellow sands. Kill +3, cultivation +3, prestige +120. I snatched up the ghost head saber and Bart's head, tossed them into my storage space, and, before anyone around could react, charged straight into the densest part of the crowd. The strength potion had about a minute and a half left. Time to hack away. Blood Demon Saber Flame. The barbarian troops had just witnessed Bart cut down. Their morale was in shambles. No match for me. Kill +5, cultivation +5. Kill +7, cultivation +7. Bloodthirst +12. I swallowed a great restoration pill in advance. Those 3 seconds of true man mode I'd used killing Bart. No margin for error now. I became a full-blown killing machine, stacking bloodthirst like mad while I was at peak state. General Bart is dead. Avenge him. Surround him. The remaining Kiliarchs shouted at the top of their lungs, but no one dared step forward. Watching that black shadow weaving through the crowd, they were all terrified. Bart had landed a full-strength slash and hadn't even wounded the man. Was this a ghost? A god? At the front line, Chiliarch Ada was charging in with 2 cavalry battalions. The moment those few hundred death soldiers of Zhao Quan saw them, they turned tail and ran. Ada cursed the Central Plains men for cowards, but something about it felt off. At that very moment, a shrill horn blast came from the main camp behind him. Lord Ada, that's the horn of a fallen commander. Ada's face changed instantly. He yanked his reins and wheeled around. General Bart? Impossible. He looked at Zhao Quan's group and realization dawned. Damn it, we've been tricked. Get back and reinforce now. Ada knew full well. Chasing them down wouldn't take the city. With Bart dead, command was up for grabs, and he wasn't about to miss the chance for promotion. Seeing the barbarians retreating, Zhao Quan and his men were dumbfounded. That was the horn for a slain commander. Bart is dead. The border soldiers exchanged bewildered looks. Could Scholar Lin have actually pulled it off? On the city wall, Xiao Qingxian gripped Lung Bingyan's hand in excitement. The barbarians are pulling back. My husband did it. I told you, he's no ordinary man. Lung Bingyan's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. That fellow, what earth-shattering feat had he just accomplished? How can one man hold back tens of thousands of iron cavalry? The northern barbarian camp erupted into total chaos. I charged wherever the crowd was thickest, a tiger loose among sheep, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Bloodlust plus 32. Bloodlust plus 57. I realized I'd overestimated the barbarian army. Leaderless wolves were just a pack of dumb brutes with zero coordination. What I didn't know was that killing Badu had shattered barbarian morale far beyond expectations. Badu had once ripped apart a lion with his bare hands. Ranked in the top 4 of the barbarian tournament, a Baturu warrior. Since taking over as vanguard, he'd been undefeated, guaranteed to breach the border cities within 3 days. Such a mighty general, beheaded just like that? How terrifying must the man who charged the camp alone be? Combined with Lang Ji's earlier death, and coming right after a string of victories, the pendulum had swung the other way. The pent-up panic finally exploded. Demon. This man is a demon. Run. You can't kill him. The barbarian troops scattered in all directions. With the camp in shambles, the cavalry couldn't even push in to encircle me. I'd stacked nearly 60 layers of bloodlust, and my eyes had gone red with slaughter. Kill, kill, kill. The blood drinker blade swept across, and heads flew as one. The blood demon blade flame lashed out, and a whole swath of barbarians 10 meters away was devoured. With 79 layers of bloodlust, the range of the blade flame had more than doubled. Kill plus 21, cultivation plus 21. Without even noticing, I'd gained another 100 years of cultivation. But what I needed more was speed. The faster I moved, the more I could kill. I gritted my teeth. The moment the Gale pill wore off, I spent another 100 prestige to buy a new one. Ding. You have spent over 1,000 prestige. Shop upgraded. Exchange service unlocked. Ding. Rebate reward obtained. Mystery package. An upgrade? A mystery package? No time to check. Killing came first. Chinese dog. Give me your life. Ada had come charging back with his cavalry. Ada, yellow grade aptitude. Same aptitude, but against a monster like me stacked with 100 layers of bloodlust, he was no better than a foot soldier. I spun around and unleashed a blood demon blade flame. The blade energy sliced Ada clean in half at the waist, and the dozen-plus cavalrymen behind him became ghosts along with him. Kill plus 13, cultivation plus 13, prestige plus 30. The rest of the cavalry scrambled away in terror. Too lazy to chase mounted men, I wheeled around and went back to hunting down the routed infantry. When the Gale pill wore off, I vaulted onto a horse and charged on. Wherever I went, no barbarian could last even a single strike. Retreat. Fall back now. The surviving Chiliarch gave the order, abandoning even the camp supplies as they all fled in a single stampede. I chased them for 3 li, but alone in the wilderness there was no way to run them all down. One arrow missed, and my 338 layers of bloodlust finally collapsed. An instant wave of exhaustion crashed over me. Damn it, bloodlust has side effects too. Only then did I realize bloodlust gave you a false sense of vigor. In truth, I'd been running on fumes for a long time. I'd have to be more careful from now on. Watching the thousands of barbarian troops fleeing in defeat, I felt a bit incredulous. Wait, I scared off an entire army all by myself. Then again, it made sense. Northern barbarian nomads didn't put much stock in holding cities. Preserving their fighting strength for the next raid was more their style. With no enemies left in sight, I rode back onto the battlefield and swept the area with my divine eye, picking up another yellow-grade bow. From Bata's camp, I recovered 2 yellow-grade swords. By the look of them, spoils taken from great Qian generals. I also turned up some gold, silver, and jewels, which I helped myself to without ceremony. I rode back toward Stone Fort. The provisions the barbarians had left behind would keep the garrison fed for a good while. I hadn't gotten halfway when Zhao Quan came charging toward me at the head of the death squad. Zhao Quan took one look at me, drenched head to toe in blood, and froze. Lin Xiao, where are the barbarians? I've brought men to back you up. I blinked. Back me up? Didn't I tell you to head back to the fort? If one man can force the cavalry to retreat, are all of us together really worth less than you? The border troops behind him nodded in agreement. Let's have it out with them. I refused to be outdone by one Scholar Lin. Looking at those honest, hot-blooded faces, I felt a small tug at my chest. The Scholar Lin they were talking about wasn't really me, but the atmosphere was infectious all the same. Every place had its Chun Zhous, rotten to the core, but most of the border troops still had guts and blood in their veins. General Zhao, the barbarians have already fled. I was on my way back to tell you, I said with a smile. What? That's impossible. Like a magician, I produced a bloody head from behind my back. Recognize him? Zhao Quan's pupils shrank violently. This is Batu. The men of the death squad looked as if they'd seen a ghost, unable to speak for a long moment. You charged into the enemy camp alone and killed Batu? What in the world were you thinking? How can you catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? This is what they call placing yourself in the ground of death to find life. The truth was, I hadn't thought that far ahead. I could always run if things went south, so I'd taken the gamble and gotten lucky. Zhao Quan repeated the phrase under his breath twice, marveling at its depth. A wave of awe rose in the men around me. From this day on, no one would ever dare underestimate the Scholar Lin who'd stumbled into soldiering. General Zhao, the northern barbarians left a lot of provisions behind in their camp. Before they can counterattack, we should haul it all back to the fort. Zhao Quan nodded eagerly and immediately dispatched someone to bring men and horses from the city. Worried the barbarians might return, I rode back to the enemy camp with them. Looking at the wreckage, several hundred corpses scattered across the ground, the men gasped all over again. What kind of skill was this, that a single man could kill so many? A few of the death squad members watched me now with a flicker of fear in their eyes. I paid it no mind. Sitting astride my horse, I tallied up the spoils. Cultivation had accumulated to 383 years, and prestige was down to 100 after all the spending. No rush to allocate points yet. I'd wait for the shop to refresh and see if I could dig up a decent technique. What really caught my interest was the newly unlocked exchange function. Techniques and gear can be traded in for prestige? Isn't this basically a recycler? I took the yellow-grade skull. I selected the Ghost Head Saber for exchange. Skull Ghost Head Saber, exchangeable for 150 prestige points. Half price. I tried the bow too. Forest Longbow, exchangeable for 130 points. Not as good as the saber. I'd hold off for now and swap when I actually needed the prestige. I tried tossing in gold, silver, and jewels. The system flat out refused them. Only take stuff the shop itself sells. Huh. Oh right, and there's that thing. My eyes drifted to the mystery package. Mystery package, a mysterious gift from the system. Chance-based refresh, don't miss out. Quite the sales pitch. Let's see what pops out. Opening mystery package, obtained black stockings. I stared blankly for a good while before confirming that the soft, feminine fabric in my hand was, yep, that. I stashed it into my space right away and drew a deep breath. Definitely can't miss out on this. Just imagining Xiao Qingxian slipping them on and swaying in front of me. An utterly innocent smile crept onto my face. But was she even still at the stone fort? At that thought, I let out a sigh. An hour later, All the grain and supplies had been hauled back to the fort. Rationed carefully, they could last 2 or 3 months. The 3,000 defenders and 5,000 civilians were overjoyed. Word of my having beheaded Bader spread like wildfire. As I rode back into the city, the townsfolk lined the streets to welcome me. Some knelt at the roadside with tears streaming down their faces. Thank you, General Lin. Thank you, young Master Lin, for saving our lives. Let me kowtow to our savior. Watching these simple, honest folk, I felt a twinge of guilt. From start to finish, all I'd ever wanted was to get stronger and stay alive. Somehow I'd blundered my way into becoming a hero. Then, suddenly, at the back of the crowd, I spotted 2 young women, Xiao Qingxian, bundled up head to toe, and Lung Bingyin, her face veiled. Xiao Qingxian waved at me, a radiant smile on her face, dabbing every so often at the moisture at the corners of her eyes. She hadn't left? She really hadn't gone off with Lung Bingyin. She'd been waiting for me to come home. My heart felt like it had been jolted by a current. That feeling of being trusted washed over me with a warm sense of comfort. I'd have understood if she'd left, but deep down I really did hope that the first woman I'd been with, the wife I'd taken, would be of one mind with me. She hadn't let me down. I vaulted off my horse, shoved through the crowd, sprinted over, and swept Xiao Qingxian into my arms. She let out a delicate cry, held against me by my burning hands, bashful and flustered. Beside her, Lung Bingyin clenched her fists, itching to strike, but she was no match for me, and helpless to do a thing. Husband, what are you doing? Xiao Qingxian kept her head lowered, afraid outsiders would see her eyes. I leapt up onto the warhorse, still holding her in my arms. Elders and folk of the stone fort, I, Lin Xiao, have an announcement to make. I've taken a wife. This Xiao Qing here, she is my wife. Cheers and congratulations broke out on all sides. Xiao Qingxian curled up in my arms, sweet and bashful. Asterisk, how could this man be so shameless? Asterisk, she covered her face, yet the corners of her lips curved up in a sugary smile. Empress though she was, at heart Xiao Qingxian was still a young woman, one who dreamed of a beautiful love. I announced to the crowd, my wife has heterochromia. The 3 words landed like a hammer. Dead silence swept the square. Heterochromia? Isn't that a mark of doom? Anyone who touches them gets cursed with bad luck. But General Lin saved us. Lung Bingyin's face went pale, and Xiao Qingxuan's slender body stiffened against me. I gave her hand a squeeze, silently telling her not to be afraid. Everyone, my voice rang out like a bronze bell. I, Lin Xiao, do not fear heterochromia. If Qing were truly a bringer of disaster, how could I have cut down the enemy general in the middle of 10,000 troops and returned alive? If Qing were truly a bringer of disaster, how could you have held Stone Fort and survived to this day? 8 border cities of the north have fallen. Only Stone Fort still stands. To me, my wife is no harbinger of ruin. She is my lucky star. The townsfolk glanced at each other, and slowly they began to believe. That's true. Those foreign merchants with their blue eyes and green eyes, they live perfectly fine, don't they? May General Lin and his lady enjoy 100 years of harmony. Blessings rose one after another. At last, Xiao Qingxian dared to lift her head. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she leaned into me and whispered, Husband, thank you. I brought my lips to her ear. Want to thank me? Then work harder tonight. You're awful. Her face instantly flushed crimson. Back at the little courtyard, Lung Bingyin was already waiting inside. The moment she saw me, she exploded. Have you lost your mind? Announcing her heterochromia in public. What if someone tries to hurt Qing? Should she hide her whole life? I'm Stone Fort's savior right now. There's no better moment to come clean. Enough, Yenner. My husband is right. Xiao Qingxian patted her arm gently. I gave her the boot. Miss Lung, this is a matter between husband and wife. If there's nothing else, please see yourself out. I'm worried you'll bully Qing, or maybe you've got a hobby of peeping. You shameless. She swung a slap at me. I caught her wrist midair. She jerked a few times, but couldn't budge me an inch. Asterisk, how deep did this woman's cultivation run? Asterisk. Yenner only just arrived. She hasn't found a place to stay. Let her go to the inn, Xiao Qingxian said softly. Only then did I let go. Lung Bingyin rubbed her arm and stormed out in a huff. Xiao Qingxian carried in a basin of water to wipe me down. Her technique was clumsy, but the thought of the dignified Empress herself waiting on me, the feeling was intoxicating. Once I'd changed, I dumped the heap of gold, silver, and jewels I'd taken from the barbarian army onto the table. I married you without giving my lady any proper jewelry. Take it all. I fastened a pearl necklace around her neck. Against her fair skin, it made her look all the more lovely. That's thoughtful of you, husband. But truthfully, more than jewels, this humble wife would rather have something else. She picked up several sheets of Xian paper. They were the frontier poems I'd casually jotted down over the years. These were written by my husband, weren't they? This concubine would like a poem as her wedding gift. Truly the taste of a future empress, I thought. I paced a few steps with theatrical flourish, gazing into her eyes as I slowly began. Her robes like clouds, her face like blooms in spring. The balustrade caressed by breeze, dew rich and bright. If not upon the Jade Mountain's peak, I'd see her. Then by the moonlit Yaodai, I'd meet her light. Xiao Qingxuan's soul practically left her body on the spot. She scrambled for paper and ink. I have to write this down at once. Husband, what is this poem called? I'd long forgotten the original title. My lady can name it whatever she likes. A poem that will echo through the ages. How can I just name it carelessly? She read it over and over, her face utterly enraptured. I wrapped my arms around her from behind. If my lady is pleased, shouldn't her husband receive some reward? Husband, it's still broad daylight. Just then, someone pounded on the door. Yao Gang's booming voice rang out. Scholar Lin, the general's here. Perfect timing, really. I opened the door to find Zhao Quan leading several lieutenants, all carrying rice, flour, and cooking oil. You got married without even throwing a banquet. We're making up for the wedding feast. Zhao Quan roared with laughter. You announced right in the street that you'd married a lucky star. You can't neglect your wife now. I got it in an instant. Throw a big, lively affair, and the ugly rumors about her mismatched eyes would naturally fade. I gritted my teeth and hauled out the chest of gold and silver we'd plundered. If we're doing this, let's do it big. The barbarian army has retreated. We can head south to Baishui City for supplies. General, take all of this gold and silver. Whatever's left after the banquet, divide it among the brothers. Zhao Quan's voice actually trembled. You'd really part with it? That much silver could feed 3,000 troops for a month. No small sum. I'm alive today because the brothers bled for it. Good lad. I didn't misjudge you. Zhao Quan nodded firmly. And I've got more good news. From today on, you're the commandant of the Shirbao Frontier Army. Aside from me, no one outranks you. The 500-man Death's Head Battalion answers to your command. I froze. That fast. With your service record, a 5th-rank garrison commander wouldn't be too much, but that's not within my authority to grant. Then I won't refuse. Building my own inner circle, this was a promising start. The realm falling into chaos? Chaos was good. Only in chaos could I carve out my own domain. As night crept in, frontier officers poured into the little courtyard to drink and eat their fill. I discovered I simply couldn't get drunk. A century's worth of internal cultivation had raised even my tolerance for wine. Xiao Qingxian had wanted to hide inside, but I pulled her out with a single line. You're the lady of this house. At first, the men didn't dare meet her mismatched eyes, but once the wine hit, they loosened up. Her graceful, refined bearing helped too. A few lieutenants worked up the nerve to toast her, calling her sister-in-law, over and over until her cheeks flushed with bashful color. After a few rounds of wine, the talk naturally turned to the day's great victory. Commander Lin, how in the world did you kill Bader? He's a war god reincarnated. I couldn't exactly tell them about the system, so I made something up on the spot. We had nowhere to retreat. It was fight or die. Outnumbered like that, a straight-up battle was out of the question. The only play was to take out the head of the snake. I had the harassing cavalry throw their ranks into chaos, then let General Zhao push in with the Death Warrior Battalion to force Bader to commit his full army. That gave me the opening to slip in behind their lines. Got lucky too. The barbarian ranks weren't unified. The Kiliarchs started fighting each other for power, and the whole thing collapsed. Zhao Quan's face was full of admiration. Xiao Qingxian listened with her heart pounding like a startled deer, as if the late emperor himself had blessed her with a hero husband skilled in both letters and arms. Commander Lin, Qin would like to trade a few moves with you. A muscular, cold-faced man in black rose to his feet, arrogance written across his features. This was Qin He, deputy commander of the border army, hailed as the #1 blade man of Stone Fort. He'd come up as a wandering swordsman, and his pride was the only thing keeping him stuck at deputy commander for 7 years running. Old Qin, not this again. Commander Su Jin kicked at him. Qin He clearly didn't believe some scholar had that kind of ability. Enough. Zhao Quan slammed the table. Qin He, you just can't stand the fact that I promoted Lin Xiao. Su Jin, take him out and give him 10 strokes of the military cane. Don't bother. I'll walk out myself. Qin He turned to leave. Hold on. I stood up unhurriedly. Qin He, I'll give you a chance. 3 moves. That's all it'll take to show you how I killed Bader. The whole hall exploded in uproar. 3 moves? Had Scholar Lin lost his mind? Qin He threw caution to the wind. Fine. If I lose, I'll kneel and kowtow. I glanced at the system panel. Qin He, 26 years old, direct grandson of the Blade Mountain Grand Elder. Aptitude, Mystic Grade sealed. Flowing Fireblade Arts, 22 years. Spirit Serpent Movement, 18 years. Sis, what's this sealed thing? Sealed state. This individual is physically and mentally wounded and has not recovered his full strength. So he'd be even stronger unsealed? The grandson of the Blade Mountain Grand Elder, out here in the border towns serving as deputy commander? Interesting. Get someone like this back to his peak, tie him to the Blade Mountain connection, and he'd be a serious asset. Lin Xiao. Qin He is a disciple of Blade Mountain. Even I might not be his match, Zhao Quan warned. No matter. 3 moves means 3 moves. Out on the open ground, I borrowed 2 ordinary military sabers. For fairness's sake, wouldn't want anyone saying I took advantage. I wouldn't care if you used a yellow grade blade. Qin He said, brimming with confidence. Make your move. Searing true chi surged out of Qin He's body, glowing red. He lunged forward in a single stride and unleashed the signature move of the Flowing Fireblade Arts, Flowing Fire Cascade. A crimson blade aura poured down like a waterfall. In this world, the martial arts that actually killed weren't flashy. They came down to speed, power, and cunning. I raised my saber crosswise to block. Clang. The blood demon blade flame erupted, and Qin He was blasted. Back off. The Blood Reaver blade? You're a disciple of the Blood Reaver demon. I froze. So this old demon actually existed? I'd assumed the system was just making things up. The Blood Reaver demon was a traitor of Blade Mountain from centuries ago. His killings were too heavy. The sect purged him themselves. Qin He's face darkened. Where did you learn it? From a saber manual my father passed down. Does the origin of a technique really matter? I use it to kill barbarians. What business is it of yours whose style I borrow? The frontier soldiers nodded in agreement. Martial arts have no good or evil. Only the hearts of those who wield them do. No wonder you survived. The Blood Reaver blade grows stronger with every kill. Qin He's expression turned grim. This next move, I won't let you block it so easily. The Spirit Serpent step unfurled in an instant. His figure blurred, accelerated, and a pillar of blade energy erupted from my left front. Far more refined than his first strike, but against a century of accumulated power. Clang. I switched the saber to my left hand and brought it down in a diagonal slash, crushing his burst of force. Qin He nearly lost his grip, but he flowed with the momentum, sliding his blade along mine toward my arm. Rough on the outside, meticulous within. This asterisk was a true killing move. But I'd already assimilated the Blood Reaver demon blade to its core. A twist of my wrist, and the back of my saber flicked upward, knocking his weapon aside. Then I planted a kick square in his stomach and sent him flying 3 meters. Dead silence swept the field. Commander Lin didn't even move a step. Incredible. No wonder he killed Badu. Long live Commander Lin. Xiao Qingxuan's beautiful eyes shone with wonder. This man was full of surprises. Qin He gritted his teeth and moved to kneel. I caught him before he could. I'm too young to take on a grandson your age. If you're willing, just call me Big Brother. We'll defend the folk of Stone Fortress together. How about it? Qin He's eyes reddened instantly. You don't hold my doubt against me? I smiled. I'm no different from anyone else here, just an ordinary man. As long as you can kill barbarians, you're my brother. The crowd erupted in cheers. Qin He clenched his fists, more ashamed than ever. Suddenly he understood. He'd been so narrow-minded. Lin Xiao had walked alone into the enemy camp for the sake of Stone Fortress's people, while all he'd cared about was who was the stronger fighter. Damn it. He thought back to the sect's grand tournament years ago, when a moment of carelessness had cost him a match against an outer disciple. Unable to accept the defeat, his skills had actually regressed the harder he trained. After being scolded by his grandfather, he'd stormed off in a rage. 7 years wasted in the army, still only a deputy commander. Perhaps he'd been wrong from the very beginning. Martial arts weren't for oneself. They were for all the world's people. In that moment, something seemed to awaken in Qin He. Watching the admiration in his eyes, I felt warm all over. To err is human, brother. Come inside and drink with me. Qin He nodded, deeply moved. That worshipful look in my new little brother's eyes felt damn good. Once we got a bit closer, I'd be able to pry Blade Mountain's martial arts out of him. That flowing fire saber technique of his and the spirit serpent. Techniques are all upgradable arts, capable of reaching at least the Earth grade, and I still don't have a single Earth grade martial art of my own. Little system, can I just learn martial arts directly from the natives here? System, yes, but the technique must be transmitted in its entirety. Note, certain techniques are mutually exclusive and cannot be cultivated together. What if I insist on learning one anyway? System, the original technique can be abolished and recultivated, but the accumulated power cannot be refunded. I narrowed my eyes. In that case, I couldn't keep leveling up the Blood Demon Saber for now. If I ran into something better later that turned out to be incompatible, it'd be a real headache. Night fell, and the border troops dispersed. When I returned to my room, Xiao Qingxian had already prepared water for washing up. Husband, aren't you a scholar? How is your martial skill so formidable? I've got a bit of talent, and I've been gaining ground fast lately from all the killing on the battlefield. I'd rehearsed this line in advance. My husband truly is gifted in both letters and arms. She didn't quite buy it, but she didn't press. Husband, this concubine has something to say. Sending men to Whitewater City for supplies is very risky. What do you mean? Do you know why the 8 border cities of the north fell so quickly? The northern barbarian vanguard was only a bit over 10,000 strong, and their siege skills are honestly nothing special. Lord White holds 300,000 troops. Sending even 20 or 30,000 to hold the cities would have been no problem at all. It's not that he couldn't defend them, it's that he wouldn't. I frowned. You're saying he deliberately abandoned those 9 cities? Exactly. The border troops in those 9 cities belong to the imperial court, and the land is too barren to yield taxes. Lord White has always been on the losing end there. Now that the realm is in chaos, he sees them as nothing but a burden. But now that Stone Fort has fallen and the northern barbarians are pouring south, isn't he afraid of being caught between 2 fronts? That's exactly what he wants. The border troops belong to the court. If they lose, it's the emperor's incompetence. Once the border troops are wiped out, the imperial family will have no choice but to rely on Lord White to defend the north. He'll send a few tens of thousands, hold the line easily, and become the savior of the entire northern frontier. Realization dawned on me. So the fact that Stone Fort held is actually a problem for Lord White. Sending anyone to Whitewater City to buy supplies, they'll almost certainly be obstructed. My husband is as sharp as ever. I gently stroked her cheek. How is it that you understand so much about the state of the realm? A flicker of unease passed through Xiao Qingxuan's eyes. My own chest tightened. If she were to confess she was the Empress, what would I do? Help her restore her dynasty? I'd only just gotten on my feet. The will was there, but not the strength. Better to muddle through in blissful ignorance. I know now. I laughed. My lady must have come from a great house and read a great many books, am I right? She started, then nodded. Husband guessed it. You can read and write, and you can even appreciate my poetry. Your background can't be simple. My origins were indeed decent. My family was set upon by bandits, and I was the only one who escaped. Half truth, half lie, but the sorrow in her eyes was real. I took her hand. My lady, am I not your family now? Her eyes reddened. Husband, should we go talk General Zhao out of buying those supplies? I shook my head. Let them. I know what I'm doing. That night, Xiao Qingxian learned a great deal. Turns out serving someone really is hard work. Luckily, I told her at the end that she had real potential, so it was all worth it. Early the next morning, I refreshed the shop first. Nothing but non-upgradable mystic grade items. Worse than those two techniques from Qin He. I only had 100 prestige left anyway, no rush. Commander, Mr. Lin, are you home? Shouts came from outside. I opened the door and froze. There had to be 100 men, women, and children crowded at my doorstep, holding red quilts and carrying food. Commander, we only found out yesterday that you'd been married. We stitched this red quilt through the night. Please don't mind it. Looking at the newly sewn quilt, every stitch made by hand, at all those sincere faces, my heart felt complicated. Even though I was a transmigrator with no real attachment to Stone Fort, I was moved in that moment. These people lived hand to mouth. For them to bring even this much was already the fullest measure of sincerity. I'll accept the gesture. Take the food back with you. I'll keep the quilt and the wine. The crowd dispersed with endless thanks. Xiao Qingxian smiled. Husband, you're a real hero of Stone Fort now. When we have the means, let's make sure they can eat their fill. I stayed clear-headed. I was no savior. My first priority was still to live well myself. I had barely finished eating when Yao Gang came knocking. Commander, the men we sent to Baishui City for supplies are back. The officials confiscated their money, said the funds were of unknown origin, and impounded them. The prefect of Baishui has sent a Sima here, and he's asking for you by name. Xiao Qingxian looked at me anxiously. I nodded. I'll go now. At the military tent, I met the Sima. Luo Xiaohong, age 37, Sima of Baishui City. Aptitude, yellow grade. Techniques, white crane sword art, 22 years, yellow grade. Military spearmanship, 17 years, common grade. A few days ago, this kind of strength would have had me calling him sir. Now, he barely rated at the level of a northern barbarian centurion. So the one who slew Bader is such a fresh-faced young man. The young truly are to be reckoned with. Sima Luo sat with one leg crossed over the other, sizing me up. Just luck, I said, playing humble. The prefect thinks highly of you. He's ordered me to bring you to Baishui City so he can commend you in person. The barbarians only just withdrew. I'm worried they'll come back. The round trip won't take a full day. Don't waste the prefect's goodwill. I frowned. And the confiscated supplies? Yeah, who's to say you're really border troops? Come back with me, clear things up, and we'll sell them to you. I sneered inwardly. Seizing the supplies was just leverage to force me over there. 9 times out of 10, Baishui City was already in the White King's pocket. By holding Stone Fort, I'd wrecked his plan to play savior. This trip boded ill. Zhao Quan clasped his fists. Sima Luo, I'm the garrison commander. Reporting on the battle is my duty. I should be the one to go. The prefect wants to see Lin Xiao. You're deserting your post? Are you defying orders? Or do you not want the supplies? I stopped Zhao Quan. General, the men need to eat. Trust me. Zhao Quan could only nod. I'll send a squad with you. What's that supposed to mean, General Zhao? Is Baishui City some dragon's pool and tiger's den? Luo Xiaohong grumbled. I smiled. Just 2 brothers will do. Once outside the tent, Zhao Quan asked with concern whom I'd bring. Yao Gang is trustworthy. Qin He is a fierce fighter, and as the direct grandson of the Blade Mountain Grand Elder, he might come in handy at a critical moment. I raced home. The moment Xiao Qingxian saw me, she asked, My lady, I have to make a trip to Baishui City. Complex emotions flickered in her beautiful eyes. You've been waiting for this chance, haven't you? You knew all along the prefect would obstruct you, didn't you? You know me best, my lady. Husband, what exactly are you planning? You'll find out soon. But there's one thing I need your help with. Get that close friend of yours, Lady Lung Yin, to be my covert bodyguard. She was startled, then nodded. All right, but you must promise me one thing. Come back safely. Warmth stirred in my chest. I pressed a small black bundle into her hand. This is clothing captured from the western regions. If I return safely, will you put it on for me? She squeezed the soft cloth, unable to make out its shape. Just a piece of clothing. Alluring perhaps, but what was there to fear between husband and wife? It's a promise. I kissed her on the lips and turned to leave. Back at camp, Yao Gang and Qin He were already waiting. Coming with me, any objections? I've been dying to slay enemies with you, my lord. Yao Gang beamed. It would be my honor. Qin He said earnestly. This time it's not about killing barbarians. Just stay alert and act as the situation demands. The party rode out of the city. After more than an hour on horseback, Luo Xiaohong stopped beside a river valley. Let the horses drink and rest. As long as we arrive before dark, it's fine. At that very moment, a troop of cavalry burst from the small road ahead of the valley. Northern Barbarian Cavalry. Cheney shouted. My eyes locked instantly on the imposing giant at their head. Boda, age 36, young master of the Northern Barbarian Greedy Wolf tribe. Aptitude, Mystic Grade. Greedy Wolf Blade Arts, 55 years. Mystic Grade. Greedy Wolf Archery, 47 years. Yellow Grade. Weapon, Fanged Cold Moonblade, Mystic Grade. Armor, Northern Barbarian Iron Cuirass, Yellow Grade. The Greedy Wolf Tribe? Bates Tribe. Damn it. An ambush. Run. Luo Xiaohong swung onto his horse and fled. 20-odd men swept out from the rear to cut us off. Luo Xiaohong and his men charged through, and the barbarian troops actually just let them pass. The setup was clumsy beyond belief, but it confirmed it. Bai Shui City and King Bai had colluded with the northern barbarians. So you're Lin Xiao, the one who killed my cousin Bate? Would you believe me if I said no? I am Boda, young lord of the Greedy Wolf clan. Today you're going to pay in blood. He waved his hand, and over 40 cavalrymen came charging in. Every one of them was hand-picked elite, not a single one below yellow grade. Old Qin, Yao Gang, cover yourselves. Don't worry about me. I spurred my horse ahead of the pack and drove straight for Boda. Take out the leader first. Blood Demon Blade Flame. One slash, and the 5 cavalrymen directly in front were sliced clean through the middle. Kill +5, cultivation +5, bloodthirst +5. I broke through the encirclement. But Boda was ready. He snatched up a repeating crossbow and fired 3 bolts. Wish, wish, wish. And his target was my horse. The warhorse let out a mournful cry and threw me off. Boda grabbed his wolf Fong Cold Moon saber and swung straight for my neck. I brought my blade up backhand to block. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. My feet nearly gave way. My 60 years of blood demon sabercraft couldn't gain the upper hand against his 55 years of greedy wolf sabercraft. His mystic grade aptitude was the deciding factor. Worse still, my blood drinker saber had been notched. That mystic grade blade of his was going to be a serious problem. You're strong for a Central Plains man, but you're no match for me. Boda bared his teeth in a savage grin and unleashed 3 consecutive slashes. Asterisk clang, clang, clang asterisk. The onslaught came like a tidal wave, forcing me back step by step. He was wearing heavy armor, but there wasn't the slightest lag in his movements. The moment his momentum peaked, now was my chance. Arg! I roared, deliberately opening a gap in my defense. Boda launched a ferocious greedy wolf slash straight at my ribs, while I brought my blood drinker saber down at his head. He twisted aside from the fatal strike, and at the same time his blade cut into me. In that instant, his eyes froze. He was stunned to find his saber had done no damage. Not a drop of blood on me. Indestructible body. I'd activated 3-second true man in advance. The moment my bait worked, my blood drinker saber tilted just slightly and landed squarely on his shoulder. Arg! Boda shrieked as an entire arm was severed clean off. He couldn't possibly understand. For me, cultivation was just a matter of adding points. Combined with 3-second true man and my mystic grade golden silk soft armor, forget him. Even an earth grade master couldn't leave a scratch on me within 3 seconds. Damn Central Plains dog. I'll kill you. Boda's eyes went bloodshot as he prepared to make his last stand. But I wasn't in a hurry. There was no need to trade blows with a cornered beast. I retreated quickly, dodging 2 slashes, then turned my attention to the other cavalrymen. Qin He and Yao Gang were already struggling, both bleeding from several wounds. I plunged into the melee, and one sweep of blood-red saber energy sent 5 or 6 cavalrymen tumbling from their saddles. The 2 of them looked over. I'd actually taken one of the enemy's top commander's arms off. Their morale surged. Kill them all. Leave none alive. I swung my blade, and 2 heads hit the ground. Bloodthirst +13, duration 60 seconds. Compared to the mystic grade Boda, cutting down these cavalrymen was like slicing melons. Damn. Die. Boda clutched his bleeding stump of an arm, panting, cold sweat pouring down his face. Watching me come at him like a god of slaughter, his eyes filled with terror. No good. He was the young lord of the greedy wolf tribe. He wheeled around and vaulted onto his horse, ready to bolt. The moment I saw him try to run, I mounted up and drew my bow, a fat lump of prestige like that, and he thinks he's getting away? Joby archery, wind-chasing arrow. 3 arrows loosed at once, all 3 blocked by his armor. Fine. I fired 3 more, this time aimed squarely at his horse's rump. The warhorse shrieked in pain and thrashed wildly. Boda barely managed to yank on the reins. Seizing the opening, I spurred my horse forward and swung a blood-red horizontal slash. Boda, already weakened from blood loss, raised his blade in a feeble parry, nowhere near enough. Af! His head flew off. Ding! Kill +1, cultivation +1, prestige +200. Obtained. Wolf Fang Cold Moon Saber, Mystic Grade. Obtained. Northern Barbarian Iron Armor, Yellow Grade. I stashed the loot into my spatial storage and looked back. The rest of the cavalry had already been dealt with. Qin He and Yao Gang ran over, practically shaking with excitement. Commander Lin, the greedy wolf tribe ranks in the top 10 among the northern barbarians. Killing their young lord, that's a massive achievement. Qin He said, admiration written all over his face. Congratulations, Commander Lin. Another promotion coming your way. Yao Gang grinned wide. I waved it off. Without you two pinning him down, it could have gone either way. The guy really was strong. Inwardly, though, I was fretting. Yellow grade aptitude, mystic grade techniques. I was getting stretched thinner and thinner. I had to find a way to level up. Come on, let's drag that bastard Luo Xiaohong out. That's when the two of them remembered there was still a traitor Sima on the loose. The barbarians didn't lift a finger to stop him. He's definitely in league with them. He tried to screw us over. Cut him down. The 3 of us mounted up and chased in the direction Luo Xiaohong had fled. Barely 2 li in, we spotted a melee up ahead. A woman in black was whirling her sword through the air, and several soldiers already lay dead. Luo Xiaohong, hair wild and disheveled, was being driven back step by step. My eyes lit up. So Lung Bingyin had come this way to intercept Luo Xiaohong. Miss Lung, stay your blade. Lung Bingyin had noticed me long before. With a cold snort, she leapt back and out of range. Luo Xiaohong lit up with relief and cried out for help. Commander Lin, kill this assassin. I, your Sima, will personally recommend you for a commendation. I bared my teeth in a cold smile, spurred my horse forward, and brought my saber down. Luo Xiaohong was cleaved in 2 before he even had time to register what was happening, dying with his eyes wide open. Lung Bingyin blinked. Hey, if you were going to kill him yourself, why tell me to stop? I glanced at the mere 30 points of prestige I'd just gained and felt a flicker of disdain. This guy was worth that little? A Sima is, after all, a court-appointed official. Wouldn't want to dirty Miss Lung's hands. I'll shoulder the blame myself. Something stirred in Lung Bingyin's heart. She hadn't expected the man to be so willing to take responsibility. You already killed all the soldiers. One more doesn't matter. She shot me a sidelong glare. Qin He suddenly spoke up. Miss Lung, that was the Sword Forest flying cloud sword art. Huh, that's a first-rate sword technique only intersect disciples get to learn. May I ask which elder you studied under? My business is none of yours, Blade Mountain Boy. Enough, I cut in. With Luo Xiaohong dead, the governor of Baishui City is bound to launch an investigation. Sooner or later we'll be branded with the capital crime of treason. Everyone's brows knit tight. Baishui City fell within the White King's fief. Killing Luo Xiaohong was as good as killing one of the White King's own men. Commander Lin, Governor Liu Yang of Baishui City, is the White King's confidant. He has 5,000 guards inside the city. He won't be easy to deal with. Qin He warned. Lung Bingyin asked. You called us here already expecting this, didn't you? What's your plan? Simple, I said coldly. Kill Liu Yang and take Baishui City. What? Qin He and Lung Bingyin both cried out. Yao Gang slapped his horse's flank. Well said. That dog of an official should have died long ago. You're serious? Lung Bingyin pressed. Liu Yang fawns over the White King and stood by while border towns were slaughtered. He deserved death long ago. If he doesn't die and Baishui City isn't taken, no supplies will ever get through, and Stone Fort will remain an isolated outpost. Qin He frowned. But that's rebellion. Rebellion? Against whom? The Emperor? Or the White King? The two of them went blank. Right. In these chaotic times, since Liu Yang had thrown in his lot with the White King, could killing him even be called rebellion? The folks back in Stone Fort are starving to death. Why should I care about a treason charge? I'll have Liu Yang's head, no matter what. If you don't want to come, go back to Stonefort. I won't hold it against you. Commander Lin, what righteousness? I, Qin He, will follow you to the death. I'm no good at pretty speeches. I'm in, Yao Gang laughed. A complicated flicker crossed Lung Bingyan's eyes. Lunatic, but inwardly she thought. This man kept a clear head in the middle of chaos, had both courage and cunning. No wonder Xiao Qingxian had fallen for him. Miss Lung, you don't need to come to Baishui City, I said abruptly. Why not? You look down on me. My wife's alone at home. I don't feel easy about it. Stay with her. Lung Bingyan was taken aback. She hadn't expected this guy to still be thinking of Xiao Qingxian. A faint pang of jealousy stirred in her chest. No good. Qing told me to bring you back alive. If I return without you, she'll tear me to pieces. I sighed helplessly, then slip into Baishui City first, pin down Liu Yang's movements, and meet us at the post station after nightfall. No problem. Lung Bingyan swung into her saddle and was off. Commander Lin, what about us? Qin He asked. I drew out the Wolf Fong Cold Moon blade and held it out. A mystic-grade treasure blade. It's yours. You seized this blade yourself, Commander. I can't accept it. It's not free. I want to trade it for your flowing fire blade technique and spirit serpent movement. Are you willing? I already had 397 years worth of cultivation points saved up. All I needed now was an earth-grade technique. And these two mystic-grade techniques of Qin He's were just enough to push me up to that next tier. Commander Lin, you want to learn it now? Cramming won't get you the essence. Flowing fire blade takes at least 3 years just to reach basic mastery. How well I learn is my problem. If you don't want to teach me, forget I asked. Qin He laughed. Aside from each sect's heaven-grade signature techniques, the rest aren't really secrets. If you truly want to learn, I'll teach you everything. Just keep the treasured saber. I was overjoyed, so as long as I stayed on good terms with disciples from the major sects, any technique below heaven grade was mine for the taking. No time to waste. Brother Qin, please instruct me. The three of us found a secluded spot to rest. Qin He recited the mantras and demonstrated each move. The essence of flowing fire blade lies in the word flow. It looks ferocious, but it's actually nimble. Spirit serpent movement is the foundation of roaming dragon step. Master it completely, and you can traverse mountains and ridges. Half an hour later. Ding. Flowing fire blade detected. Learn. Ding. Spirit serpent movement detected. Learn. Learn the hell out of them. Congratulations, flowing fire blade acquired. Mystic grade upgradable. Skill obtained. 3 forms of flowing fire. Congratulations, spirit serpent movement acquired. Mystic grade upgradable. Skill obtained. Spirit serpent step. Ding. 5 skills mastered. Achievement unlocked. Skills are never a burden. Mystic grade. Prestige plus 50. Achievement unlocked. Heir of the Blade Mountain. Yellow grade. Prestige plus 10. Damn. Heir of the Blade Mountain only gives that much? No wonder these techniques can be handed out so freely. Without missing a beat, I poured cultivation into the blade technique. +1, +1. At the 50-year mark. Ding. Flowing fire blade meets upgrade requirements. Advance. Here we go. Blood Fiend blade could advance at 30 years. This one takes 50. The difficulty really is stepping up. Advance. Congratulations. Flowing fire blade has advanced into sky burning blade. Blade energy like the rising sun, incinerating heaven and shattering earth. Grade, earth. Skill obtained. Raging flames scorch the city. Blade energy like blazing fire, leaving nothing alive in its path. Achievement unlocked. Earth trembles, mountains shake. Mastered an earth grade technique. Prestige plus 200. My prestige shot straight up to 590. Spirit serpent movement could still be advanced. +1, +1. Another 50 years. Spirit serpent movement has advanced into roaming dragon step. Grade, earth. Skill obtained, startled swan. Increases speed by 100% for a short duration. Lasts 60 seconds. Holy crap. 100% speed boost. Those absurdly expensive Gale pills only give 30%. If I'd had startled swan back then, Bart wouldn't have had time to react at all. I checked the panel again. Lin Xiao, 20 years old. Aptitude, yellow grade. Technique sky burning blade, earth grade. Roaming dragon step, earth grade. Blood fiend demon blade, Mystic Grade. Indestructible Golden Body. Mystic Grade. And Juobi Archery, Mystic Grade. With 2 Earth Grade techniques in hand, I finally felt at ease. Couldn't help it. I had a chronic fear of being underpowered. Commander Lin, what's wrong? Was there something I didn't explain clearly? Chin, he asked when he saw me fall silent. Old Chin, one word from you, and it's like a bolt of enlightenment. I laughed. Let me run through a few moves. See if there's anything I need to polish. No problem. I'll tell it to you straight. Chin, he said, a touch of pride in his voice. The words had barely left his mouth. Startled swan. I burst forward so fast Chin, his eyes couldn't even track me. Then I launched myself 3 or 4 meters into the air and brought down a savage raging flame scorched the city. Boom! The saber chi transformed into blazing flame, searing a scorched swath of earth over 10 meters long across the muddy ground. I drifted down lightly. Old Chin, anything I need to improve? Chin, he was dumbstruck. He stared for a good 10 seconds before dropping onto his rear as if he'd seen a ghost. Impossible. The sky-burning saber art and roaming dragon step? I put on a puzzled expression. Oh, you mean the advanced versions you were describing? Looks like I've got a bit of a knack for martial arts. A bit doesn't begin to cover it. The envy in Chin, his eyes was gone, replaced by pure awe. Commander Lin, you might just be the legendary martial sacred body. A talent even beyond heaven grade, immortal grade. I glanced at the yellow grade aptitude on my status panel and couldn't help but find it ironic. Don't talk nonsense. I just got lucky. I handed the sheathed blood-drinking saber over to Chin He. You didn't dare take the Mystic Grade one. So here, take this yellow grade blade. We've got a bloody fight ahead of us. Chin He accepted it. Many thanks, Commander Lin. I also spent 10 prestige to buy him a vitality pill. Take it. Let's move out. Before leaving, I rifled through the corpses of Luo Xiaohong and his men. Waste tokens, insignias, gold, jewels, anything that could be traded for supplies. 2 hours later, we reached Baishui City. The 3 of us had changed into the garb of wandering martial artists. The garrison soldiers stopped us at the gate. I slipped the captain a few pieces of silver, and his face lit up as he waved us through. Once inside the city, Chin He fumed. We're out there bleeding on the front lines, and these bastards are shaking down the common folk. Yao Gang was furious too. These men all deserve to die. You can't blame them entirely. Even the court officials don't know whose side they're on. What's left for the rank-and-file grunts except squeezing out a bit of coin? Great Qin had ruled for more than 300 years, and imperial authority now existed in name only. Taxes across the realm were carved up by the nobility, and the people were driven from their homes. The edict to reduce the vassals was the emperor's last desperate gamble, and also the fuse that had lit the ambitions of the princes. There was still plenty of time before my rendezvous with Lung Bingyan. I made a few inquiries and headed to the finest establishment in the city, the White Jade Pavilion, planning to treat the brothers to a proper meal. The moment we stepped through the door, the elegant decor, the rockeries and koi ponds, the calligraphy and paintings of famed literati, all of it left the 3 of us wide-eyed. 3 esteemed guests. Do you have a reservation? A waiter greeted us. There were no seats left on the first floor. The second floor still has openings, but we only take reservation. What about the third floor? The top floor requires no reservation, but every day the proprietor sets a challenge. You have to compose a poem, and only if it passes can you go up. You pay 1 string of coins to attempt it. If you pass, you get it back in full. What? We have to pay just to try? What a ripoff. Chin He and Yao Gang were dumbfounded. I couldn't help laughing. Fine. Here's a string of coins. Compose a poem? I'd scam myself an Empress for a wife by plagiarizing. Might as well keep going. The waiter showed us to a private room on the second floor. A bamboo tablet hung on the wall. Joining the army? I grinned. Turned out I'd come to the right place. Sir, you have the time of 1 cup of tea to think. No need. I picked up the brush and dashed it off in a single stroke. Chin He's eyes lit up after just 2 lines. Yao Gang couldn't tell good from bad. The waiter snatched up the paper and flew upstairs. Before long, he came back and returned the money. Sir, the proprietor requests your presence upstairs. The 3rd floor was all private rooms, each with its own theme. The waiter led us into one called Green Stream. Inside stood a strikingly handsome figure dressed in men's clothing. Despite the disguise, I could tell this was a woman, and a beautiful one. no less lovely than Lung Bingyan. Su Huansha, age 22, daughter of the registrar of Baishui City, proprietor of the White Jade Pavilion. Aptitude, yellow grade. A registrar was only a lowly ninth-rank official, yet his daughter could run an establishment of this scale. She had some skill. The alias meant she probably wanted to keep her identity quiet. I wouldn't out her. I am the proprietor of the White Jade Pavilion. My surname is Su. She turned to me. I take it you are the gentleman who wrote the poem? That would be me. May I ask your name, sir? Lin Xiao. I don't normally come out to greet guests, but Brother Lin's poem was too extraordinary to ignore. In a clear voice, she recited, asterisk grape wine in cups of luminous jade, poised to drink as the pipa urges from horseback. Laugh not if I lie drunk upon the battlefield. Since ancient times, how many marched to war and returned? Asterisk. Verses so tragic and beautiful are worthy of being passed down through the ages. Does it have a title? I scratch my head. Proprietor, before we talk poetry, can we get the food out first? My brothers are starving. Su Huansha blushed faintly. One moment, Brother Lin. Everything's half-price today. Qin He and Yao Gang's eyes lit up. Once the food arrived, Su Huansha sat with us. She kept staring as I wolfed my meal down. What kind of hobby is that, proprietor? You like watching people eat? I said, uncomfortable. Su Huansha flushed again. Brother Lin, you still haven't given the poem a title. Call it Baishui verse, then. I wrote it in Baishui City. I said it off the top of my head. Su Huansha thought this far too careless. How could such a masterpiece be treated so casually? Was it really his own work? With talent like yours, Brother Lin, you must not be a local? I wander the rivers and lakes. Might I trouble Brother Lin to compose one more piece for our establishment? If you do, this entire meal is on the house. How does that sound? I laughed. You doubt the poem's really mine. I wouldn't dare. I only wish to beg a few more. Good poem. Have it mounted and hung in the pavilion. If you think I plagiarized, bring proof. Otherwise, drop the act. I waved her off. Get out. I'm not in the mood for poetry. Su Huansha had no choice. She rose and took her leave. My apologies for disturbing the three of you. Once the woman was gone, Yao Gang looked puzzled. Scholar Lin, why not write another one? You could have saved us a lot of silver. That woman's no simple character. We're here on serious business. Best to keep a low profile. I hadn't forgotten. Tonight, I was going to kill the prefect, and the registrar was also one of Liu Yang's men. Had I known the White Jade Pavilion was run by an official's daughter, I wouldn't have set foot in it. Well fed and rested, we watched the sky darken. The three of us slipped into a corner outside the courier station and waited. As the moon climbed the western tower, a black shadow drifted down. Lung Bingyan. Did you find out? Of course. Tonight Liu Yang is hosting the White Prince's advisor at a banquet in the prefect's rear garden. Oh, a banquet. Holding Stone Fort threw off the White Prince's plans, so he sent someone to discuss matters. My eyes lit up. You've been inside? Any way to get me in too? You mean to just kill him outright? Are you insane? There are at least 3 experts no weaker than me, plus several hundred garrison troops and countless crossbows. You think you'd get out alive? Don't worry about that. Just get me into the prefect's residence. I'll handle the rest. Lung Bingyan turned to Qin He. Aren't you going to talk him out of it? Qin He's expression was complicated. Miss Lung, with the commander's skills, he just might pull it off. Lung Bingyan decided Qin He was a lost cause. The man followed blindly. Fine. If you die, I'll take Qing'er and leave. Nothing would suit me better. Haha. Why do I get the feeling you're actually worried about me dying? I smirked. I am not. You lunatic. Behind the veil, her pretty face flushed red. She turned away. Wait here. Before long, Lung Bingyan reappeared with a set of servants' clothes from the Marquis's household, from who knows where. Miss Lung, did you kill someone? Qin He asked. You're the one killing people. I stole them. If you're going to wander the martial world, you have to pick up a little sleight of hand. Without a word, I changed into the servant's outfit. Lung Bingyan stared at me. Where's your blade? She'd noticed my weapon always seemed to vanish and reappear like a magic trick. My blade can be long or short. Care to have a look? I said with a straight face. She froze for 3 seconds, then spat. Forget I asked. Follow me. The group made their way to the base of the wall behind the prefect's residence. Climb over here. There's a rockery blocking the view. No one will spot you. But with all 3 of you going in at once, that's a different story. Lung Bingyan glanced at Yao Gang and Qin He. With their skills, they'd get in but never make it out. Qin He and Yao Gang both looked embarrassed. They don't need to go in. They can back us up from outside. I couldn't have been happier to go alone. All pure cultivation. After giving my instructions, I vaulted over the high wall in a single leap. With 50 years of roaming dragon steps under my belt, my Qinggong was light as a swallow. Even Lung Bingyan was momentarily stunned. I drifted through the backyard like a ghost. With centuries of cultivation stacked on top of each other, I could pick up the faintest whisper of wind or rustle of grass, and slipping past ordinary servants was child's play. The banquet had just begun. I wasn't in a hurry. I planned to wait until they were loose from drink before making my move. As I passed by a corridor, a guard hauling a large burlap sack caught my attention. There was clearly a person inside. The guard carried the sack into a room, then slunk away furtively. My interest piqued. I slipped in silently. I loosened the sack, and a stunningly beautiful woman in green robes came into view. Su Huansha? Before I could puzzle it out, someone was coming. You got her. She's inside waiting for the young master to enjoy. Haha, there'll be a reward later. The door opened, and a young lord in embroidered silks with dark circles under his eyes walked in, licking his lips, excitedly barring the door behind him. I hid behind a curtain, and one sweep of my divine eye showed. Lu Xiaoyuan, 27, son of Baishui, Prefect Lu Yang, aptitude, yellow grade. 9 Ben's sword art, 5 years cultivation, grade, yellow. So it turned out to be the superior's son planning to force himself on his subordinate's daughter. This spoiled brat had only 5 years of cultivation, practically nothing. Lu Xiaoyuan took out an antidote pill and waved it under Su Huansha's nose. The girl slowly stirred awake, her gaze shifting from confusion to terror. Young Master Lu, what are you doing? Huansha, you're the #1 talented lady of Baishui City. Don't you know what I want? Su Huansha turned deathly pale. My father is an official of the imperial court. I'm Elder Zhu's disciple. If you dare lay a hand on me, not even the prefect can protect you. Lu Xiaoyuan sneered as he loosened his robes. Silly girl, it's precisely because you're Elder Zhu's favorite disciple that my father ordered me to take you. The imperial court's days are numbered. My father plans to defect to the White King, and if I become your husband, Elder Zhu will have no choice but to help us, won't he? Despair filled Su Huansha's face. Help! Somebody help! Save your breath. This whole courtyard's been cleared. Lu Xiaoyuan reached for her face in excitement. Huansha, from the day you came of age, I've wanted to have you. Crack. Before he could finish, I grabbed his head from behind and snapped his neck clean. Kill +1, cultivation +1, prestige +30. Oh, prestige 2? Not bad. When Su Huansha saw me, she looked even more shocked than she had at Lu Xiaoyuan's death. Br. Brother Lin. Boss Su, you really do look better in women's clothing, I laughed. Just who are you? The one who saved you. That's not funny at all. I sighed. I did save you, didn't I? I'm not expecting you to offer yourself in return, but you're pretty cold to your savior, aren't you? Only then did Su Huansha timidly say, Young Master Lin, could you untie me first? I crouched down to work on the ropes. The pose was a little suggestive. I had my arms half around her, my chin nearly brushing that snow-white, powdered neck. I had to admit, a natural beauty in this world was something else. Miss Su, you smell wonderful. She flushed all the way to her ears. I've been like this since I was a child. Heat surged through my dantian. This cool, aloof creature was actually this seductive? Was she born with the bones of a temptress? Once freed, she dipped into a graceful bow. Thank you, young Master Lin, for saving my life. Lu Xiaoyuan is dead. Your whole family probably won't escape this, I said. Su Huansha sighed. In times of chaos, we're nothing but duckweed on the water. Rest assured, young Master Lin, I won't breathe a word. You should go now. I smiled faintly. Aren't you going to ask why I showed up here? She bit her lip. You must be some chivalrous thief who robs the rich to help the poor? I was speechless. I don't waste my time on boring nonsense like that. Then why did you disguise yourself as a servant and sneak in? I took a deep breath. For you, Miss Su. One glimpse at White Jade Tower, and I lost my heart to you. I only meant to admire you from afar. I never expected to stumble into all this. Her cheeks turned crimson. Liar. You barely gave me the time of day back at the restaurant. I was bashful then. My heart was pounding. In any case, I killed Lu Xiaoyuan for you, and I did it gladly. Su Huansha's mind was a haze. She didn't know whether to believe me. Since there's no turning back, I'll play the cold-blooded killer to the end. I'll take the blame for tonight. You were just an innocent bystander. With that, I turned to leave. What are you going to do? She cried, panicked. The wind blows bleak. The River runs cold. Once we go, we shall never return. Miss Su, may you find a worthy man in this troubled world. I intoned in a low voice. Something flickered in her eyes. He wasn't plagiarizing. He really was a man of letters. Young Master Lin, I'm coming with you. She rushed up and caught hold of my sleeve. Lu Xiaoyuan died because of me. I can't turn back either. Better to gamble at all. Tonight's banquet has many of Baishui City's officials and gentry in attendance. I'll expose the crimes of the Lu father and son in front of everyone. There are bound to be loyal, righteous men who'll take our side. Once Lu Yang is branded a traitor, he won't be able to cover the sky with one hand. I sighed inwardly. This woman saw human nature far too simply. Would Lu Yang have dared send his son after her without being certain of his own power? Still, her plan had its merits. At the very least, she could draw attention away from me. More importantly, she was the disciple of the great scholar Zhu Ming. That identity was key. If I wanted to recruit Zhu Ming down the road, she'd be invaluable. I put on a look of admiration. Miss Su, you truly are a female Zhuge. Come to the banquet. Zhuge? Sharp as ice, quick as a whip. I remembered too late that the three kingdoms didn't exist in this world. Her face flushed slightly. I'm not that clever. I can't even tell how much of what you say is true. Every word, of course. I never lie to a pretty girl. Humph, smooth-tongued rascal. She lifted her chin and strode toward the banquet hall, with me trailing behind, disguised as a servant. Outside the main hall, 2 guards stopped her. Su Huansha's face turned cold. I am a disciple of Elder Zhu, and the daughter of Su Chong, registrar of Baishui City, Su Huansha. The moment the guards heard she was the beloved student of the great scholar, they didn't dare block her way. She'd just stepped inside when she glanced back, and I was gone. She looked around, only to spot my figure quietly slipping toward the head of the hall. By then, my eye of God had already swept the entire scene. Lu Yang, 52, governor of Baishui City, aptitude, yellow grade. White crane sword art, 14 years cultivation, grade, mystic. At the head seat, beside him, sat another old man in a blue robe, an aide to the White King. Sun Qinghe, 54, aide of the White King's manor, aptitude, yellow grade. Cloud Dragon Fist, 22 years cultivation, grade, mystic. Come, brother Sun, please. Lu Yang raised his cup. Brother Lu, from now on we shall serve His Highness the White King together and accomplish great things. Sun Qinghe patted his hand. His Highness has already agreed to keep Yuan as governor, but this task must be carried out flawlessly. Lu Yang nodded eagerly. Understood. As for that Lin brat at Stone Fort, I've already sent the marshal to deal with him. Word should arrive by tomorrow morning at the latest. And as for Elder Zhu, I've got a plan. Just give me a few more days. If you pull this off, when His Highness the White King ascends the throne, you'll be a founding hero. Drunk with wine and ambition, Lu Yang burst into hearty laughter. At that moment, I stepped forward, wine jug in hand. The 2 guards standing behind Sun Qinghe, dressed in sword forest garb, narrowed their eyes with suspicion. One of them thrust his sheathed sword across my path. Back off. We handle the serving here. Chu Yufeng, 37, outer disciple of Sword Forest, aptitude, mystic grade. Earthrending sword art, 41 years cultivation, mystic grade. Cloud soaring steps, 24 years cultivation, yellow grade. Yesterday, a man like this would have given me pause. But now, with the roaming dragon steps at my disposal, he wasn't worth a second thought. Instead of retreating, I lunged forward, my movements swift and fierce. Chu Yufeng's eyes tightened. Not good. He instinctively reached to draw his sword, but a flash of cold light burst before his eyes. The Wolf Fong Cold Moon blade materialized in my hand, and with a single upward slash, his head flew from his shoulders. Kill +1, cultivation +1, bloodlust +1, duration 60 seconds. At the doorway, Su Huansha clapped both hands over her mouth, utterly stunned. This was nothing like what they'd agreed on. Had Lin Xiao lost his mind? Before anyone else could react, I was already a step forward, my blade slicing straight towards Sun Qingha's head. "My lord, look out!" The other, a sword forest guard, yanked Sun Qingha aside, drew his blade, and lunged at me in one motion. Jin Hai, 38, sword forest outer disciple, aptitude, mystic grade. Shattered jade swordplay, 44 years of cultivation, mystic grade. Jin Hai's blade tore through the air. I raised my saber to block and effortlessly knocked him back. He staggered 3 paces, face going white. Where the hell had this expert come from? Assassin! Assassin! The scene descended into chaos as the manor guards came pouring in. I ignored all of it, my eyes locked on Sun Qingha as he scrambled away on all fours. Then I caught sight of Lu Yang standing off to the side, watching in terror, and inspiration struck. "Lord Lu, I'll handle the sword forest bastard. Sun Qingha is yours." The moment the words left my mouth, everyone froze. Su Huansha, standing at the doorway, looked utterly bewildered. "What nonsense are you spouting? I don't even know you." Lu Yang burst out, panicking. I whipped out the waste token I'd looted off Luo Xiao on. "My lord, no need to panic. I'm Lin Xiao, commander of the Stone Fort Border Army. You had aid Luo mobilize us border troops to help wipe out the White Prince's faction, and General Zhao approved it." At the sight of that Baishui City AIDS token, the guests were more than half convinced. Lu Yang's face turned green. "Brother Sun, I didn't. This has nothing to do with me." Sun Qingha's expression flickered through a dozen shades. He had come here precisely as a persuader, uncertain whether Lu Yang would truly submit. And now this Lin Xiao appeared in servant's clothes, yet carried an AIDS token? Far too convenient. "Guards, seize this Lin bastard!" Lu Yang roared. I immediately activated Startled Swan. My speed doubled. Jin Hai had no time to react. I was already on top of Sun Qingha. "Master Sun!" Jin Hai leapt after me, sword thrusting out, but he was too slow. Shrank. Sun Qingha's head hit the floor, blood spraying in a fountain. Lu Yang went ashen. It was over. It was all over. Trust was a fragile thing that couldn't tolerate the slightest crack. Jin Hai was beside himself with rage, and the sight of the token made him suspicious too. "Lord Lu, is what he said true?" Before he'd finished, I whirled and lunged at him. "Don't you dare harm Lord Lu." I deliberately held back a beat. Jin Hai's sword flicked my saber aside. I shouted urgently, "Lord Lu, run. I'll hold him off." Lu Yang nearly went insane. "I need you to protect me." The onlookers grew more convinced than ever that I was the man Lu Yang had brought in. The manor guards who'd rushed in were dumbfounded too. Who exactly was the assassin? Sensing things had gone sideways, Jin Hai sprang up to flee. But I was still under Startled Swan. I gave chase and drove my saber through his back, straight into his heart. Ugh! A mouthful of blood spurted out. He dropped dead on the spot. I whipped around to face Lu Yang. Lu Yang was trembling all over with rage, jabbing a finger at me. "Shameless wretch. Guards, Lord Lu, your young master is quite safe. Our people are watching over him." I jerked my chin towards Su Huansha at the doorway. Lu Yang looked. The moment Su Huansha appeared, Lu Yang realized instantly that something had happened to his son. "Lord Lu, tell your guards to stand down." I flicked the blood off my blade, wearing a faint, almost mocking smile. Lu Yang remembered how I'd cut men down like slicing melons, and with his son in our hands, he had no choice but to yield. "Stand down, all of you. The banquet ends here. Not a word of this to anyone." The guards withdrew, and the guests fled as if pardoned from execution. The world was in chaos. Most people cared only about saving their own skins. "So you're Lin Xiao, of the Stone Fortress Border Garrison? Impressive skills. Even the masters of Sword Forest were no match for you." Having composed himself, Lu Yang figured I hadn't killed him because I feared the thousands of troops under his command, and his nerves steadied. "Masters of Sword Forest?" I scoffed inwardly. They were nothing but outer sect disciples. "Lord Lu, let's talk in the back courtyard. Your son is waiting." Lu Yang narrowed his eyes with a cold snort, then turned and headed toward the rear garden. I followed, waving Su Huansha over. The girl whispered, "You really are from the Stone Fortress Border Garrison? Genuine article. Then how is it you can write poetry?" "Soldiering's my job. Poetry's my life. Any problem with that?" She furrowed her brow. "A man of both letters and arms?" This man before her was truly hard to fathom. Had he really meant it when he said he'd fallen for her at first sight? Well, Sue girl, you two know each other already? Lu Yong immediately understood how his son had slipped up. Su Huansha smiled coldly. Lord Lu, the fact that Lu Xiaoyuan could commit such beastly acts, that's thanks to your careful upbringing. Humph, lay a hand on my son, and none of you will get out of Baishui City alive. Lu Yong threatened as he reached the courtyard where Su Huansha had been held. He pushed open the door. Lu Xiaoyuan was slumped across the table. Xiaoyuan. Lu Yong rushed over to help him up. His son toppled straight to the floor. You. His heart sank. His son was already dead. Before he could turn, my blade drove into his chest. Su Huansha's lovely face paled, but this time she was mentally prepared. This man killed without so much as a blink. Lu Yong didn't die at once. Miss Su, go fetch a physician. Tell them Lord Lu was ambushed by assassins of the White King and is gravely wounded. Then inform your father. Have him bring the other officials of Baishui City here to discuss what to do. I bared my teeth in a grin. Only when the Lu family falls do we get to live. Su Huansha understood at once. I meant to drive a permanent wedge between Baishui City and the White King's court. Things had come this far. She had no choice but to play along. All right, I'm going now. Once she'd hurried out, I stepped into the back courtyard's rock garden and gave a low whistle. A moment later, Lung Bingyin descended lightly from above. You've got some nerve. You really mean to go all out against the White King? She was speechless. All 6 provinces of the Northern Territory are under his sway now. What on earth are you thinking? You really believe the officials and people of those 6 provinces are loyal to the White King heart and soul? I countered. They submitted because they had no other choice. After all, who wouldn't? Feared his 300,000 troops. But precisely because the White King is too strong, the court and the other vassal lords are all wary of him. At a time like this, if someone lights a fire behind the northern frontier, do you think they wouldn't be glad to watch? Lung Bingyin's beautiful eyes flashed with alarm. You want to play with fire? I just want to live decently, without fear, without being at someone else's mercy. Qing'er doesn't want to be a wanderer anymore either. At the mention of Shao Qingxian, a thought rose in Lung Bingyin's mind. If this man could really pull it off, wouldn't that also serve His Majesty? The more chaos in Great Qian, the higher the odds of Western Shu's restoration. What do you want me to do? Simple. You're fast. Go carry a message to General Zhao. I handed her Luo Xiaohong's waist token as proof of identity. Tell the general what's happening here, and have him move the border troops along with the old, weak, women and children from Stone Fort to Baishui City as quickly as possible. What did you say? Lung Bingyin couldn't believe it. You want General Zhao to abandon Stone Fort? I looked her in the eye and laid it out plainly. Of the 9 cities of the northern frontier, only Stone Fort remains, and without grain it won't last. Before the northern barbarian army swings back, move the people of Stone Fort to Baishui. There are enough supplies here to feed 2 cities' worth of people, plus fertile fields for self-sufficiency. That beats dying in a last stand at Stone Fort. Lung Bingyin's eyes lit up. Clearly she had never considered this angle. Fine, I'll leave right now. One more thing, bring my wife along, I added. You didn't need to remind me. With a single leap, she was over the wall and gone. The words had barely left her lips when a jumble of footsteps clattered up outside. I hurried to the front gate and saw 1 civilian official and 1 military officer bearing down on me with several dozen soldiers, an aggressive procession. Su Huansha and a plump middle-aged man followed behind them, faces tight with worry. The gods, I swept over them. Zhao Qian, 44, Chief Aide of Baishui City, mortal rank. Lu Huaiming, 41, Commandant of Baishui City, mystic rank. The Chief Aide was essentially the prefect's deputy. The commandant commanded all the city's troops, second only to the prefect himself. With Lu Yong down, these 2 were now the men in charge of Baishui. Zhao Qian had bolted from the banquet earlier. Turned out he'd gone to fetch reinforcements. I turned my gaze on the plump man. Su Chang, 42, Registrar of Baishui City, inner disciple of the Academy, yellow rank. 10,000 volumes Heart Method, 49 years, Earth rank. Green Book Sword Art, 33 years Mystic rank. I gave a start inwardly. This fellow was playing the fool to trap the tiger. An inner disciple of the Academy, and yet slumming it here as a lowly 9th grade official? No wonder Zhu Ming had made an exception to take Su Huansha as his disciple. "You're Lin Xiao, the one who killed Sun Qinghe?" Zhao Qian asked, stern-faced, though he already knew the answer. "That's me," I nodded. "I am Zhao Qian, chief aide of Baishui City. This is Commandant Liu. Step aside. We're here to see Lord Liu." Unhurried, I asked, "And the physician?" "Insolence. Since when does an official like me need instructions from you?" I hesitated a moment, then stepped aside. The two of them barged in with their men, leaving a few dozen soldiers still surrounding me and the Su father and daughter. Su Chong gave me an awkward, jittery smile. "Commandant Lin, thank you for saving my daughter. Don't mention it. Miss Su is far too beautiful to be defiled by a wretch like Lu Xiaoyuan." Su Huansha's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head. Inside, Zhao Qian and Lu Huaiming made a show of calling out Lord Liu a few times. Then, with knowing glances, slipped back out. "Someone, fetch the best physician in the city." I sneered inwardly. This whole charade wasn't meant to keep Lu Yang alive at all. Sure enough, Lu Huaiming gave a broad wave of his hand. "All of you, come out." With a swish, nearly 100 crossbowmen sprang up along both sides of the courtyard and atop the rooftops, every icy bolt trained on me. "Lin Xiao, you've assassinated an official of the court. Surrender at once, or be pierced by 10,000 arrows." Su Huansha cried out. "Lord Zhao, Lin Xiao isn't the killer. The assassins were the White Prince's men." "Miss Su, and we're supposed to believe that?" Zhao Qian snorted coldly. "Out of respect for you being Brother Su's daughter and Elder Zhu's disciple, we'll pretend this never happened." Just then, the clash of steel rang out from beyond the gate. "Commandant Lin, we've come to help." Qin He and Yao Gang had cut their way in. I whipped out the Wolf Fong Cold Moon Blade and charged straight for Lu Huaiming. Loose! A torrent of arrows rained down, Diamond Body. The 3.3 seconds of invincibility kicked in, and the dozen or so arrows pattered off me like chicks pecking grain. A flicker of astonishment crossed Su Chang's narrow eyes. Lu Huaiming had assumed I was as good as dead. Seeing my blade already poised above his head, he scrambled to draw his own to block. I struck with cascading firefall, my blade pouring down in a torrent of flame. Clang! His sword shattered, his skull split open. Kill +1, cultivation +1, prestige +30. Riding the momentum, I swung a flat horizontal cut. The blood demon blade's flames swept Zhao Qian's head clean off. Kill +1, cultivation +1, prestige +30. I hoisted Zhao Qian's head aloft and roared. Zhao Qian and Lu Huaiming plotted the murder of Lord Liu. Both have been executed by my hand. Any man who moves shall meet the same fate. Drop your weapons. The soldiers, seeing that arrows couldn't kill me and that I'd carved down the chief aide and commandant with such ease, were terrified out of their wits and began throwing down their arms in droves. Su Huansha's delicate face flushed pink, her eyes fixed on my war god silhouette. I glanced at Su Chong, cursing him inwardly. Asterisk, fat man, you sure can play the part. With your cultivation, what the hell are you panicking for? Asterisk. Lord Su, I'll trouble you with one thing. After today, Baishui City will be in an uproar. Please issue a public proclamation to calm the people. Say that Governor Liu remained loyal to the court, refused to surrender to the White Prince to his dying breath, and was gravely wounded by assassins. Say that the border troops of Stone Fort, in gratitude for Governor Liu's kindness, delivered provisions and drove back the northern barbarians. Say that Chief Aide Zhao Qian and Commandant Lu Huaiming turned traitor, and that Lord Liu dispatched Luo Xiaohong to seek aid. And today, at the banquet, thanks to Lord Liu's masterful planning, we successfully wiped out the White King's rebel faction. Zhao and Liu committed treason and have been executed. Effective today, command of the city garrison is transferred to Border Army Commander Lin Xiao. Su Chong was struck dumb, and Su Huansha could hardly believe her ears. Was there a single word of truth in this man's mouth? A flicker of resentment passed through her eyes. What is it? Do you have a problem, Lord Su? I asked with a half-smile. Su Chong wiped his sweat. It's just, I'm afraid the officials below won't believe it. If they start questioning. Yao Gang, I called out. The dark-faced brute rushed over. Dump Zhao Qian and Lu Huaiming's corpses outside the prefect's manor. The bodies were dragged out, leaving long trails of blood behind them. A group of soldiers went pale with fear. Lord Su, anyone who thinks of siding with the White King, there's your example. Su Chang said no more and bowed. This official will go draft the documents at once. I turned to Su Huansha. Miss Su, could you introduce me to Elder Zhu? What do you want with him? My teacher will not bow to force. I know. I only wish to consult him on a few matters. If he refuses to see me, I'll wait patiently. Su Huansha hesitated, then nodded. Fine, but you have to answer me one thing. What you said earlier about falling for me at first, were you just lying to me? Of course not. A fair maiden is what every gentleman seeks, as the saying goes. Her pretty face turned even redder, and she spun around and fled. Once she was gone, I left Qin He to guard Liu Yang's room and headed straight for the Baishui city military barracks with Yao Gang. The moment I entered the camp, more than a dozen captains were in the middle of a heated uproar. Seeing my killing intent and the prefect's token in my hand, none dared to bar my way. I scanned the room and picked out the two strongest. He Ping, age 29, Peron Captain, Mystic Grade. Chowan, age 28, Halberd Bearer Captain, Mystic Grade. By order of Prefect Liu, I am to take command of Baishui city's garrison. He Ping, Chowan stepped forward. The two were startled. How does the commander know our names? I frowned. Nonsense. Lord Liu appointed me commander to take charge. How could he not have informed me of your identities beforehand? Also Zhang Ermao, Lu Dachuan, Li Wei. I rattled off the names of several captains one after another, and the crowd was half convinced on the spot. Yao Gang looked utterly baffled. Lord Liu said that since Commandant Liu Huiming committed rebellion, even those among you who may have strayed onto the wrong path will not be harshly blamed. You'll be given a chance to turn over a new leaf. So I'll ask once, are you willing to continue serving the court? The White King's faction has openly rebelled, and Baishui City may be marched upon at any moment. Anyone who wants to lay down his arms and return home, this commander will not force him to stay, and you'll each receive a severance payment. The scene fell into silence, everyone struggling with the decision. I'll give you one day, and let me say this up front. For those who choose to stay, from officers down to common soldiers, monthly pay will be raised by 50%. The moment those words were out, the dozen-plus officers. The officer's face showed emotion. My lord, do you speak the truth? Chowan asked. Of course. Standing your ground against the White King's rebels, that makes you a loyal and righteous force. You deserve to be rewarded. But where's the money coming from? The court can barely take care of itself. Our own pay is 3 months overdue, a junior captain muttered under his breath. My heart sank. Baishui City was that broke. Lord Liu has already made arrangements. Your back pay will be settled in full tomorrow. Before, it was the White King's lackeys who threatened and skimmed off the top. Now that we've crushed the northern barbarians and executed the rebels, the credit all goes to Lord Liu. Kill +1, cultivation +1, prestige +100. The great loyalist, Lord Liu had succumbed to his grievous wounds. Dead. Having painted a rosy picture for the officers, I returned to the governor's manor. Outside, several women of the Liu household were wailing and demanding to see their lord. A quick sweep with the god's eye. Good grief, a prefectural governor had 7 concubines. Commander, thank heavens you're back. They won't shut up. Qin He looked utterly miserable. He'd sooner face the barbarian army. I clapped him on the shoulder and, with some well-placed intimidation, herded the whole flock of women and children back to their quarters. After a solid hour of hassle, the manor finally went quiet. Liu Yang was dead, but the news couldn't get out yet. A sudden power vacuum would spell disaster. In the dead of night, Su Chang delivered the drafted proclamation. I looked it over. Close enough. Posted in every county across the prefecture tonight. I want all of Zhangzhou to know that Baishui Commandery, under Governor Liu, remains loyal to His Majesty. Su Chang gave a bitter smile. That'll make Baishui a thorn in the White King's side. Better to stand as a man than kneel as the White King's dog. Lord Su, surely you're not content to remain a nobody forever either. Su Chang's heart pounded. Asterisk, does this brat know my background? He's aiming high. If things go south, I'll grab the wife and daughter and bolt. Asterisk. This humble one will see to it at once. Lord Su, have the commandery's revenue officer come here. The revenue officer handled the commandery's finances. Deep in the night, Baishui's revenue officer, Zheng Siki, hurried over. Zheng Siki, age 52, Baishui Commandery Revenue Officer, mortal grade. The moment I finished reading, a prompt suddenly popped up. Ding. God's Eye has been used 100 times. Upgrade. I lit up. I'd nearly forgotten all system skills could be upgraded. Upgrade. Upgrade successful. A LV2 now appeared beside God's Eye. I scanned the old man again. Zheng Siki, age 52, Baishui Commandery Revenue Officer, mortal grade. Traits. Commerce. Finance. Little system, what do the traits mean? Traits reveal a person's standout attributes, categorized as common, special, legendary, and unique. A maximum of 3 are displayed. I tried scanning myself. Lin Xiao, age 20, Sherbao Frontier Army Commander, yellow grade. Traits. Chosen 1, legendary. Martial Grandmaster, legendary. Consort of the Empress, legendary. Damn, I'm a Grandmaster already? Well, makes sense. Centuries of cultivation would have been weird if I wasn't a Grandmaster. Consort of the Empress counts as an entry too. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Commander, sir? This lowly official, Zheng Siki, pays his respects. The old man was growing uneasy at my long silence. Snapping out of it, I smiled and had someone bring tea to put him at ease. Lord Liu asked me to inquire, how much silver remains in the prefectural treasury? Surely you know, sir. 3,000 taels. Only 3,000. In the Great Qian, 1 tael of gold equaled 3 taels of silver equaled 3,000 copper coins. To make up the garrison's back pay would take at least 50,000 taels, 60,000 to be safe. Shaking down the rich was the easiest route, but ruin your reputation and the merchants would give the city a wide berth, tanking the economy. As a descendant of a 5,000-year civilization, I understood full well the importance of rule of law. Lord Zheng, is there any way to scrape together 60,000 taels within a day? Zheng Siki hesitated repeatedly, opening his mouth, then closing it. Speak freely. If this lowly official may be so bold, if we could persuade Lord Liu to lend out some silver from his personal coffers, that might resolve the crisis. I was stunned. How much does Lord Liu have in his private vault? Zheng Siki gave a sheepish laugh. That? I wouldn't know, sir. But it's certainly enough to cover the garrison's pay. Inwardly, I cursed up a storm. Fitting, isn't it? Loyal, patriotic Lord Liu. If you don't die, who should? Led by the steward, Zheng Siki and I marched straight to Liu Yang's storeroom. More than a dozen wooden chests were piled up. Open any one at random, and you'd find gleaming white silver. Pick a few more, and jewels, jade, antiques, calligraphy, and paintings dazzled the eye. Lord Zheng, estimate how much silver is here. Around 100,000 taels, I'd say. I sucked in a sharp breath. Buying power equal to over 1 billion back home. If a mere prefect was this fat with wealth, how rich must the governor of Zhangzhou and the house of the White Prince be? Take inventory at once. Convert the jewels and antiques to silver. By dusk tomorrow, the garrison's pay must be complete. This lowly official obeys. By the time we finished, it was already past midnight. I left Qin He and Yao Gang to keep watch and found a guest room to rest in. The key thing was, past midnight, the prestige shop could refresh. And this time I had an Earth-grade martial art, so I could roll for Earth-grade items. Refresh. The shop had a whole new look. Fish intestine sword, Earth-grade, 1,200 prestige. Shadowless sword, Earth-grade, 1,200 prestige. Earth-grade weapons were practically the ceiling of the martial world. The prestige cost was steep. I could only look and drool. Then I checked the techniques. Prajna Dragon Elephant Art, Earth-grade, 600 prestige. Green Lotus Sword Song, Earth-grade, 600 prestige. Cold Jade Art, power rivaling Heaven-grade, but only cultivatable by women of pure Yin constitution. Earth-grade, 650 prestige. My eyes lit up. Pure Yin constitution? Little Tong, could my wife's mysterious Yin body cultivate the cold jade art? Clever master, you guessed right. I was tempted. Xiao Qingxian had heaven-grade aptitude, but no. Training her up? No time for that. But in a chaotic world, having a female expert at my side was a huge asset, and I could just feed her cultivation pills until she became one. 650 prestige is steep, but if I don't grab it now, the refresh will wipe it. Master, items of Earth grade or above can be locked. Sure enough, when I looked, there was a tiny lock icon. Lock. Available for Earth grade or above. Up to 3 items may be locked. Locked items are preserved through refreshes. I locked the cold jade art immediately. Then I scrolled down and lost all my composure. A tattered, ragged scroll had appeared. Immortal Golden Body. 500 prestige, screw it mine. Acquired Immortal Golden Body Fragmented Scroll, February 5th. Grade Mystic. Other Mystic grade techniques only cost 200 prestige. This thing was a fragment, and it was priced like Earth grade. But I needed it badly. The Immortal Golden Body could finally advance. Advancement conditions met. Advance now? Do it. The next instant, a surging power roared through every inch of me, and my whole body flared with golden light. Immortal Golden Body has advanced to Earth grade. All skill effects doubled. Vajra Indestructible. Gain 6.6 seconds of Vajra Overlord Body per hour. Undying Golden Body. For every additional year of cultivation, physical body is strengthened by 0.2%. The 3-second man was now nearly 7 seconds of invincibility, and my body was reinforced by 20%. But I wasn't satisfied. After leveling up, advancement available had stopped triggering. I wanted to see how many years it would take to advance again. Plus 10, plus 10, plus 10. When I hit 300 years of cultivation, advancement available finally lit up again. An even more surging power exploded out from every cell. Cultivation increased to 300 years. Physical body strengthened by 60%. Congratulations, host's aptitude has broken through from yellow grade to mystic grade. Achievement unlocked. Mystic grade aptitude. Prestige plus 200. HSSS. My hearing and sight sharpened dramatically, and my perception soared. I didn't even dare imagine how ridiculous this technique would be if I collected the other 3 fragments. I had only 106 cultivation points left. I held off on spending them, saving them for emergencies. The pills and gear down the list were tempting, but I didn't have the prestige. I could only stare and drool. Then I noticed the last item, a black package, and my eyes lit up. A mystery package? This actually rolled in the shop. 100 prestige was on the pricey side. But remembering the black silk stockings I'd pulled from one before, I gritted my teeth. Time to splurge. Ding. Acquired 1 grenade. I stared at the little black thing sitting in my palm and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just one, but in this cold weapon era, it was practically a hidden ace up my sleeve. Perfect for backstabbing an enemy at the critical moment. I stashed the grenade away and sat in meditation until dawn. Early the next morning, Su Huansha arrived. I took Qin He and Yao Gang and headed toward. We headed to the main hall. Qin He kept staring at me, his eyes strange. Commander Lin, why do I feel like you've gotten stronger again? While you two were sleeping, I was training the whole time. I put on my most inscrutable expression. I casually glanced over the two of them. Qin He's aptitude, which had been in a sealed state before, had actually been unlocked. His cultivation had jumped several years' worth in one go. Looked like his inner demon had broken through these past couple of days. Then I looked at Yao Gang. His trait was actually Forging Prodigy, legendary. Yao Gang, you know blacksmithing? Yeah. Learned from old blacksmith Wang next door when I was a kid. Then my old man made me come home and slaughter pigs, so I quit. Yao Gang scratched his head. Which do you like more, forging or butchering pigs? Forging. Butchering's boring, always the same tricks. If it weren't for the war, I'd want to open a smithy. I was secretly delighted. For the army I'd build in the future, my arsenal would be resting on this big black guy's shoulders. Don't worry. I'll make sure you get to open your smithy soon. When we reached the main hall, Su Huansha had changed into men's clothes. Her traits read talented woman, commerce, culinary arts. No wonder she could run a restaurant. Greetings, Commander Lin. She stood and gave a man's bow. At ease, young Master Su. Su Huansha rolled her eyes at me. I've got good news and bad news. Which do you want first? Bitter before sweet. My teacher says he won't see you. And the good news? She handed over a slip of paper. On it were just 3 characters. 1, 2, 3. What's this? Counting practice. Qin He was baffled. I know all 3 of them. Yao Gang smacked his lips. Su Huansha looked at me. My teacher admires men of talent. Why doesn't Commander Lin compose a poem using 1, 2, 3? I asked for a brush and wrote on the spot. The people are foremost. The state comes next. and the sovereign is least. Su Huansha's beautiful eyes shook, and the look she gave me grew even more complicated. The people first, the state second, the ruler last. Quite a bold ranking, she murmured. I don't know if this is what my teacher was really asking, but I very much like your answer. May I trouble young Master Su to pass it along to Elder Zhu, and say that I sincerely seek his guidance. Su Huansha hurried off with the paper. Not long after, a dark figure drifted into the hall. Lung Bingyan was back. General Zhao agreed the moment he got word, and marched through the night to get here, she said. His men have reached the city gates, but the Whitewater City garrison won't open them. I immediately rode out with my people to the gates. Seeing me holding the governor's token, and remembering my fearsome reputation from last night, the garrison didn't dare block me. The gates swung wide open. Zhao Quan strode up, covered in dust from the road, and slapped my shoulder. You've got the guts to go up against the king of Bai. What I gotta be afraid of? Ha ha ha. The group of frontier soldiers all laughed. Exhausted as they were, being reunited in Whitewater City had them all in high spirits. Husband, the soft call sent a jolt through my heart. Through the crowd, Xiao Qingxian came running, her eyes brimming with tears. I swept her into my arms and, heedless of the onlookers, planted a firm kiss on her lips. Wife, I've missed you to death. Xiao Qingxian gave me a light punch on the chest. You nearly scared me to death. How did you manage to turn all of Baishui Commandery upside down? I glanced at her info panel and froze on the spot. Xiao Qingxian, fallen Empress of Western Shu. Aptitude, body of Mystic Yin, heaven great. Traits, sovereign, legendary. Statecraft genius, legendary. Born seductress, special. Holy hell, this was even more absurd than my own stats. And that, born seductress trait. No wonder she was so intoxicating. Wife, you've come at the perfect time. I've stirred this whole commandery into chaos, but there's 1,000 loose ends to tie up. I need you to help me sort out this mess. Using a statecraft genius to run a single small commandery, it was like using a butcher's cleaver to kill a chicken. Xiao Qingxian glanced at Zhao Quan and said modestly, matters of this magnitude ought to be discussed with General Zhao. Zhao Quan waved her off. Madam Lin, you're too humble. The first time I laid eyes on Lin Xiao, I knew he was no common man. That we border troops at Stone Fort are still alive today is entirely thanks to Lin Xiao. I've had a thought for some time now. I'd like to become sworn brothers with Brother Lin, if he doesn't mind an old man like me being too far along in years. I glanced at his info, trait, keen eye for talent, special. Huh, this old fellow had a knack for spotting talent. He could help me find capable people down the line. Brother Zhao, you're too kind. I clasped my fists. From now on, we'll address each other as brothers. To put it plainly, Zhao Quan was making the smart choice. With his abilities, if he still tried to flex his authority in front of me, he wouldn't be long for this world. Over 1,000 people streamed into the city in a grand procession, drawing plenty of contemptuous looks from the residents of Baishui. After all, in the eyes of city folk, Stone Fort was nothing but a barbaric backwater, and this many mouths meant a serious drain on the grain stores. I saw it all, and it weighed on me. To establish a foothold here, I had to win the people's hearts. First, I settled the border troops and the old, weak, women, and children in an open lot within the city to set up camp. Then took out the silver I'd confiscated to buy food. After a flurry of arrangements, I returned to the council hall in the prefect's manor. Zheng Siki was already waiting, ledgers in hand. My lord, the count of the Lu estate's assets is complete. 103,625 taels. I flipped open the ledger. Old Zheng really was a top-notch accountant. My lord, the commandery still owes considerable wages to the laborers who repaired the city walls. Any other debts? There are also unpaid debts to merchants. Lord Lu built gardens and bought jewels. Young Master Lu ran up tabs at gambling dens and brothels. Lu Yang alone owes at least 50,000 taels. I gave a bitter laugh. Even spending every last coin wouldn't be enough. No wonder the city folk had looked at the Stone Fort refugees with such resentment when they arrived. They probably assumed we'd come to exploiting them. Brother Zhao, what do you think? The military pay has to go out. Otherwise, why would 3,000 frontier soldiers keep dying for us? Only by paying them in full do we have a fighting chance. As for the rest, the business with the Lu father and son, what's that got to do with us? I turned to Xiao Qingxian. And you, my lady? Zheng Siki looked baffled. Why on earth was Lord Lin asking a woman for her opinion? Was he henpecked? Xiao Qingxian considered a moment. In my humble view, the money owed to the common folk should be repaid as well. War depends on men, on grain, and on the hearts of the people. Baishui Commandery sits on the frontier and grows little grain of its own. If Prince Bai cuts our supply lines, we'll need to be self-sufficient more than ever. If we can mobilize a few counties and plant several thousand more mu of wheat before autumn, it would be worth more than anything else. Zheng Siki was dumbfounded. Were these really words that came from a woman's mouth? Sister-in-law makes a fair point, but breaking new ground takes an enormous amount of labor and resources, Zhao Quan said. Work relief programs, I said, the term coming to me at once. Xiao Qingshuan's eyes lit up. My husband puts it beautifully. That's exactly what I meant. This money is a drop in the bucket to the merchants, but life-saving silver to the common folk. Especially the people relocated from Sherbao. We feed and house them, and put them to work reclaiming the land. Toiling side by side will deepen the bond between the two populations. And when war comes, they'll stand together as one. As for the jewelry, and those debts run up in the pleasure houses. She smiled sweetly. The Lu father and son are gone. Every wrong has its wrongdoer, every debt its debtor. What's that got to do with us? The Lu household women, on the other hand, have lived in silks and feasts for years. It's about time they coughed some of it back up. Let them settle those debts. Zhao Quan and Zheng Siki both drew a sharp breath. Well, turned out women really were harshest on their own kind. I slapped the table. The Lu family's debts, the Lu family pays. Come to think of it, the highest-ranking official left in Baishui City is now Brother Zhao, at the 5th rank, junior grade. The prefect, the chief clerk, the commandant, all dead. That makes Brother Zhao the rightful acting head of Baishui Commandery. Zhao Quan gave a wry smile. Acting head, more like a puppet on strings. I had Su Chong draft the announcement at once. Lu Yang and his son had fallen to assassins sent by Prince Bai. The funeral would be kept simple, and the Lu household dependents dismissed. Until fresh orders came down from the court, Baishui Commandery would be administered by Adjutant Zhao Quan. At first, plenty of people thought the whole thing absurd. A mere 5th-rank junior adjutant, trying to run all of Baishui City? Would the 5,000 garrison troops really answer to him? But what came next left the skeptics staring in disbelief. The garrison got paid. Every last tael of the 50,000 plus in back wages was handed over, and starting next month, pay would rise by 50%. When the silver reached their hands, more than a few soldiers wept openly. With the army firmly in hand, Baishui Commandery had, on the surface at least, been stabilized. That night, the prefect's manor fell quiet. Xiao Qingxian dismissed most of the household servants, keeping only a handful of maids and cooks. Then she and Zheng Siki went through the manor selling off everything of value, and even from the study. We dug up a stash of land deeds and property titles from a hidden compartment in the house. Once sold off, that added another 100,000 taels of silver to our coffers. When it came to raiding corrupt officials' estates, my Empress wife was a true professional. Late that night, Xiao Qingxian was still hunched over her desk, sketching and writing. Fresh out of the bath, I slipped up behind her and wrapped my arms around her waist. Husband, this is a map of Baishui Commandery. To open new farmland, we need suitable soil and terrain, and we have to steer clear of the war zones. I've circled a few promising spots. Tomorrow I'll have Lung Yin go survey them. She sighed. What worries me most is whether Prince Bai will strike at us right away. If he keeps his focus on the other feudal lords, that's good for us. But if his army shows up at our gates, we'll never get the chance to rebuild and recover. I was worried about that too, but there was no point in dwelling on it. All we could do was take it one step at a time. My lady really is my perfect helpmate. Running an entire commandery is nothing to you. Xiao Qingxian turned around, her cool little hand brushing my cheek. Husband, thank you for believing in me. I never dreamed I'd get an opportunity like this. She had been the sovereign of a nation, only to be overthrown the moment she took the throne. She had studied statecraft her whole life without ever getting the chance to put any of it into practice. Now, governing a single commandery had given her life meaning again. I grinned wickedly. If you're that grateful, shouldn't you go put on that certain outfit? Husband, can't I wear something else? No, it has to be that one. Then, Let's go to the bedroom. No. Tonight. Right here in the study. I leaned close to her ear and whispered. Xiao Qingxuan's pretty face flushed crimson. That night, my 300-year undying golden body showed its full glory. The most miserable one of all was Leng Yan in the neighboring chamber. Covering her ears did nothing. She didn't get a wink of sleep all night. For the next 2 days, Xiao Qingxian actually avoided me. To escape ever having to wear that embarrassing outfit again, she begged Leng Bingyan to take her out inspecting the wastelands of the various counties. Even I was speechless at my own combat power. Turns out the undying golden body could even enhance that particular ability. What a pleasant surprise. Over 3 days of relocation, nearly all the soldiers and civilians of Stone Fortress had been moved over. At noon on the 4th day, I was at the city gate, sharing lunch with a few of the border troops, when a handsome young man in a blue robe walked up. It was Su Huansha. Young Master Su, where have you been these past few days? Her face was cold. I stood up. Did Elder Zhu agree? Humph. So aside from asking about my teacher, you have nothing else to say? Su Huansha's tone was clearly displeased. You look really dashing today? Who asked you to call me dashing? She was fuming. Why didn't you tell me sooner you had a wife? Why should I have? You never asked, I said matter of fact. You, Su Huansha lowered her head, blushing furiously. You already have a wife. So why did you flirt with me, saying all that nonsense about being smitten at first sight? I wasn't flirting. I'm married, sure, but I can still take concubines. You scoundrel. You lecher. Su Huansha's eyes brimmed with tears. She stamped her foot and turned to leave. Fine, if you don't want to, forget it, I thought, but at least don't forget the actual business. Hey, what did Elder Zhu actually say? I grabbed her arm. Let go of me. My teacher won't see you. Just then, a disheveled border soldier came running up. Commander Lin, bad news. The supplies were ambushed by mountain bandits on the way. Mountain bandits? I frowned. Did they have the character's song embroidered on their chests? Su Huansha asked at once. The soldier nodded quickly. Exactly. Over 50 of them, superb horsemen, formidable fighters. We were no match. They made off with several wagons of supplies. I turned to Su Huansha. You know who they are? Su Huansha spoke in earnest. The 10,000 Pine Stronghold. They rose up last year in the area around Wansong County, the closest county to Baishui City. They know the terrain and their martial skills are top-notch. The government has tried to wipe them out several times and been beaten back every time. They never rob commoners, only officials and wealthy merchants. The people even call them chivalrous heroes who rob the rich to help the poor. I snorted coldly. Sounds like the border troops at the stone fort must be doing well for themselves to catch the eye of these heroes. Bandit raids. Put mildly, they meant lost goods. Put more seriously, they threatened the very foundation of order across all of Baishui Prefecture. I'd taken huge risks to secure this base of operations. I wasn't about to let a few maggots spoil the whole pot. Miss Su, who knows the 10,000 Pine Stronghold best. You want to wipe them out? That lot isn't easy pickings. If I can't even handle a band of mountain bandits, how am I supposed to govern Baishui Prefecture? If a man can't sweep clean his own house, how can he sweep clean the world? Su Huansha's lovely eyes flickered. Asterisk sweep clean the world? Asterisk was that truly what he thought in his heart? When others said such things, she found them empty talk, but coming from Lin Zhao's mouth it somehow felt right. I'll take you there. You? Don't forget, I'm the owner of the Jade Tower restaurant. When it comes to intelligence throughout Baishui Prefecture, whose sources are better than mine? Her beautiful eyes were full of pride. It hit me. Well, so running a restaurant had ulterior motives after all. This woman had a real knack for intelligence work. Bandit hunting is dangerous. You up for it? Don't look down on me. Su Huansha kicked off the ground and vaulted lightly into the saddle, cutting quite a heroic figure. This lady isn't some helpless flower. I could see her 7 years of swordsmanship were just enough to keep herself safe, so I let her be. I sent a subordinate back to inform Zhao Quan, and we set off straight away. You're not bringing troops? Su Huansha asked, puzzled. A big show would only tip them off. I stormed the northern barbarians' main camp. What's a little 10,000 Pine Stronghold? So the reports are true? You really charged into the northern barbarian vanguard camp alone and killed Bader. I simply pulled out the skull ghost head blade and the Fong Cold Moon saber. Bader's blade. Boda's blade. At the sight of those mystic-grade treasure weapons, Su Huansha had to believe whether she wanted to or not. This man really was as valiant as they said. Her heart thumped like a startled deer, her cheeks grew hot, and she didn't dare look at me. What I didn't know was, Su Huansha had grown up on the frontier and harbored a fierce hatred for the northern barbarians. To her, a barbarian-slaying hero like me was an object of special admiration. Combined with her gift for poetry, she was truly accomplished in both arms and letters. Why did he have to be married already? Being a concubine wouldn't sit right with me. Father and teacher would never approve either. My mind wandered all sorts of directions as we rode, and after a little more than an hour we arrived at Wonsong County. Refugees driven from their homes were everywhere in the streets. Su Huansha led me to a rundown temple, where people had set up a shed and were ladling out kanji. Displaced villagers stood in a long line, all for a single bowl of rice broth thinned with tree bark, grass roots, and guanine clay. Sister Mu, Su Huansha called from horseback, waving. A woman wearing a headscarf, her face smudged black with grime, looked up and flashed a grin. Boss Su, wiping her hands on her apron, the woman came running over. Su Huansha made the introductions. This is Mu Xian. Her father is the village chief of Wonsong. As for the movements of the Wonsong stronghold bandits, no one knows them better than the hunters in the village. The last two bandit suppression campaigns were both guided by Chief Mu and his people. A pity the bandits are too cunning. We've never quite managed it. Mu Xian said, eyeing me nervously. Boss Su, this officer is. His name is Lin Xiao, commander of the frontier army. His supplies were seized by the Wonsong stronghold. He'd like your people to guide him. Mu Xian looked uncomfortable. Haven't we tried that before? I cupped my fists. The supplies are vital. All I need is to know their location. She hesitated a moment, then gave a reluctant nod. Su Huansha apologized beside me, and Mu Xian waved it off at once. If it weren't for your generosity, Boss Su, the children in our village would have starved long ago. Su Huansha turned back to me and cautioned, Commander Lin, Sister Mu and her family are good people. You must see to their safety. But of course, I said, beaming. I had to hand it to Su Huansha. She'd picked one hell of a guide. Mu Weining, 23, daughter of Mu Tiexin, former general of the flying cavalry of Great Qian, chieftain of Wonsong Stronghold. Techniques: Mu family hard art, iron stroke silver hook, both mystic great. Traits: heir of the Mu clan, born commander, spy. No wonder the previous suppression campaigns had come up empty, sending the female stronghold chieftain herself to guide a raid on her own lair. It'd be a miracle if it ever worked. Let me say goodbye to the temple folk, and then we can be on our way, Mu Weining said, striding briskly back into the temple. Stopping before a monk, her expression turned suddenly cold. Tell General Wu to take the brothers and lay an ambush at the mouth of the third valley. Jiang Tong, 24, Mu family army, monk. The Mu family army. I searched my memory and finally placed it. The Mu ancestors had been Marquis Wu Wei, a founding hero of Great Qian. In Mu Tiexin's generation, the family had been charged with a crime, their estate seized, and its members exiled. So Mu Weining had brought the Mu military households here to take to the Greenwood, robbing the rich to feed the poor. Everyone has their reasons, but rob my supplies, and you're going to learn a lesson. When we came near Wonsong village, Mu Weining pointed toward a stretch of forest not far off. I turned to Su. Huansha said, the mountain path is rough. Wait for me here. If Sister Mu can go, why can't I? She's a local. If I'm not back by dark, you need to head back and bring reinforcements. Su Huansha was annoyed, but she had no choice but to agree. I followed Mu Weining over 2 ridges before the valley finally came into view. You've got real stamina, Miss Mu. 2 mountains, and you're not even winded. I hunt every day. You get used to it. I thought maybe you'd trained in martial arts. A flicker of wariness passed through her eyes. I've never had that chance. Mu Xian, the hunter's daughter, might not have had the chance, but the daughter of Cavalry General Mu Tiexin? She'd have had one, wouldn't she? Mu Weining's whole body jolted, killing intent flashing across her eyes before she quickly feigned confusion. What are you talking about, Lord Lin? I shrugged. A band of mountain bandits gets raided 3 times, yet never once retaliates against the villagers who guided the soldiers? And you, a mere hunter's daughter, Making enough off-game to run a soup kitchen? Whoever tried to stamp out those bandits before wasn't paying attention. They should have spotted this ages ago. The dull, simple look on her face vanished completely, replaced by cold, deadly composure. I'll grant it doesn't add up. But how could you know I have any connection to Mu Tiexin? I put on a look of astonishment. So it's actually true? I was just bluffing, and you went and confirmed it yourself. You. Furious at being played, she gave a cold laugh and drew a dagger. I was going to wait, but since you've seen through me, you can die right here. She lunged in a single stride, the blade slashing straight for my throat. In terms of pure skill, she was formidable among the younger generation. But I was now a martial grandmaster. Centuries of cultivation weren't some joke. I stepped back and dodged easily, then landed a slap right on her ample rear. Smack. Oh, wouldn't have guessed. There was quite a bit there. Mu Wanying stumbled forward, missing her target, her rear stinging like fire. Even her stern face flushed red. Pervert, you try to kill me the moment we disagree. Spanking your bottom is hardly excessive, is it? I said, perfectly reasonable. I will kill you. Humiliated and enraged, she stabbed again, but her attacks were far too slow. I grabbed her arm, wrenched the dagger away and flung it into a tree, blocked her elbow strike, and used the momentum to hurl her straight into the mountain stream beside us. Splash. The moment she found her footing, my big hand pressed down on her head and shoved her back under the water, while my other hand went right on. Asterisk smack, smack asterisk, spanking away. Fierce, huh? I'll show you fierce. Still want to kill me? Underwater, she couldn't open her mouth, and tears welled up in her eyes. All her life, men had feared her, respected her. Now she was being humiliated like this, by a man. A tangled rush of emotion swept through her. Asterisk, so I really am just a woman after all. Asterisk. Before she knew it, her whole body went limp, all resistance gone. I jolted, asterisk shit. Don't tell me I drowned her. Asterisk, this woman was still useful to me. I hauled her up in a hurry and swept the wet hair from her face. Willow brows, a delicate nose, an oval face so smooth it seemed it might break at a touch, and eyes brimming with tears full of grievance. Where was there any trace of the ferocious bandit queen now? She looked for all the world like a little wife who'd been bullied. I sucked in a cold breath. I guess she'd been deliberately playing ugly, but the contrast was too extreme. Though she couldn't match Xiao Qingxian, she was in no way inferior to Su Huansha or Lung Bingyan. What are you crying for? You were the one trying to kill me just now. Then you should have just killed me. Why beat me? Why ruin my honor? I couldn't help laughing. What? You want me to take responsibility? She froze. Then her eyes turned bashful and shy. Wait a minute, sister, you're serious? There's no one else here. No one knows about what just happened. Heaven and earth know. You and I know. Her eyes filled with resolve. We've only just met, but you're young and your martial arts are formidable. I'm defeated and I accept it wholeheartedly. If you won't have me, then kill me here today, or let me kill you. I had truly underestimated a general's daughter's beliefs about chastity. I already have a wife. If you come along, you can only be a concubine. Her face fell in disappointment. Could it be? Boss Su. Not her. She was still waiting in line behind. Mu Wanying was surprised, and after struggling for a moment, she still held firm. Being a concubine is fine. I was too late. But if there are children, they must call me mother, not Andy. I nodded. Of course, any child you bear will call you mother. Wait. Hold on. How did we get to talking about children already? Looking at her again, her face was already flushed pink. You're agreeing? I furrowed my brow. You just met me. Aren't you afraid I might be a wicked man who'll seduce you and abandon you? I may have just met you, but I've known Su Huansha for a long time. She lifted her chin proudly. She's the top talented lady of Baishui City, a disciple of Master Zhu. Countless promising young men couldn't measure up to her taste. A woman that picky, how could she settle for an ordinary man? What a bandit queen of Wansong's stronghold. Woman, you've successfully caught my interest. I grabbed her chin. If you want to be Lin Zhao's woman, we'll see if you've got the nerve. What counts as having the nerve? She didn't shrink back one bit. I grinned wide. Mu Wanying's beautiful pupils shrank in shock. Could it be? The mountain stream ran swift and clear. What happened there was not for outside ears. Nearly an hour later, I strode contentedly out of the stream and scooped up the disheveled Mu Wanying. her hair tumbling in clouds. Will there be a child? Depends on luck. Come, let's wash up. I can do it myself. She was so embarrassed she could hardly bear it. Glancing back at the dark red on the grass and leaves, it all felt like a dream. Damn it, wasn't I supposed to be here to wipe out bandits? How did it come to this? Still, after talking with Mu Weinying, I confirmed that Xiao Qingxuan's constitution truly was extraordinary. Mu Weinying's advantage was that martial training had given her a strong body. Once we were properly dressed. Afterward, she snapped off a twig, whittled it into a wooden hairpin, and coiled up her long hair. In an instant, transforming from a maiden into a young married woman. I was stunned. In terms of figure, only Xiao Qingxian could hold a candle to her. Linlang, I'm sure you've already guessed. I am the daughter of General Mu Tiexin. I had, yes, but I don't really know what happened to the Mu family. She spoke as we walked. Back then, Mu Tiexin had been beheaded for opposing Chancellor Yang Gengzhong's proposal to reduce the feudal lord's power. The emperor believed he had taken bribes from the vassal princes, and with slanderers whispering in his ear, the Mu family became scapegoats through and through. In my view, it was Yang Gengzhong who had taken the prince's bribes, deliberately manufacturing an excuse for rebellion. I was traveling abroad at the time, which is how I escaped. The village chief of Wansong Village, along with the hunters, are mostly descendants of the Mu family army. I posed as the chief's daughter, took in surviving Mu family soldiers who came seeking refuge, and hoped to secretly build up our strength, then head to the capital and kill Yang Gengzhong. But with the central plains in chaos, the barbarians invading, the capital under martial law, and refugees pouring in, we had no choice but to rob the rich to feed the poor for now. Good thing you didn't go after Yang Gengzhong. She glared at me indignantly. Linlang, are you mocking my martial skills? If you'd gone to the capital, we'd never have met, would we? Isn't that right, Ying? I grinned wickedly. Ying. Her face flushed crimson. Only my mother and father ever called me that. I'm your husband. Can I? You can, she murmured, nodding. This newly awakened little lady was truly irresistible. Just then, a burst of killing intent came whistling through the air, straight at my chest. I'd sensed it long before. I twisted slightly aside and snatched a black-feathered arrow out of the air. Mu Weinying rushed in front of me, throwing her arms wide. General Wu, stop. More than a dozen figures emerged from the woods on the high slope. Linlang, I'm sorry. They got tired of waiting and came looking for me. She looked at me anxiously. Don't worry. I came to wipe out bandits anyway. Mu Weinying breathed a sigh of relief and went forward to meet the group. Young miss, what's going on? Isn't he with the authorities? It's all a misunderstanding. This is Lin Xiao, commander of the border army. The brothers took his supplies, and that's why he came. Lin Xiao. The handsome man at their head frowned. You're the Lin Xiao who killed Bader, the northern barbarians' vanguard general, and drove back 10,000 iron cavalry? The other Mu family soldiers were visibly shocked. Wu Jinjia, age 29, adopted son of Mu Tiexin, commander of the Mu family army, aptitude, mystic great. Techniques, golden scale saber art, rock-shattering archery. Traits, carpenter, craftsman, general. For this General Wu, leading troops into battle was his livelihood, but woodworking was his true love. Mu Weinying's face filled with astonishment. The man who defeated the northern barbarian army is Linlang? Young miss, what did you just call him? Wu Jinjia looked her over carefully. Her hairstyle had changed. In Great Qian, a woman's marital status could be told at a glance from her hair. The whole group was struck dumb. Mu Weinying blushed for a moment, then steadied herself. You didn't mishear. I belong to Lord Lin now. Anyone who wants to follow me is welcome. Anyone who wants to leave, I won't stop. Young miss, it's only been one day, and you, Wu Jinjia glared daggers at me. Did you force yourself on the young miss? Mu Weinying started to explain, but I stopped her. And what if I did? Could the likes of you ever give Ying a good life? With me she'll eat the finest and drink the sweetest. With you lot, she'd be a mountain bandit choking on wind. If it weren't for Ying's sake, that arrow just now would have been reason enough for me to kill every last one of you. Big words. Wu Jinjia drew his yellow-grayed blade and closed the 3 steps between us in an instant, sweeping down a strike, his saber-chi dense as 10,000 golden scales. I didn't bother with a blade. I snatched up a stick from the ground and swung out a wave of saber-chi of my own. Scorching crimson saber chi surged forth. 50 years cultivation of Earth-grade sabersmanship, an outright crush. Boom. The golden scale saber chi shattered. Wu Jinzhe was hurled backward, propping himself up on his blade and coughing blood. The others recoiled in horror. You can't be having great talent. And the crucial thing was, I hadn't even used a blade. Just a stick. Mu Weining's beautiful eyes shone like starlight. She really hadn't misjudged him. I told you. In my eyes, you're nothing but small fry. Take you or leave you. I pulled Mu Weining into my arms and, right in front of everyone, buried my nose in her hair and breathed in, leaving her weak-kneed against me. Swear to me, and you'll still be the Mu family army, under Ying's command. Refuse, and you'll go back to being ordinary folk. Play bandit again, and I'll slaughter every last one of you. Wu Jinzhe and his men exchanged glances. Then, as one set down their weapons and knelt, we are willing to follow General Lin and serve the young miss. Being bandits had only ever been a last resort. Now, with a powerful backer and still able to serve under Mu Weining, it couldn't be better. You have 2 hours. Ying and I will be waiting in Wansong Village. All the supplies and every man. You're all coming back to Baishui City with me. Wu Jinzhe acknowledged the order and went to gather everyone. I set off back with Mu Weining first. Along the way, her gaze scarcely left my face. Lord Lin, tell me, how did you fight off the Northern Barbarian army single-handedly? I want to hear it so badly. Born into a military family, she'd worshipped horseback heroes since she was a girl. I couldn't very well mention the system, so I spun tall tales off the top of my head, waxing eloquent. And she drank it all in, believed every word, love-struck filter fully engaged. Halfway through, her heart was blossoming with delight. She couldn't help throwing her arms around my neck, those lovely eyes brimming with adoration. I glanced aside, and would you look at that, a cave nearby? What should have been an hour's walk stretched to nearly 2 before we made it back to the village. Inside, over 100 Mu family soldiers and dozens of villagers' descendants were all waiting. Su Huansha craned her neck watching for us. When we appeared, she let out a sigh of relief, though her eyes held complicated emotions. Especially when she saw Mu Weining shed her village girl disguise and transform into a fresh, tender beauty. A wave of crisis surged through her heart. Even worse, she noticed Mu Weining's hairstyle and the flush of allure between her brows. Damn that Lin Xiao. He couldn't even leave a woman he'd just met alone. She shot me a resentful glare, but couldn't say anything. Boss Su, sorry to keep you waiting, Mu Weining greeted awkwardly. Sister Mu, I had no idea you were such a beauty. Su Huansha smiled on the surface, seething inside. It wasn't convenient before. I didn't mean to deceive you. We're still good sisters. Between 2 clever women, much went unspoken yet understood. Young miss, all 137 members of the Mu family army are present. 29 descendants of the villagers also wish to pledge their loyalty. Wu Jinzhe reported. Mu Weining stepped up onto the mound. Warriors of the Mu family army, I, Mu Weining, have failed my father. I could not lead you to cut down the traitors with your own hands. Though we may call ourselves robbers of the rich to aid the poor, in truth we are nothing more than bandits. Should the Mu ancestors know this in the afterlife, they would surely not wish to see the Mu family army fallen so low. She pointed at me. This is the man I have given my heart to. The hero who single-handedly repelled the northern barbarian vanguard and slew Badu, Lin Xiao. Over 100 Mu family soldiers were visibly stirred. Su Huansha too clenched her hands, her heart pounding. No wonder she had fallen for him. What woman didn't admire a great hero? Lord Lin has promised me that the Mu family army will remain under my command. I am determined to restore the glory of the Mu family. Those willing to follow me, come to Baishui City today. Those who don't, I will not stop. But if any of you continue as bandits within Baishui Prefecture hereafter, I, Mu Weining, will show no mercy. This general, Wu Jinzhe, swears to follow the young miss to the death and to serve Commander Lin in every way. We swear to follow to the death. Over 100 men dropped to one knee. I secretly praised her, truly a daughter of a martial house, majestic and commanding, no less than any man. She was worlds apart from the coy, tender creature in the cave. Ha ha. Only I got to savor this delicious contrast. I stepped up beside Mu Weining and declared loudly, I, Lin Xiao, hereby swear, so long as you remain loyal to Weining and restore the Mu family army, I will overturn the injustice done to old General Mu. Should I break this oath, may heaven and earth destroy me. With that, I drew the Wolf Fang Cold Moon Saber and unleashed a sky-burning blade aura. Boom! The crimson blade aura carved a scorched trench through the ground, over 10 meters long and more than a meter deep. The soldiers' scalps went numb, their faith in my exploits deepening further. No matter how fierce the words, nothing beat a display of raw power. The group loaded up the supplies and headed back to Baishui City. Along the way, I observed the 100-plus Mu family soldiers. Aside from a few mortal grade, most were yellow grade, with a handful of mystic grade. Even the weakest had at least 10 years of cultivation. As for their combat strength was worthy of being called elite. What's more, quite a few of them carried traits like artisan, forging, or horse trainer, all of which would prove invaluable for building up an army down the line. As dusk approached, the large procession returned to Baishui City. When Zhao Quan heard that the supplies had been recovered along with a whole crowd of mountain bandits, he eagerly led his men out to the city gate to welcome us. The moment he laid eyes on Mu Weining, Zhao Quan's face went pale with shock. Young Miss Mu. Zhao Quan stared at her, dumbfounded. Mu Weining blinked. Uncle Zhao. It's me. After General Mu's fall, I thought. Zhao Quan's voice trembled with emotion. I watched the scene, puzzled. Weining, you two know each other. Mu Weining nodded in explanation. The Zhao family is also a lineage of military generals, longtime friends of our Mu family. Uncle Zhao served in the Mu family army back in the day. Zhao Quan sighed. Among the great military houses of Great Qian, the Mu family has always stood at the head. The man I've admired most in my life was General Mu Tiexin. But with treacherous ministers holding sway at court, a lifetime of warfare only earned the general such an end. Then he suddenly remembered himself. Ah, right. Brother, weren't you out suppressing bandits? How did you end up with young Miss Mu? I smiled and gave him a rough account of what had happened. Zhao Quan's eyes lit up. Heaven itself is helping you, brother. Once word spreads that young Miss Mu has surfaced, scattered remnants of the Mu family army will surely come flocking back one after another. The Mu family army was one of the 5 great iron cavalries of Great Qian. If they can be reunited, they'll rise to the top once more. 5 great iron cavalries. My interest was piqued. Zhao Quan stroked his beard. The White Prince's Silver Armor Army, the Green Prince's Azure Dragon Guard, the Southern Ridge Prince's Crimson Flame Iron Cavalry, the Yin Prince's Cold Steel Corps, and the one that garrisoned the capital, the Mu family army, the Golden Scale Guard. All 5 were forged by the 5 great founding generals of the dynasty. The Mu family army was originally the finest of them all, but after the Mu family's downfall, the Golden Scale Guard exists in name only. At those words, the faces of Mu Weining, Wu Jinjia, and the others turned grim. Exists in name only? What nonsense! I cut in, arching a brow. What are you all moping about? If our 3,000 ragged troops at Stone Fort could beat back 10,000 northern barbarian iron cavalry, what's stopping you from rebuilding the Mu family army? Your ancestors built it up from nothing. Why can't you? My words struck the Mu family army veterans like a bolt of enlightenment. Mu Weining's eyes brightened, and she nodded firmly. Lin's right. As long as we still draw breath, we'll make the golden scale armor shine again. Both Zhao Quan and Su Huansha looked at me with a new measure of admiration. I left the matter of settling the Mu family army to Zhao Quan and Wu Jinjia. No need to trouble myself with that. On the way back to the prefect's manor with Mu Weining, I felt a bit uneasy. I hadn't exactly given Xiao Qingxian a heads up about her yet. Mu Weining bit her red lip, tensed the whole way. She knew she was about to meet the first wife, and she feared Xiao Qingxian might try to put her in her place. The moment we stepped into the parlor, the aroma of a hot meal wafted over. Fragrant. Xiao Qingxian, clad in an emerald silk gown, glanced back with a radiant smile. Husband, you're home. Dinner's ready. She came forward warmly. This must be General Mu's daughter? Qing'er has long admired the loyalty of the Mu family. I'm delighted that husband has brought sister home. I've prepared some wine and dishes. Mu Weining gazed at the woman before her, who was beautiful as a fairy and could scarcely believe she had once been a slave girl. Only when she noticed those heterochromatic eyes did she half believe it. Seeing how magnanimous Xiao Qingxian was, Mu Weining hurried to bow. Sister is the principal wife. Weining wouldn't dare overstep. How about I call you Weining, and you call me Qinga? Very well. As Qinger wishes. Xiao Qingxian took her hand and led her to the table. Watching the two women walk in hand, my admiration for this empress of a wife climbed another notch. What breadth of mind! Then again, it made sense. What emperor didn't have 3 palaces and 6 chambers of consorts? She'd long grown used to it. At the table, the two chatted eagerly. Xiao Qingxian was learned in all things, ancient and modern, and could hold up any conversation. After a while, Mu Weining's eyes filled with respect, and any thought of vying for favor was thoroughly extinguished, apart from not knowing martial arts. This woman was terrifyingly formidable. That night, Xiao Qingxian personally attended me at my bath. Just have a maid do it. You've been out in the fields and inspecting the land for days. You must be tired. Serving my husband is my foremost duty. She pouted, her voice tinged with jealousy. Besides, if one of the maids became a little sister too, that'd be far too many sisters. I laughed and clasped her hand. You've been wronged, my dear. It's my fault this time. I know husband wants to build up Baishui Commandery, and Weining is a great help. I won't lose sight of the greater good for a small grievance. I only ask that husband not tire of the old for the new. How could I? I kissed her. You and I have weathered hardship together. Even if one day I became emperor, the empress could only be you. If not you, then the position stays empty. Her beautiful eyes shone. Husband wishes to claim the throne. First, let's just survive this chaotic age. If my lady wants to be empress, I'll certainly strive for it. I only wish to be by husband's side forever. Oh, right, I added. Weining hopes that when she has children of her own, she'll be able to raise them herself and have them call her mother. Xiao Qingxian gave a delicate huff. I can bear my own. I don't need anyone else's children. Don't worry, my dear. I'll make sure you bear the most. After the bath came the inevitable battle. Xiao Qingxian seemed spurred on by Mu Weining's arrival and threw herself into it with unusual intensity that night. But with several hundred years of cultivation and my diamond rod technique, how could a delicate woman like her withstand it? In the small hours, she lay in my arms, drenched in fragrant sweat, her face full of grievance. Now I regret it. I should have practiced martial arts in my younger years. It's not that my lady is too weak. It's that your husband is too strong. She said proudly. Husband, I've already scouted out all the land for reclamation and discussed it with the officials in charge of farming. We just need more manpower. Please, husband, work with Brother Zhao to rally the laborers so we can finish clearing the fields before autumn. My heart ached for her. This woman had been running herself ragged these past few days. The skin on her feet was rubbed raw. My dear wife, you truly are my greatest helper. I'll never fail you in this lifetime. She drifted off to sleep in a daze. Before turning in, I browsed the prestige shop as usual. Nothing decent had shown up the past few days, not even my beloved mystery package. Little system, if you don't cough up something good, I hope you go bankrupt. Maybe the curse worked, because after a refresh, a pill glowing with a rainbow halo appeared. 7 apertures exquisite pill. Consumed to instantly gain 20 years of cultivation. Grade, Earth. Prestige, 800. I was stunned. The advanced cultivation pill I'd come across before was also Earth grade, but 500 prestige only got you 10 years. This was a bargain. 20 years of cultivation was nothing to me, but if Xiao Qingxian took it, she'd transform overnight. System, if someone in this world takes a cultivation pill, can they freely allocate the points? No. The cultivation will be added randomly across their techniques, meaning only someone practicing a single art could concentrate it all in one place. I only had 370 prestige left, not enough. Lock it in first. Xiao Qingxuan's training wasn't urgent anyway. Early the next morning, Xiao Qingxian got up to prepare breakfast. Lung Bingyan appeared at the kitchen doorway. Watching her yawn, she huffed indignantly. If I were you, I'd slip laxatives right into his porridge. Xiao Qingxian laughed. What's gotten into you now? He treats you this well, and yet he still brings other women home. Mu Weining is of good character, and she's useful to us. It's a good thing that husband won her heart Xiao Qingxian reasoned. You come from a military family too. You should understand what the Mu bloodline is worth. But he should have at least asked you first. This guy has no respect for you. I was traded to him for a single steamed bun. He didn't hold my background against me. And even with Mu whinnying here, he's still making me the principal wife. What do I have to complain about? Besides, when my imperial father took concubines back in the day, did he ever ask my mother the Empress? A man who has to check my face just to bring another woman home. I wouldn't even want him. Lung Bingyin was dumbfounded. So this was what women of the imperial house were like. All I need to do is be the woman he loves most. Make him unable to live without me. That's enough. Xiao Qingxian smiled with confidence. Lung Bingyin sighed and was about to speak when suddenly, from the courtyard not far off, came a series of sharp, whooshing sounds. Someone was practicing spear? Her eyes lit up. You may hold the world in your heart, but I'm just a petty little woman. I can't swallow this. With that, she pulled up her veil and drifted off. Mu Wanying had barely slept all night. Early in the morning, Mu Wanying had already grabbed a spear in the courtyard and was drilling the Mu family spear arts. Suddenly, a sharp sword aura closed in. Who's there? She thrust out her spear. Cling, spear and sword scraped together. A masked female swordswoman in tight black and purple garb landed lightly, her sword flashing in dizzying arcs. Flying cloud sword art? A disciple of Sword Forest. Mu Wanying, with her wide experience, recognized it at a glance. Sensing her opponent's cultivation was no weaker than her own, she immediately switched from offense to defense. 3 moves later, she seized an opening, flicking Lung Bingyin's sword aside with her spear, then whipping it around in a straight thrust for the woman's heart. Lung Bingyin stepped onto the spear shaft, using it as leverage to spring upward, and stabbed straight at Mu Wanying's cheek. Startled, Mu Wanying released her spear and retreated. Lung Bingyin pressed in step by step. Boom! A streak of crimson blade aura suddenly swept in, blasting her sword right out of her hand. Ah! Lung Bingyin's palm went numb. Lin, Mu Wanying beamed with delight. I glared at Lung Bingyin. She's my woman. Of course I'm going to help her. Drawing a sword on my woman first thing in the morning? Are you asking for a beating? What's your problem? We were just sparring. What business is it of yours? Lung Bingyin fumed. Don't think you can run wild just because you're Qing'er's sworn sister. Only then did Mu Wanying realize she wasn't an assassin. You're playing favorites. Lung Bingyin stamped her foot, inexplicably wronged. Of course I play favorites. Should I side with some outsider instead of my own woman? I said, self-righteous. A thought popped into Lung Bingyin's head. If I became his woman too, whose side would he take then? No. Lung Bingyin, have you lost your mind? That philandering scoundrel. Husband, Yinner was only speaking up on my behalf. Xiao Qingxian walked into the courtyard to smooth things over. Don't worry. Wife, this has nothing to do with you, I said with a smile. Mu Wanying shook her head. It's fine. This young lady wasn't fighting at full strength. It wasn't a life or death exchange. Lung Bingyin shot me a triumphant look. Hear that? You were the one sticking your nose in. Not even a test. No one gets to bully my woman. Mu Wanying's eyes filled with tenderness at his words. Xiao Qingxian, meanwhile, sighed inwardly. This husband of hers really knew how to keep women happy. Looked like there'd be no shortage of sisters in the future. With Xiao Qingxian playing matchmaker, Lung Bingyin and Mu Wanying were finally properly introduced. Over breakfast, we discussed how to allocate the troops and laborers of Baishui Prefecture. Xiao Qingxian said, in my opinion, Wanying's Mu family army should serve as the model. We should pull elites from the border and garrison troops and step up their training. The rest of the soldiers, rather than have them eat military pay for nothing, we might as well put them to work reclaiming land and building houses. Soldiers should be judged by quality, not numbers. I support it, Mu Wanying nodded. I observed them yesterday. The men are a mixed lot. Some are obviously just going through the motions. I completely agreed. If the White King's 300,000 troops really did come, whether we had a few thousand or 10,000 wouldn't make a difference. We'd have to fight guerrilla style anyway. No problem. Wanying, and I will go later, and selecting elites from the army. Xiao Qingxian asked again. Husband, has Elder Zhu agreed to see you? That old man. Su Huansha said he refused. I grumbled. Elder Zhu is important. He's the leader of Tsangzhou's literati, and he has quite a few disciples in the capital as well. If you can win him over, every official and noble in Sangzhou will look at you in a new light, Xiao Qingxian said. In my humble opinion, he simply wants to observe you a while longer. Husband, please be patient. So it seemed I'd have to make a name for myself before the old man would take me seriously. After the meal, Mu Weining and I set out for the army camp. Mu Weining had donned her armor again, her hair bound with a red cord. Astride her tall war horse, she cut a dashing figure. Those long legs of hers were a sight for sore eyes. I made up my mind then and there. Tonight, I was going to have her keep the armor on for a round with me. When we arrived at the camp, Wu Jinzhe was drilling the Mu family army, while Zhao Quan drilled the border garrison troops on the other side of the training ground. The two groups were as separate as oil and water. The Mu family soldiers carried a look of pride between their brows, clearly looking down on this ragtag bunch. Mu Weining and I exchanged a glance. We both realized the situation was worse than we'd imagined. Brother Zhao, the Mu family army won't drill together with everyone else. Zhao Quan gave a bitter smile. We tried before. It ended badly. They nearly came to blows. Upon further questioning, it turned out that the Mu family army had originally been the elite of the imperial capital, and their training intensity was punishing. Even the captains of the garrison couldn't keep pace. The Mu family soldiers thought the garrison troops were slack and refused to lower their standards. The garrison soldiers, for their part, weren't having it either. No matter how skilled you were, you didn't get to look down on people like that. Mu Weining knitted her brow. How can General Wu act this way? Times have changed. Let me go speak with him. Weining, you can't force a melon off the vine, I said, stopping her. Then what should we do? How can the troops grow strong if they won't train together? I smiled and called Wu Jinzhe over. What are your orders, Commander Lin? General Wu, would you dare face me in a contest? Wu Jinzhe hurriedly shook his head. I wouldn't dare. Commander Lin's martial prowess is unmatched. Not a martial contest. A contest of troop training. How would that work? Weining, what forms of training does the Mu family army value most? Mounted archery, close-quarters combat, formation battle, and long-range forced marches, Mu Weining answered gently. I stroked my chin. Then let's compete in mounted archery. Each side picks 5 men, and we face off in 7 days. The rules will follow the Mu family army standards, and General Zhao will judge. He's a fair man. If you win, I won't interfere with the Mu family army's training. If my side wins, you take my orders. Agreed. Wu Jinzhe cupped his fists, barely suppressing his anger. This general will go inform the brothers at once. Watching him stride away, Mu Weining said worriedly, Lin Lang, every single one of these Mu family soldiers is an elite. Are you truly confident? Zhao Quan was also concerned. Worthy brother, the border troops are latecomers to soldiering, and against these professional, regular military households aren't even in the same league. I chuckled. The bigger the gap, the more crushing the victory, and the more it'll shake people up. Brother Zhao, gather the whole army. Today I'm reassigning duties. You're planning to send some soldiers off to reclaim farmland, right, worthy brother? I already floated the idea with a few of the commandants. They're all willing. I shook my head. Everything to its use, every man to his talent. Sending our best soldiers to plow fields would be a waste. We need to screen them carefully. But how are you going to judge? We only took over command of this garrison a few days ago. Huh, I've got a decent eye for people. Just trust me, old brother. Though puzzled, Zhao Quan didn't press further and went off to muster the troops. I paced back and forth twice through the sea of several thousand men, forming a rough picture in my mind. Ding. Eye of God, usage has exceeded 5,000 times. Upgrade available. Oh, an unexpected bonus. Upgrade. Upgrade successful. Area skin vision unlocked. I gave it a try right away. Info panels floated up above every one of the 20 or 30 soldiers in front of me. But it was dizzying, all that data at once. Clearly it burned through my energy fast. Better to scan a few at a time. Baishui Commandery isn't producing enough grain, so we need to open up new farmland. The men I call now will report to the Agricultural Bureau today. Your military pay will continue as usual. Roster in hand, I made a show of calling names. Zhang Cheng, Li Xiaolu, Wang Erzhan, Lu Wei. When I called a commandant named Song Hao, the man refused to go along with it. My lord, I won't accept this. I want to stay in the army. Song Hao's face was full of indignation. I started training in martial arts at 13 and kept at it for 10 years. I earned my rank as commandant by ability. Why should I be sent off to work the fields? Oh, 10 years of training, you say? That's right. Song Hao, age 31, commandant of the Baishui garrison. Aptitude, mortal grade. Cultivation technique, iron wire saber, 3 years of practice, yellow grade. Farming, blacksmithing, fraud. I gave him a faint smile. Then explain something for me. Why are you 31 years old this year? Song Hao's expression stiffened at once. I'm 23. It says so right there on the register. How dare you? I snapped. With only 3 years of iron wire saber under your belt, you think this commander can't tell? That commandant's rank. You bought it, didn't you? And don't think I don't know. You're a peasant farmer, and you've worked as a blacksmith too. Am I wrong? Song Hao went white as a sheet. There was no way anyone in the army knew he'd been a blacksmith back in his hometown. Thud. He fell to his knees, kowtowing. Spare me, my lord. I'll go work the fields, I'll go. The other soldiers were stunned, whispering among themselves. Even those who knew Song Hao had no idea he'd lied about his very age. Zhao Quan and Mu Weining were shaken as well, feeling the man's depths were unfathomable. How did he do it? With that cautionary example on display, the rougher soldiers behind him fell into line, all convinced Commander Lin must be reading their faces. Techniques. Little did they know, I could see straight through them. Roll call was exhausting. So for the thousands who came after, I just used hand gestures. Pass, pass, pass. One by one, soldiers were shuffled off to the Agricultural Bureau. In the end, fewer than 3,000 men remained on the field, and even half the lieutenants had been sent off to farm. Chen Chuan stepped forward. I pointed at a slightly plump, short soldier. My lord, are you sending me to reclaim wasteland? Chen Chuan looked the picture of honest simplicity. Reclaim wasteland? I'm more worried you'd reclaim someone's skull. I smiled at him. Out with it. What did you do to end up on the Imperial Wanted list? The panel spelled it out plain as day. Chen Chuan, birth name Chen Yin, wanted criminal, outer disciple of the Sword Grove, 100-pace sword art, clouds or stepta. Dead silence fell over the field. The smile froze on Chen Chuan's face, and the soldiers around him took on a wary look. My lord, I don't know what you mean. 100-pace sword art, clouds or step. You're an outer disciple of the Sword Grove, aren't you, Chen Yin? At the sound of his real name, the last shred of hope drained from his eyes. My gaze turned cold. Last chance. Speak up yourself, or I'll cut you down where you stand. Chen Chuan dropped to his knees with a thud. My lord, hear me out. My real name is Chen Yin. I used to serve as chief guard at a wealthy landowner's estate in Qingzhou. That landowner's son took a fancy to my wife, drugged her, defiled her. She was 3 months pregnant, and she threw herself down a well. In my rage, I killed that beast and fled. At this, his eyes turned red and his voice choked. 2 years of bottled-up bitterness poured out today, and it seemed almost a release. My lord, I did kill a man. If you wish to punish me, I have nothing to say. I glanced at the surrounding soldiers. What's Chen Chuan like on a normal day? Several soldiers immediately stepped forward. Brother Chuan's a kind man. No way he's a bad sort. Last time my mother needed money for medicine, he lent me his own pay to save her. My lord, avenging his wife and child. That's not going too far. I raised my hand. Easy, I never said I was going to arrest him. Chen Chuan, would you be willing to represent the Baishui city garrison and compete in mounted archery against the Mu family army? Chen Chuan couldn't believe it. If my lord doesn't think me unworthy, I'll give my very life. Good. I still need 4 more. Anyone confident they can beat the Mu family army, step forward. The moment the words left my mouth, more than a dozen soldiers and 2 lieutenants stepped out. A glance at their tags showed they all bore cavalryman or archer. I was about to make my picks when a commotion broke out at the back. Li Su, get up there. I can't. I'm just a horsekeeper. I turned my head, and the panel lit up. Li Su, horsekeeper of Baishui City, Wild Goose Bow Art, tags. Divine Marksman, Special, Horse Taming, Horse Rearing. Li Su, step out. A fair-featured, slender young. The stable hand stepped forward. You're the one. I declared without hesitation. The others weren't having it. Commander Lin, this kid tends horses. What makes him qualified? I smiled. Fine. Then compete with him in mounted archery. Winner gets the spot. Li Su was trembling. Sir, my family's raised horses for generations. I only picked up the bow to hunt on the side. I clapped his shoulder. Lose and you go back to the stables. No harm done. Win, and I'll make sure your ancestors are proud. The moment the contest began, Li Su became one with his horse, a blur of speed, planting arrow after arrow dead center in the bullseye from 50 paces out. Every jaw dropped. Nobody questioned my pick after that. Mu Weining and Zhao Quan's eyes were shining. Zhao Quan stroked his beard and roared with laughter. Brother, you never fail to surprise me. When it comes to judging men, I bow to you. With Chen Chuan and Li Su on board, plus 3 soldiers who carried both the cavalry and archer tags, this 5-man squad finally had some real fight in it. I planned to put them through special training over the next week. That afternoon, I sorted the 2,000-odd troops by role, melee, ranged, and scout cavalry, and started separate drills for each. Mu Weining and Zhao Quan both looked stunned, like their eyes had been opened. But only I knew this was just the beginning. By nightfall, Mu Weining and I headed back to the manor. Xiao Qingxian was busy organizing land clearing assignments and would be staying at one of the outer farmsteads for the night. At the dinner table I grinned. Ying, since Qing'er isn't here tonight, you'll have to attend my bath yourself. Her pretty face flushed. What, unwilling? No, I'm just afraid I won't do it right. You'll learn with practice. I picked out a piece of meat and set it on her plate. Eat up. You'll need your strength tonight. Her watery eyes rippled, and she gave a soft, Later that night, freshly bathed and about to climb into bed, I pointed at the armor rack. Ying, put it on. It's so late. Where are we going? Nowhere. I just like the way you look in armor. I breathed hot against her ear. Be a good girl. Do as I say. A young woman who'd only just tasted the rain and stood no chance against such teasing. Half resisting, half yielding, she gave in. That night, with my full Vajra invincible staff technique, I conquered the Black Armor Lady General thoroughly. The following 2 days, I ran back and forth between the army camp's drills and Chen Chuan's 5-man mounted archery training. Xiao Qingxian was leading the land reclamation crews at full tilt too. I didn't forget to check the daily prestige shop either. Earth-grade weapons ran 1,200 prestige or more. Way too steep. My total earnings so far barely cleared 2,000. The third morning, a mystery package appeared in the shop. My eyes lit up. I snapped it up for 100 prestige. Ding. Obtained 1 spirit transfer pearl. Spirit transfer pearl, once channeled with internal energy, it may be passed to another. Consumed upon use. Can store up to 60 years of cultivation. Conversion rate, 10:1. 10 years for 1. I frowned. This thing can't be used lightly unless your cultivation is seriously overflowing. Still, cultivation is easier to accumulate than prestige. Way more cost-effective than a 7-aperture exquisite pill. Husband, what are you laughing at? From the bedside, Xiao Qingxian opened her sleepy eyes. With such a stunning beauty sleeping beside me, how could I not laugh? I rolled over and pinned her down. Come, let your husband join you for some morning exercise. Amid her soft cries, the red waves tumbled. That morning, Mu Weining and I went to the military camp to discuss matters with Zhao Quan. Before long, a messenger came in and reported. General, Commander, a group has arrived outside the city. Their leader claims to be the newly appointed prefect of Baishui Commandery. We exchanged a glance, our expressions turning grave. Having killed the White Prince's advisor, there was no way this would blow over. Come, let's go meet him. Our party rode to the city gate. There sat a slightly plump middle-aged man on horseback, sporting 2 thin whiskers of a mustache and dressed in brocade silk, with a dozen or so attendants and guards behind him. A quick scan of the panel, Jia Pengjiu, disciple of the White Prince, chief aide of Zhangzhou Prefecture. About time. Which one of you is Zhao Quan? The man said impatiently. That would be me. Zhao Quan didn't bother with pleasantries either. I am Jia Pengjiu, the newly appointed prefect of Baishui Commandery. Here are my official papers of appointment. A servant handed over the document. Zhao Quan read it, then passed it to us. It bore only the seal of the White Prince. Zhao Quan said coldly, prefects of the Great Qian have always been appointed and removed by His Majesty alone. Has the White Prince declared himself emperor? Jia Pengjiu sneered. What? Do you really intend to make enemies of the White Prince's 300,000 troops? The regional inspector has already made it clear. Anyone who refuses to cooperate will be treated as a traitor. I let out a scornful laugh. You throw your lot in with the White Prince and appoint officials in place of His Majesty. Now who exactly is the rebel here? Insolence. Who are you? Lin Xiao. So you're Lin Xiao? Jiao Pingju sized me up. No wonder you talk so big. You're the one who killed Sun Qinghe. Boy, you think you can run a whole commandery just by killing people? The imperial court can barely look after itself these days. No money for stipends, no money for military pay. How long do you think you can last? Only when I take office can Baishui commandery return to normal. Otherwise, the entire commandery will starve. I had to admit, he wasn't wrong. The 100-and-some thousand taels raised from Liu Yang's estate would only last 3 months. In wartime, commerce withered, and with the Zhangzhou regional inspector being the White Prince's man, no supplies would be allowed through. Thanks to the White Prince's mercy, no troops have been sent to slaughter you. If you know what's good for you, cooperate at once. In view of your service defending the borders, I'm willing to preserve some official rank for you. He then turned his eyes to Mu Weining, mounted and clad in armor, a look of covetous desire flashing in his gaze. This must be Lady Mu Weining, daughter of General Mu? General Mu's death was the fault of treacherous ministers at court and a benighted emperor. Would Lady Mu consider leading the Mu family army to Zhangzhou Prefecture? The regional inspector would gladly recommend you to the White Prince. The position of the White Prince's principal consort remains vacant, you know. Mu Weining's face was ice cold. Get lost. A pack of traitors and rebels. My Mu family army will never sink to your level. Jia Pengju's face darkened. You really mean to defy the orders of Prince Bai and the governor? I smiled, amused. Lord Jia, I'm curious. Bringing only a handful of men like this, aren't you worried about your own safety? Huh. Sharp of you. He jabbed a smug thumb over his shoulder. I'll tell you straight. 30,000 Zhangzhou troops have already assembled at Pingsong County, 100 li away, led personally by the governor's brother-in-law, Fan Zhong, Zhongling General of Yongwei. The moment you show the slightest hint of disloyalty, they'll flatten Baishui commandery. Zhao Quan and Mu Weining went pale. 30,000 provincial troops, fully equipped. How could the few thousand half-trained soldiers in the city hold them off? No matter how strong my martial arts, when I drove back the northern barbarians, it had only been 10,000 vanguard troops. This was 3 times that. I see. I nodded. Lord Jia does have his reasons for confidence. Naturally. So don't bother with pointless resistance. The words had barely left his mouth when Xing, the fanged cold moon blade, flashed into my hand, and a streak of crimson saber-chi cut through the air. Splurt. Jia Pengju's head hit the ground, his headless corpse spraying blood in a fountain. Kill +1, cultivation +1, prestige +30. My lord. His few guards couldn't react at all, stunned by the speed of my strike, and even more unable to believe that I'd dare move on him with 30,000 troops bearing down on us. Was I trying to die? Kill them all. So what if it was 30,000? Back when I was only ordinary talent, I'd stood toe-to-toe with 10,000 northern barbarians. I'd already slaughtered Prince Bai's own advisor and drawn the wrath of his 300,000. What were another 30,000 on top of that? Mu Weining charged forward with her spear, skewering a guard with a single thrust. I moved through them like a man through empty ground. Wherever the sky-burning saber-chi passed, they fell like melons under a cleaver. Zhao Quan had just dismounted when it was already over. Brother, what do we do now? That Jia bastard wasn't lying. Jiang Xingyuan really does have over 30,000 men under him. Zhao Quan said uneasily. I laughed. Same as fighting the barbarians, we strike first. What? Zhao Quan's face went white. 30,000. You want to charge them head on. Brother Zhao, you don't think that if we sit still, they'll just leave us alone, do you? Bringing 30,000 troops this far, they've long since prepared to lay siege. Once the enemy enters Baishui commandery, our losses will be catastrophic. The best move is to smash them decisively far from Baishui. Zhao Quan had no reply. Mu Weining nodded. I stand with my Lord Lin. We've already made an enemy of Prince Bai, the arrows off the bowstring. Jia Pengju coming to take over was only the first step. The next would be stripping our command and executing us one by one. Prince Bai colluded with the northern barbarians and sacrificed tens of thousands of border civilians just to inflate his own reputation. There's no honor in him at all. Zhao Quan gritted his teeth. Fine. My life and the lives of the border troops all came from you, brother. If you say we do it, then I'll. Damn it. I laughed. Don't be so tense. It may look like the enemy's strong and we're weak, but we've actually got several advantages. Oh. First, they don't know yet that Jia Pengju is dead. We take the initiative and seize the moment. Second, the Zhangzhou army has numbers but lacks real combat experience and grit. They can't even match the border troops. Picked off one unit at a time, they're nothing to fear. Third, and most crucial, they have no just cause. They're only following the regional inspector's order to seize Baishui Commandery for Prince Bai. But we're not northern barbarians. We're soldiers of Great Qian just like them. Give them a reason to retreat, and they'll collapse in no time. Mu Weiniang's beautiful eyes lit up. Lang, you mean to kill Fan Zhong? Exactly. With the commanding general dead, the Zhangzhou army will have a reason to pull back. Ying, you and brother Zhao each take the elite cavalry of the Mu family troops and the garrison. Split into 2 columns and draw the enemy's main force from either flank. Don't get bogged down. Keep your distance and focus on self-preservation. Leave the rest to me. Right? I'll go rally the elites now. Zhao Quan rushed back to the barracks. Mu Weiniang looked worried. Lang, even with your martial skills, please be careful. I stroked her cheek. Don't worry. I haven't even gotten you with child yet. How could I bear to die? Her lovely face flushed. She swung into the saddle and rode off. I gazed out beyond the city gate, a thrilled smile tugging at the corners of my mouth. I'd been fretting about how to farm cultivation and prestige. In an army of 30,000, there ought to be plenty of officers. A quarter of an hour later, the 2 units had assembled outside the city. The Mu family troops were burning with fighting spirit, and the border and garrison elites were itching to prove themselves. What I hadn't expected was that Qin Chuan, Li Su, and the other 3 had also tagged along behind Zhao Quan's column. You're coming too? Take us with you, my lord. What better training ground for mounted archery than the battlefield? Qin Chuan's face was full of anticipation. I hesitated a moment, but didn't stop them. I raised my voice. Listen up. I know you're all brave warriors, hardened men of iron. But this mission is to tie down the enemy, not to fight to the death. Staying alive is victory. Anyone who disobeys orders will face military discipline when we return. The soldiers roared their assent in unison, and the 2 columns spurred their horses into a gallop, charging straight toward the plain between Baishui City and Pingsang County. We halted for a rest along the way. After more than 2 hours, a field of army tents appeared ahead, tens of thousands of men swarming in an encampment. Because they had to be ready to move at any time, the camp was rough and hasty, with no proper defensive works. Brother Zhao, Ying, I'll find a way to sneak into the camp. Once things start turning chaotic inside, no matter what happens, you strike from both flanks. Understood. Take care, brother. Without another word, I set off alone on horseback. An army of 30,000. Getting close to the commanding general would be harder than assassinating batter in the vanguard camp of 10,000 northern barbarians. If I tipped them off and let Fan Zhong escape, it'd be a real headache. This battle had to be a surprise strike, over in a flash. Before setting out, I'd changed into the uniform of one of Jia Pengju's guards, and even slashed a few cuts into it to look properly disheveled. I rode up to the camp gate. I accidentally tumbled off my horse. General Fan. Take me to General Fan, quickly. One glance at my outfit and the guards rushed over. You're Lord Jia's bodyguard? What happened? Lord Jia's been captured. He sent me back to report. Send reinforcements, now. That can't be right. Have the Baishui Prefecture folks lost their minds? You got proof. I pulled out the waist token I'd taken off Jia Pengju. Both guards paled and hustled me into the camp at once. At the entrance of the commanding general's tent, a personal guard took the token and eyed it. You really Lord Jia's bodyguard? Your face looks unfamiliar to me. I'd known it wouldn't be that simple, but I couldn't let it show. Your face looks pretty unfamiliar to me too. What time is it to be nitpicking? If something happens to Lord Jia, can you shoulder the blame? The guard sighed. Wait here. He went in to report, then came back a moment later. The general says you may enter. I gave a cold snort and strode into the tent. The instant I stepped inside, two surges of killing intent burst from either side. Thank God my reflexes were sharp. I lunged forward and dodged the blades that came slashing down from both sides. 30 or 40 elite soldiers were lying in ambush inside the tent. The front row held over a dozen crossbowmen, commanded by two armored captains, all glaring at me with murderous intent. Little bastard, you dare impersonate a bodyguard to assassinate the general? Take him down, dead or alive. The commandant will reward us. Damn it, I'd underestimated them. There had to be a signal, and that "your face looks unfamiliar" line from the guard just now was the code. I hadn't given the right response. Fan Zhong must have already slipped out the back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crossbow bolts flew as one. I wasn't willing to burn adamantine body this early. Instead, I unleashed Startled Swan. My speed exploded, letting me dodge the first volley. One sweep of the Wolf Fong Cold Moon Saber took out two soldiers in a single stroke. Bloodthirst +2. Riding the surge of Startled Swan's speed, I charged straight at the two captains. The crossbowmen didn't have time to reload. I was already on top of them in close quarters. These two had less than 20 years of internal power. No match for me at all. Asterisk clang. Clang. Asterisk. Two strokes. Brute force and speed combined. Cleave through their necks. Kills +4. Cultivation +4. Prestige +20. Bloodthirst +4. 60s. Startled Swan speed +100%. 55s remaining. Lucky for me, they'd lured me into the tent. It maximized Startled Swan's advantage. The personal guards who'd meant to shoot me down now had nowhere to run. Flames scorching the city. I spun and swept out a massive fan-shaped blade aura. The heaven-scorching saber technique tore through everything in its path. More than a dozen crossbowmen were carved into bloody pulp on the spot. Inside that cramped tent, an Earth-grade saber technique ran wild in slaughter. In truth, even in the 5 great sects, only a handful of people were qualified to lay eyes on Earth-grade techniques. Anyone cultivated past 50 years of internal power was a big shot in the martial world. Even if they enlisted with the Imperial Army, they wouldn't lower themselves to serve at a mere prefecture. These soldiers, the moment Bing Tu ran into a martial grandmaster. In under 20 seconds, 30 or 40 men were hacked into severed limbs by me. Bloodthirst +37. Duration 58 seconds. Swift Shadow, 39 seconds remaining. I knew damn well. The second I slowed down, I'd be in trouble. I had to find Fan Zhong while Swift Shadow was still active and stack more Bloodthirst. I slashed open the tent with one strike and burst out the back. Outside, more and more officers were leading soldiers to charge in. It was obvious. They meant to drown me in sheer numbers. Assassin. Kill him. Behead the assassin. The general will reward you 1,000 taels of silver. Big rewards breed brave men. The moment these soldiers heard it, their heads went hot and they all threw themselves at me. As far as the eye could see, it was a dense sea of armored troops. Under normal circumstances, finding Fan Zhong in a crowd like this would be impossible. I'd never even seen him before. Luckily, my gods, I had leveled up to rank 3, and I could scan a whole area now. While swinging Blood Demon Blade Flame to cut down the enemies charging at the front, I unleashed Roaming Dragon Step and leapt into the air, sweeping across from above in search of Fan Zhong. With less than 10 seconds of Swift Shadow left, I locked onto a figure in the rear. Fan Zhong, 36 years old, Sangzhou Prefecture Brave Might General of the Household, Aptitude, Mystic Grade. White Feather Spear Technique, 38 years. Iron Cavalry Footwork, 27 years. Weapon, Snow Silver Spear. I grinned wide, hiding this far back, trying to drain my stamina before finishing me off. What a sneaky old bastard. I opened the path with a streaming fire gallop strike and charged straight at Fan Zhong, throwing caution to the wind. Fan Zhong's face changed. He'd long since heard about how I'd cut down Bard in the middle of the army and killed Sun Qinghe at the banquet, so he deliberately arranged a signal with Jia Pengju to guard against a sneak attack. He never expected I'd still spot him. All of you, get up there. Stop him. The words had barely left Fan Zhong's mouth before he turned, gripped his spear, and bolted. A few personal guards steeled themselves and charged at me. Swift Shadow had only 3 seconds left. I cut down a blocking captain with one slash, reaping 10 prestige points. But the instant I broke through, blades and spears fell on me from both sides at once. No way to dodge. Fan Zhong looked back and his face lit up with joy. Punk, that'll teach you to chase me. Dot. I wasn't worried. Vajra indestructible. 6.6 seconds of super armor activated instantly. Those officers' blades and spears landed on my body and were all knocked away, like they'd struck an iron plate. Impossible. They were dumbstruck, as if they'd ever considered it. I now had the 300-year undying golden body, plus the golden thread silk armor for protection. What did a bit of blade and spear amount to? Fan Zhong lost every ounce of nerve. Save me. Even with 38 years of spear technique, he'd grown too accustomed to a life of luxury. He looked ready to toss his spear away. I used Swift Shadow's final second, streaming fire waterfall. The crimson blade chi came down at a slant. Fan Zhong's head parted from his neck. Kill +1, cultivation +1, prestige +100. I picked up the snow silver spear and hoisted Fan Zhong's head high. I raised the head high. Fan Zhong is dead. Who else wants some? The thousands of officers and soldiers nearby were shaken to the core. Then one of Fan Zhong's trusted lieutenants roared out, "Don't panic. He's only one man. If the general's dead and we go back, the governor won't let us off either. Archers, shoot him down." Fan Zhong was the younger brother-in-law of Governor Jiang Xingyuan. If these men failed to kill me, they'd catch hell when they got back. Their plan was to grind me down with sheer numbers. Anyone who trains in the martial arts knows it. No matter how strong a warrior is, his stamina can't hold out forever. Damn it, scaring these bastards off was out of the question. I had to cut down the officers, stirring them up first. One slash, blood spraying 7 feet. I took down a soldier trying to hurl a spear at my back. Bloodlust +80, lasts 60 seconds. Startling Swan was gone, but with Bloodlust stacked to 80, I was still full of fight. I stowed the snow silver spear into my storage space. After my aptitude upgrade, the storage space had grown several times larger too. I plunged straight into the thickest part of the crowd. With so many men packed together, the archers didn't dare loose freely, and the sky-burning blade arts and blood demon devil blade were perfect for wide-area harvest. Blade light rolled, flesh and blood flew. One shift of the roaming dragon step, and these soldiers lost all sense of direction. Everywhere I passed, only screams remained. Bloodlust +127, 146, 183. After a few minutes of slaughter, I could clearly feel my steps growing heavier. In the chaos of battle, staying razor-focused while guarding against stray arrows drained me fast. Just then, a commotion broke out beyond the camp. Enemy attack. Cavalry incoming. Mu Weining and Zhao Quan had arrived with several hundred elite cavalry. When they saw me alone, besieged by tens of thousands, they were all stunned. Lin. Mu Weining dropped 3 sentries with 1 bow shot and a chain. Charge. Zhao Quan drove his mount in, his spear punching through a throat. Wu Jinjia, Chen Chuan, Li Su and the others each unleashed their skills, sweeping back and forth along the fringes and reaping heads. Seeing men getting picked off around the perimeter, the Zhangzhou army descended into chaos. The moment they spotted the Mu banner, the soldiers seized it as an excuse to run. The whole line collapsed and fled back toward Pingsong County. Mu Weining and Zhao Quan gave chase for a stretch, cutting down several hundred more before breaking off. There was no way to finish 20,000 men, and near the county walls the cavalry's edge would vanish. Phew, I was gasping for breath. I downed my last grand restoration pill and recovered a bit of strength. The instant bloodlust wore off, a wave of exhaustion crashed over me. Lin, are you hurt? Mu Weining sprinted to my side. I'm fine. Fan Zhong wasn't even up to Bader's level. One charge, and he panicked. I brushed back her stray hair. Having a woman who could fight at my side, it really did feel good. Huh, brother, your name is going to spread across all 6 states of the northern frontier. Zhao Quan laughed heartily. Brother Zhao, we only won because we caught them off guard. In a real war of attrition, we wouldn't have stood a chance. Sweep the battlefield fast. Take everything we can carry, then fall back. The prefectural army retreated in a panic, abandoning heaps of grain and horses along the way. Our men returned with their arms full of loot. Huh. Many thanks to Prefect Jiang for the care package. General Lin's martial skill is unmatched, cutting down an enemy commander in the midst of 10,000 troops. What a sight. Mu Weining listened to it all, her eyes shining with ever deeper admiration. Just then Qin Chuan came up leading a group of gaudily dressed, frightened-looking men, women, and children. "Commander, these are the performing troupe Fan Zhong brought along for entertainment. They were hiding in the granary and couldn't get away. What do we do with them?" I glanced them over, all carrying instruments. Street performers, no doubt about it. But the moment I activated the Eye of God, I found an unexpected prize. A scruffy little old man with a red, drink-swollen nose. His stats were stunning. Old Yu, real name, Gongshu Yu, 51 years old, Imperial Tomb Artisan, Troop Handyman. Traits: Divine Craftsmanship, Legendary, Fugitive of the Court, Master Brewer. A legendary trait. My pulse quickened. Little sis, what does Divine Craftsmanship mean? System: a top-tier artisan trait. Requires mastery of at least one of the 6 great crafts: earth, metal, stone, wood, leather, or dye. At the pinnacle of skill. I pointed at the old man and asked the troop leader, "Is he with your troop too?" "Yes, sir. His name's Old Yu, just a handyman. Skilled hands, though. Fixes any prop or instrument that breaks. Doesn't ask for pay. Just tags along for a bowl of rice. I can see it isn't easy for a dozen of you scraping by out here on the frontier. Come back to Baishui City with us." "Mercy, sir. We're only performers, not Sangzhou soldiers." The troop leader and his people dropped to their knees. "Who said anything about killing you?" I said, exasperated. "I'm inviting you to perform in Baishui Prefecture. Do well, and you'll be paid." Only then did they breathe again. Zhao Quan frowned, looking as if he wanted to speak, but held back. Once the troop had gone, I asked with a smile, "Brother Zhao, if you've got something to say it." "Worthy brother, though we've beaten back the prefectural army, the real crisis is only beginning. Indulging in luxury and pleasure at a time like this, I fear it will cost us." I laughed. "Brother Zhao, you've misunderstood. The plays aren't for me. They're for the settlers reclaiming the wastelands and for the soldiers. Breaking new ground is hard labor. If they can unwind to a bit of theater at night, they'll work with more heart. Call it food for the soul, every bit as vital as food for the belly." Zhao Quan thought it over. The wisdom of balancing labor with rest. "Then I've wronged you, brother." Mu Waniying's beautiful eyes lit up. "Isn't that just what it takes to lift morale? Lin truly knows how to handle things." On the road back to the city, there was a small incident. The garrison troops and Mu family soldiers nearly came to blows arguing over who'd killed more enemies and whose archery was better. Mu Waniying and Zhao Quan stepped in just in time to stop it. I knew full well that a divided army was a disaster waiting to happen. The mounted archery contest was in 3 days, and I couldn't afford to let it fail. The moment we entered the city, the townspeople heard that I'd driven back 30,000 Sangzhou troops with only a few hundred men. Having also cut down Fan Zhong, everyone was both shocked and delighted. My prestige climbed another notch. I sent the opera troupe to report to the Agricultural Bureau, keeping only Old Yu behind and heading straight to the White Jade Pavilion. The waiter didn't dare stop me and went off to notify Su Huansha. Well, what brings our esteemed border war god, General Lin, to grace my humble establishment? Su Huansha was dressed in men's clothing, gently fanning herself with a folding fan, her words dripping with jealousy. This man hadn't come looking for her in days. War god, don't call me nonsense like that. The entire Baishui Prefecture is calling you the border war god, the border slaughter god, and some are even calling you the human butcher, each one more ferocious than the last. Su Huansha's expression was complicated. The higher his prestige climbed, the further away from her he seemed to drift. In front of Boss Su, I'm just Lin Xiao. Su Huansha's heart skipped a beat. What did this scoundrel mean by that? Bring out your best wine and dishes, my treat. Once the food and drinks were laid out, Old Yu caught a whiff of the wine, snatched the jug, and gulped down 2 mouthfuls. Apricot Blossom Village. Fine wine indeed. Not many taverns in the Northern Territories can serve this. Su Huansha looked genuinely surprised. This wine had been brewed to her personal specifications, with a very limited stock reserved only for the most distinguished guests. This old man was clearly no ordinary figure. "You can have all the wine you want," I said, weighing each word. "But first you're going to tell me how you became a wanted criminal of the imperial court, Gongshu Yu." Old Yu's face went ashen, and he slid right off his stool. "You, how did you know?" Su Huansha was equally stunned. "Gongshu Yu, Just days after the Empress Dowager was interred 3 years ago, the imperial mausoleum collapsed. Emperor Hong executed a whole slew of people, but the designer, Gong Shuyu, was the only one who escaped. I studied the old man with amusement. You were building the imperial mausoleum. How did you manage to let it collapse? How the hell was that my fault? Old you scrambled up in a fury. Those dog officials in the Ministry of Works squeezed every layer for graft, used shoddy materials. I warned them it would fail, but would they listen? If I didn't finish on schedule, it was my head on the block. And those bastards even wanted to bury the workers alive with the Empress Dowager. If you'd already escaped, why bother worrying about the workers being buried alive? Watch your mouth. The Gongshu family doesn't do such shameless things. Old you declared proudly. I built a hidden back exit in the mausoleum leading straight to the drainage tunnels. Not a single craftsman died. The reason the court put a bounty on me is because they found no bodies inside. Su Huansha nodded. He's not lying. That's exactly why Emperor Hong branded him a wanted criminal. The charge is deceiving the emperor. In that case, I mused, stroking my chin. If I hand him over to the court, the emperor should reward me handsomely. Cut the crap. Old you screwed up his courage. If you really meant to hand me over, why bother treating me to drinks? Just spit it out. What's the job? I grinned. Smart people were so easy to deal with. Just work for me, and I'll not only keep you supplied with fine wine, I'll guarantee your safety as well. You mean it? Old you swallowed hard. Do you have another option? Old you sighed. Tone, so she had no choice but to nod. Su Huansha was puzzled. How had this Lin Xiao recognized Gong Shuyu? There was something mysterious about this man from head to toe. After the meal, I took Old Yu out to the mounted archery grounds outside the city. Li Su galloped past and buried 3 arrows straight into the bullseye of a target 50 paces away. Fine shooting. Old Yu's eyes lit up. But aside from Qin Chuan, the others were nowhere close. In 3 days, I need these 5 to beat the Mu family army in mounted archery. Can it be done? I asked. The Mu family army? Those are golden scale guards, 1 in 1,000. Aside from those 2, the other 3 don't stand a chance. Old Yu shook his head. Originally, I'd been planning to cheat my way to a win, but now that Old Yu was here, it'd be easy. What they lacked in skill, they'd make up for with tech. They'll have to make it. Pull it off, and it's 5 jars of Apricot Blossom Village. Old Yu's eyes gleamed. At least 10 jars. Huh. I'm not afraid of drinking you to death, deal. Back at the manor, I went into the study and picked up a brush to sketch out some diagrams. As an engineering type, my drawings weren't much to look at, but they'd be enough to point Old Yu in the right direction. Toward evening, Xiao Qingxian and her group returned. I went out to meet her, only to find her clothes filthy, her hair a mess, and her eyes full of panic. Husband, this concubine will go wash up. She curtsied and made to leave. I caught her wrist. Wife, who bullied you? Husband, I. Xiao Qingxuan's eyes brimmed with tears as she threw herself into my arms, her delicate frame trembling. This concubine is useless. I can't even manage a little errand. Let me tell it. Lung Bingyan walked in, her face frost-cold. On the way back, a bunch of village children pelted Qinger with stones and mud, cursing her as a freak-eyed monster and a jinx. Children, someone put them up to it, using ignorant kids as tools. You hold military power, so those people don't dare come at you openly, only stab you in the back. Killing an adult is fair game, but going after children would only make you a laughingstock. My gaze went cold, despicable. Wife, do you know who's behind it? Xiao Qingxian wiped her tears. The people who least want us reclaiming land, the landowners and gentry of Baishui Prefecture. The more land we open up, the less they can jack up prices. And since husband is at odds with the White King and trade is closed off, the merchants hate you too. I leave them alone, and they come rushing to their own graves. Husband, please don't act on impulse. Killing is the worst option. Once you start, merchants will steer clear of us forever. A bit of humiliation for this concubine is nothing. If husband is to make his stand in a chaotic age, he can't ruin his own name. They're using children precisely to make you lose your reason. You mustn't fall into their trap. Looking at this wife of mine, who thought of me at every turn, I was deeply moved. Don't worry, wife. I want my name intact, and my women won't be made to suffer either. Husband already has a plan. Go wash up first, wife. I'll take you to buy. One meal at White Jade Pavilion. Both Xiao Qingxian and Lung Bingyan were baffled. Eating out? What kind of plan was that? While Xiao Qingxian freshened up, I scribbled a note and handed it to Lung Bingyan. Go to White Jade Pavilion first. Find Boss Su, order the dishes, and give her this. A short while later, Xiao Qingxian reappeared in a moon-white gown and climbed into the carriage with me. Wary of any trouble, she bundled herself up tight. White Jade Pavilion was a crowded, prying sort of place, and this was the first time she'd shown her face in public. "Husband, are you certain it's all right?" she asked, remembering how she'd once been driven off as a demon because of her mismatched eyes. "Wife, in a moment I sketched out the plan." Xiao Qingxian blinked, thought it over carefully, and nodded. "I'll do as my husband says." When we arrived at White Jade Pavilion, Su Huansha had already come down to greet us. It was her first time seeing Xiao Qingxian up close, and taking in the stunning, regal woman before her. A wave of defeat washed over her, though of course she let none of it show. "Commander Lin, twice in one day. You honor this humble establishment." "Huh? We want a battle today? I've brought my wife out for a few cups." I let my voice ring out on purpose, so every guest in the hall would turn and look. Sure enough, the crowd's eyes soon locked onto Xiao Qingxuan's mismatched irises, and more than a few brows furrowed. On any other day, they'd have started cursing outright, but I was now the de facto ruler of Baishui Commandery. No one dared say a word. Su Huansha bowed to Xiao Qingxian. "I've long heard the madam is both brilliant and beautiful. Even the reclamation project, such a great boon to the people, was entirely of your arranging. I'm truly in awe. Boss Su is too kind. The reclamation was my husband's decision. I only helped share the burden. I can hardly compare to Boss Su, who single-handedly runs so vast an enterprise." Xiao Qingxian returned the courtesy with a graceful bow. The two women's eyes met, and each understood the other perfectly. "Wife, no need to be so modest. Today's victory went so smoothly thanks entirely to you," I declared loudly, and the diners in the hall immediately looked startled. "Commander Lin, whatever do you mean? Did the madam take the field as well?" Su Huansha asked, playing along. "No, but my wife was born under an extraordinary star, blessed with the deepest good fortune. Ever since we wed, my martial skills have surged forward by leaps and bounds. On the battlefield, I've overturned the tide with fewer men against more. I was a scholar who joined the army halfway through life. If not for heaven's blessing, how could I have cut down bait and slain Fan Zhong in the thick of 10,000 troops and walked out unscathed?" Throughout White Jade Pavilion, patrons exchanged glances and murmured to one another. "Husband, don't say such things. I have mismatched eyes. I've been called a curse since I was a child. I dare not claim to be blessed with fortune." Xiao Qingxian waved her hands hastily. I slipped an arm around her fragrant shoulders and laughed. "A curse? That depends on who you ask. With you at my side, everyone who crosses me winds up dead. A curse to my enemies. Isn't that the same as a blessing to me?" "Su Huan." Sha smiled and stepped forward, taking Xiao Qingxuan's hand. "Then I'd better stay on my lady's good side, so some of that luck rubs off and keeps business booming at my White Jade Pavilion." Xiao Qingxian gave a faint smile and nodded. Once our group had gone upstairs, the guests below erupted into chatter. "Now that you put it that way, it makes sense. How long did it take Lin Xiao to go from scholar to god of slaughter on the border? Turns out marriage changed his fate. The ancients called heterochromia an ill omen. Well, it's an ill omen for his enemies. One man's poison, another man's honey. I don't buy it. Heterochromia is nothing but a curse. Shill, you tired of living?" Even Fan Zhong's 30,000 troops couldn't keep his own head on his shoulders. "Enough of that. Since Commander Lin came, taxes in our Baishui prefecture have been cut and folks have food on the table. That's a blessing. Right? Better safe than sorry." Up in the private room, Su Huansha smirked. "Commander Lin, how was my performance?" I raised my cup to her. "Boss Su, if you took to the stage, you'd be the leading lady. You're the one who ought to be on stage." Su Huansha huffed. Lung Bingyan furrowed her brow. "Will this really change how people see heterochromia?" I shook my head. The Great Qian's prejudice against heterochromia runs too deep to change overnight. But most of the common folks' fear comes from ignorance. It can hurt, but flipped around, it can also be a weapon. A flicker of admiration crossed Xiao Qingxuan's eyes. "Husband, Such thinking would never have occurred to me. I smiled and turned to Su Huansha. Boss Su, your ears are sharp. My wife was harassed by a pack of children today. Can you find out who's behind it? You really do treat me like some information broker. Su Huansha rolled her eyes. But I can probably guess. Qiu Kanyuan, the biggest landowner in Baishui Prefecture. His eldest daughter, Qiu Yuehong, is Liu Yang's official wife and Liu Xiaoyuan's mother. Xiao Qingxian and I exchanged knowing looks. So it was Liu Yang's father-in-law. No wonder he'd risen to be the largest landowner around. I told Su Huansha to have it all confirmed within 2 days. Since we were going to strike, we'd take them all down in one sweep. Who could say he was the only one behind it? With business out of the way, Su Huansha began introducing her signature dishes. To her dismay, Xiao Qingxian took only 2 or 3 bites of each, her expression indifferent. Are they not to your taste, my lady? Su Huansha asked, a touch displeased. These were the dishes she took the most pride in. Xiao Qingxian quickly waved her hand. No, they're all quite good. Then might my lady offer a bit of guidance? I thought it over. The third entry on Su Huansha's attribute list was culinary skill. No wonder she cared so much. To the common folk, these dishes were exceptional, but to someone of imperial blood like Xiao Qingxian, they were plain fare at best. My dear, since Boss Su is asking, just speak your mind. Only then did Xiao Qingxian speak. The crispy duck seems to be missing vinegar. It comes off rich. The osmanthus fish didn't use. Raised in clean water, but not fully bled out, still tastes of river mud. Clear stewed lion's head meatballs would be even more delicious with a bit of crab meat added. The more Su Huansha listened, the more astonished she became. Madam, are you a master of the culinary arts? Not at all. Our family's cook simply mentioned it once. In truth, Xiao Qingxuan's own cooking was quite ordinary. Everything she'd said came from the imperial chefs boasting of their craft. She just had a sharp memory and had committed it all to heart. Su Huansha rose and bowed, her eyes filled with respect. Thank you for your guidance, madam. Once I've made improvements, I hope you'll instruct me again. I'd never dreamed that Xiao Qingxian, on the strength of her discerning tongue alone, could win Su Huansha's admiration. No wonder they say she brings her husband good fortune. Another sister wife in the household seems just around the corner. On the way downstairs, I deliberately played the drunkard, leaning on the 2 women for support. Wife, you truly are Lin Zhao's lucky star. From now on, anyone who dares lay a hand on the 2 of us will suffer heaven's wrath. Inwardly, Xiao Qingxian wanted to laugh. This husband of hers had gotten hooked on his own performance. The patrons of the White Jade Pavilion, seeing me spill the truth in my cups, grew all the more convinced of the tale about the heterochromatic eyes. That night, in the rear garden of Qiu Manor, Qiu Kanyuan sat with a maid in his arms, snacking on grapes, when Qiu Yuehong burst in and shoved the maid aside. Out! Yuehong, what's got you in such a temper so late at night? Qiu Kanyuan sipped his tea unhurriedly. Father, the whole city is saying Lin Xiao was able to beat back 30,000 prefectural troops entirely because he married that heterochromatic-eyed woman, that anyone who crosses her will suffer retribution. It can't really be true, can it? Huh. The notion that heterochromatic eyes bring calamity is just a tale to fool fools. Qiu Kanyuan waved his hand. Don't worry, nothing will come of it. But Lin Xiao truly is terrifying. 30,000 soldiers couldn't do a thing to him. What about the blood debt for your murdered husband and son? Are you giving up on revenge? I'll have my revenge. But what are we to do? He's offended the White King. Once the White King's army marches on him, he'll die just the same. Qiu Kanyuan sneered. All we have to do is spread the word that the heterochromatic-eyed one is a calamity star, then kill off a few commoners and pin the blame on her. Heh. By then, forget about reclaiming wastelands and settling farmers. Lin Xiao won't even be able to keep his footing in Baishui Prefecture. How about I plant someone among the refugees to poison the porridge when it's distributed and finish them off? Killing too many would be a waste. They're all beasts of burden fit for labor. In a couple of days, once the timing is ripe, I'll hire a group of men to pose as bandits and shadow that wretch. Wherever she goes, they'll slaughter a batch of the old, weak, and sickly. That will seal her name as a calamity star. Father, you truly do think of everything. Father and daughter plodded on, sneering in unison. Not far off, behind the flowering shrubs, the figure of a maidservant quietly slipped away. Roughly the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn later at the home of Registrar Su Chong. The plump Su Chong handed a slip of paper to his daughter. The intelligence you asked for. Su Huansha's eyes lit up the moment she saw it. So it really is him. In all of Baishui City, the only man bold enough to move against Lin Xiao, and with a grudge that deep, is none other than the former prefect's father-in-law. Daughter, once this information is handed over, our family are going to get suspicious. Your old man's identity. Relax, father. I'll just say some beggar I've helped over the years tipped me off. Nothing will lead back to the academy. From next door came a lioness's roar. You fat lump. Get in here and sleep already. Su Chong shot up from his chair. Coming, my dear, coming. Su Huansha covered her mouth, giggling. The next morning, Su Huansha had changed back into her lady's attire. A flowing gown of moon white and emerald green, fresh and graceful. She handed me a slip of paper. Commander Lin, it's all in here. One glance and I was stunned. Went in where Chiu and his daughter had schemed, who they'd sent to round up the children. Every detail was on there. Miss Su, how on earth did you dig up all this? I sold wine and made my first fortune at 15, opened my own restaurant at 17. Countless drifters and beggars in Baishui Commandery owe me a debt. Children don't lie. Following the trail wasn't difficult. Yeah, right. Her top 3 traits were talent, commerce, and cooking. There was no way she'd built an intelligence network that easily. It had to be Su Chong pulling strings. He was an inner disciple of the academy, after all. No wonder he was content playing a lowly registrar. Miss Su, your brilliance leaves me in awe. Humph. No sincerity at all. Su Huansha looked a little disappointed. The evidence is all here, but none of it's direct proof. What do you plan to do? I smiled coldly. Proof? I never intended to put the Chios on trial. Husband, are you going to storm the Chiu estate with troops? Mu Weining and Xiao Qingxian had just finished breakfast and come out. Mu Weining immediately perked up. I'll go with you. Villains like that deserve to be wiped out. Xiao Qingxian counseled. Weining, don't be rash. Husband surely has a better plan. You know me best, my dear. I laughed and pulled both women into my arms. You take care of your own duties, and Ying, take the Mu family army to protect her. Make the rounds of the newly reclaimed villages while you're at it. Leave the Chiu father and daughter to me. I planted several kisses on each of their cheeks, drawing a chorus of coy protests. Watching this, Su Huansha's face flushed and her heart raced. She turned her back, half sour, half embarrassed. In broad daylight, weren't the 3 of them the least bit ashamed? Once the 2 women had left, Su Huansha still hadn't gone. Oh, Miss Su, are you waiting to watch me handle business too? Who's waiting for anything like that? Her lovely face flushed crimson with anger. I'm just curious how you'll do it. I sighed. Fine, then come with me to deliver a nice big gift to Chiu Kongyuan. Su Huansha was baffled, not going to kill them, but to bring gifts? At noon, I marched openly to the Chiu estate at the head of a small procession, my men carrying 2 large wooden chests and a long horizontal plaque. When Chiu Kongyuan learned I'd arrived, his face darkened. Father, we haven't been found out, have we? Chiu Yuehong went pale. What are you panicking for? If he dared move against the Chios in broad daylight, he'd be picking a fight with all of Baishui. Making enemies of the county gentry? No man in his right mind would dare. Come, let's go greet him. At the front gate, Chiu Kongyuan put on his most humble face. General Lin, your arrival honors us. Forgive this old man for not welcoming you sooner. I dismounted and helped him up. Squire Chiu, you flatter me. Back at Stone Fort, I heard tell of the great philanthropist of Baishui County, Squire Chiu, who divided his fine lands among his tenant farmers and saved more lives than can be counted. I've long held you in the highest esteem. Chiu Kongyuan was stunned. Asterisk great philanthropist? Who spread that rumor? Asterisk. And this must be the wife of Prefect Liu? I turned to Chiu Yuehong. Lord Liu, loyal to his sovereign and true to his country, chose death over surrender to the White King. He is a model for all of us. My condolences, madam. Inside, Chiu Yuehong was cursing him. Asterisk, you're the one who killed him, and you still put on this act. Asterisk, but on her face, she could only force a look of grief. General Lin, what are these? Chiu Kongyuan looked at the wooden crates and the plaque. I gave a broad wave of my hand. and Yao Gang pulled off the cloth. For large characters leapt into view. Loyal soul of great Qian. Lord Lu was slain by the White King's assassins for his loyalty to the court. This plaque, of course, belongs to Lady Lu. I then opened the two large chests, filled to the brim with gleaming silver. The onlooking crowd gasped in astonishment. This silver was also left behind by Lord Lu. I, Lin, would not presume to keep it, so I return it all as well. Given the benevolent hearts of Squire Chiu and his daughter, it will surely be used for the good of the people. With that, I vaulted onto my horse and cupped my hands. Farewell. Chiu Kongyuan and his daughter were left dumbfounded. Once she'd calmed down, Chiu Yuehong looked puzzled. Father, why would he give us gifts? Could it be he wants to curry favor with us, to build ties with the gentry of Baishui County? Chiu Kongyuan stroked the silver, a smile creeping across his face. Whatever the reason, at least a fair portion of the silver has come back. Hearing this, Chiu Yuehong rushed over to shield the chests. This was left for me, Lady Lu. Father, you shall not swallow it. Chiu Kongyuan bristled his beard and glared, but there was nothing he could do. The gift-giving became the talk of the whole town. Many cursed me in private for being a fool, for colluding with the landlords. I paid it no mind. That night, the wind was high and the darkness thick. Chiu Kongyuan was in his chamber, asleep beside a young concubine. Suddenly the door burst open, and a black-clad female assassin, sword in hand, strode to the bedside. The concubine shrieked. Chiu Kongyuan jolted awake and hastily raised his hands. Mercy, heroine. I'll give you all the silver you want. You old wretch. It was your son-in-law and daughter who dared defy His Highness the White King and cost elder son his life. How could His Highness let you live? Chiu Kongyuan felt as though he'd been doused with ice water. Only now did he understand, too late, why the plaque and the silver had been delivered that afternoon. Lin Ek, the blade had already run through his throat. The concubine let out a piercing scream, and the household guards came rushing in. The assassin spared the concubine and swept out to battle the guards. They were no match for her. One by one they dropped in droves. At that moment, Qin He came charging into the Chiu estate with a squad of patrol soldiers. I am Qin He, deputy commander of the border army. Who dares commit murder in the middle of the night? The female assassin sneered. Cut the crap. Come catch me if you can. The two clashed. Before long the assassin was falling back step by step. Truly worthy of Lin Zhao's subordinate. Fine skills. With that, she launched into her lightness technique, vaulted over the courtyard wall, and vanished into the night. By the time I galloped up on horseback, the two bodies had already been carried out. Qin He, what happened? Qin He shoved the concubine forward. She dropped to her knees, weeping. A female assassin broke in at midnight and killed the master and the eldest young lady. She said she was sent by His Highness the White Prince. Outrageous. That treacherous cur. Killing Lord Lu wasn't enough for him. He couldn't even spare his father-in-law and the widow. I roared curses. My lord, could it be the assassin was framing the White Prince? Qin He asked hesitantly. That's also possible. Seal off the Chiu residence and search it thoroughly. The search dragged on until dawn. I left wearing a face full of grief and ordered lavish funerals for Chiu and his daughter. Back home, Shao Qingxian, Mu Weiniang, and a thoroughly impatient Lung Bingyan were waiting for me at breakfast. Husband, you're back. How did it go? I grinned as I waved the two women to sit. Zheng Siki is still tallying it up. That old bastard was rolling in wealth. Rough estimate. The confiscation alone will net us 200,000 taels. Add the deeds to land and property, plus all his various businesses, and it's more than enough to sustain our current army of 10,000. Mu Weiniang was ecstatic. Wonderful. With money, morale holds steady, and we can even expand the ranks. The Chiu family just stood by and watched you seize everything? Shao Qingxian asked, curious. They've lost their patron, and they were nothing but wicked in daily life. Who would speak up for them? Besides, they still don't even know who their real enemy is. They're busy worrying about being assassinated by the White Prince's killers. I turned to Lung Bingyan. Miss Lung, I never realized what an actress you are. She had been last night's assassin. She and Qin He had rehearsed the whole scene in advance. Shameless. Forcing me to say truly worthy of Lin Zhao's subordinate. Who praises themselves like that? Boosting my prestige is good for all of us. After everything we've been through, we're all in the same bed already. Who's in a bed with you? Don't talk nonsense. Lung Bingyan's face went scarlet. I said boat. How could we all be in one bed? Miss Lung, your thoughts are quite dangerous. You. Lung Bingyan was speechless. Xiao Qingxian smoothed things over. That's enough. Husband, stop teasing Yenner. It wasn't easy for her to play assassin on my behalf. I'm not upset at all. Those people hurt you. They deserve to die. Lung Bingyan said. Xiao Qingxian gave her hand a squeeze, then turned to me. Husband, about those 1,000-odd mu of prime farmland from the Chiu family. I was thinking we could hand it back to the tenants to farm as before. At harvest, treat it the same as newly reclaimed land. 2 tenths as permanent private plots for themselves, and on the remaining 8 tenths of allotted land, we take 1 part in 5. What do you think? That was lower than the imperial tax, and compared to Chiu Kongyuan's bone scraping, many times stronger than before. Whatever you decide, my lady. By mid-morning, the whole city was buzzing with news that Squire Chiu and his daughter had been murdered by assassins sent by the Prince of Bai. Governor Liu really is a loyal servant of the throne. The Prince of Bai wouldn't even spare his father-in-law. My cousin works in the Chiu household. He said that assassin was terrifying. If a border patrol hadn't happened to be nearby, the Chiu estate would have been drowned in blood. That was the mainstream version. But there was another rumor circulating quietly, that Chiu Yuehong, wanting revenge on my wife and me, had bribed a pack of children to fling mud at Lady Lin, the woman with the mismatched eyes. Coupled with the harbinger of disaster and harbinger of fortune talk that had spread from White Jade Tower, plenty of people started putting 2 and 2 together. Before long, the theory going around was that the Chiu family tragedy was simply Chiu Yuehong reaping what she'd sown by crossing Xiao Qingxian. After that, whenever Xiao Qingxian visited the estate, the villagers looked at her with a distinctly fearful reverence. Every one of the mischievous brats who'd thrown mud got a thorough thrashing from his parents and vanished from sight for days. With that headache out of the way, I could finally focus on the mounted archery contest. 2 days later, the drill grounds of Baishui City were packed shoulder to shoulder. Aside from the men still manning the walls, nearly every soldier in the city had turned out, and more than 1,000 civilians had drifted in as well. I deliberately left it open, wanting the townsfolk to see for themselves what their garrison could do, and to take some heart from it. Wu Jinja brought 4 of the Mu family army's finest mounted archers, and they sat astride their horses trading proud stares with the 5 representatives of the garrison. Chen Chuan, Li Su, and 3 others. I was up in the viewing stand beside Zhao Quan. Old Yu sat next to us, yawning. Old Yu, can we pull this off? My hands are actually shaking a little. 10 jars of Xinghua village wine. You'd best start reaching for your purse. If we lose, I'll take your head off. Old Yu collapsed limp on the bench. You never told me losing came with a penalty. Well, now you know, don't you? Old Yu slapped himself across the face. At my age, still getting suckered by a youngster, serves me right. At Zhao Quan's command, the contest began. Chen Chuan and a captain from the Mu family army took the lead and charged out first. The rules were simple. Riders had to gallop through a course of hurdles, up and down slopes, and other obstacles, loosing all 10 arrows from their quiver as they rode, and reached the finish line within the time limit. Targets stood anywhere from 50 to 100 paces off, and the farther ones scored higher. The 2 tossed a copper coin to see who'd go first, and Chen Chuan drew the lead. Swords were his main discipline, but he had a solid martial foundation and excellent body control, which meant he'd picked up mounted archery faster than most. He spurred his horse into a full gallop, drew, and let fly. His arrows struck like thunderclaps. Almost every one of them planted itself in a target 60 paces out. His opponent watched, and his expression darkened. Determined not to be outdone by Chen Chuan, the Mu cavalryman chose the 60-pace targets as well, but his form wavered under the strain, and he sent 1 shaft wide. Round 1, Chen Chuan wins. Zhao Quan announced flatly. A cheer went up from the garrison troops and the border soldiers. The 100-odd men of the Mu family army, meanwhile, still looked entirely confident. Sure enough, the next 3 matches turned into deadlocks. Aside from Chen Chuan, the 5 had only been training a short time. They had external technique, but no internal energy, so their breathing was unsteady and their performance uneven. After 4 rounds, it was tied 2-2. The final round came down to Li Su and Wu Jinja. 7 days ago, Li Su had been nothing more than a stable hand, while Wu Jinzhe was already a general seasoned by 100 battles. The gap in status was so vast that the townsfolk found it hard to believe. No need to flip a coin. Li Su, who goes first? Wu Jinzhe was well aware that his stepping into the arena was already unfair to begin with. To salvage some dignity, he let Li Su choose the order. After you, General, Li Su said after a moment's thought. Wu Jinzhe wasted no words. He spurred his horse forward, tearing across the field like a gale, drawing and loosing his bow in one fluid motion. All 10 arrows struck the target 80 or 90 meters away. The crowd roared. Mu Wanyian clapped as well, proud of the Mu family army. Li Su's expression was grave. The score had nearly been maxed out. But when he remembered my words, make a name for yourself, a surge of spirit welled up in his chest. Huh, Li Su charged. His movements were smooth, lacking Wu Jinzhe's raw power, but making up for it in grace and agility. His arrows all landed in the target, all within the 80 to 90 meter range. As his final arrow flew, every heart in the crowd leapt into their throat. Had he actually missed? The arrow arced high into the air, then plunged sharply downward and slammed straight through a target 100 meters away. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Wu Jinzhe's face was a mask of shock. On a battlefield, an arrow like that fired at a man would be lethal, utterly impossible to defend against. I couldn't keep the corner of my mouth from twitching upward. The divine archer trait truly lived up to its name. I noticed that after 7 days of intensive training, all 5 had made gains in cultivation. The most astonishing of all was Li Su. His archery had climbed from 31 years of cultivation all the way to 35. Li Su, age 22, Baishui City Garrison Cavalry. Aptitude, Mystic Great. Technique, Falling Wild Goose Divine Arrow, 35 years of cultivation. Modified so that the arrow travels along an unpredictable trajectory, impossible to defend against. Mystic Great. Traits, Divine Archer, Special, Cavalryman, Horse Tender. Well now, he even improved the technique himself. He'd had an epiphany on the key principle. It seemed that with the right cultivation, it wouldn't take long before my soldier's combat strength rose by a huge margin. Young mistress, your subordinate is incompetent. I've brought shame upon the Mu family army. Wu Jinzhe led his men over to Mu Wanyian to beg forgiveness. Winning and losing are the way of war, Mu Wanyian said with a smile. This match was meant to make you face reality. Now do you all accept Commandant Lin's methods of training troops? Wu Jinzhe cupped his hands, chagrined. I am utterly convinced. I only hope Commandant Lin will enlighten us. How could Li Su and the others progress so rapidly in just 7 days? Zhao Quan and the others were equally baffled. After all, everyone knew exactly what level these men had started from. If a craftsman wishes to do his work well, he must first sharpen his tools. I pointed at Old Yu. I asked this master craftsman here to custom adjust their bows, arrows, and saddles. That's all at T. Simple. Wu Jinzhe blinked. It looks simple, but every trade has its specialty. Without a professional to guide you, you'll never take that step, I said with a smile. They already had a natural talent for mounted archery. They just lacked instruction and confidence. It's the same with your Mu family army. Clinging to the old ways will never let you improve. Today's defeat proves it. Zhao Quan and the others nodded in agreement. Worthy brother, your talent is remarkable. Commandant Lin, please don't hold our past grudges against us. Guide the brothers of the Mu family army. Please rise, General Wu. Wanyian is my woman, so of course I'll do everything I can to help the Mu family army reclaim its former glory. A flicker of tenderness and delight crossed Mu Wanyian's eyes. She had been worried the Mu family army wouldn't fit in here, but clearly her worries had been unfounded. A single mounted archery contest had put the garrison and the Mu family army's prejudices to rest, and the townspeople had loved every minute of it. I didn't forget the man of the hour, Old Yu. I bought 10 jars of apricot blossom wine from Su Huansha and had them sent over, and I even set him up in a guest room at the governor's residence. Old Yu clutched the wine jars, looking uneasy. My lord, this isn't going to be another job that could get me beheaded, is it? I didn't waste words. I handed him the blueprints. Can you build this? Old Yu glanced at them and couldn't help chuckling. Whoever drew these was awfully sloppy. But then he looked more closely, his brow furrowed. and he set down the wine jars. The cloudiness in his eyes gradually gave way to a sharp gleam. This is a bow? No, wait. These discs, are they pulleys? Ah. With this, one could draw the bow to full pull with far less strength. Old Yu treasured it like a rare gem. What I had given him was a rough sketch of a camp-pulley compound bow. A royal craftsman, no less. He'd grasped the crux of it at a single glance. Compound bows saved strength and improved range, penetration, and stability all at once. On today's battlefield, whether it was Great Qian, the northern barbarians, or the western Chong, cavalry was everyone's trump card. Raising cavalry was too expensive. I didn't have that kind of wealth, so all I could do was start with bows and crossbows. As long as I could pierce armor at range, cavalry's killing power would be greatly reduced. I certainly didn't believe I could keep winning against superior numbers just by cutting down enemy generals. Once the enemy started taking me seriously, being caught in the thick of them would spell doom. My army's ability to fight head-on had to be raised. My lord, did you design this bow yourself? Old Yu asked in disbelief. It's been handed down from the ancestors, I said vaguely. Don't worry about that. Focus on the result, not the process. Old Yu sighed. Pity my craftsman friends who worked on the Imperial Mausoleum aren't here. This calls for very high-level casting skill. I'm getting on in years. I can't do it alone. Casting. An idea struck me. I'll bring you a whole team. You can command them as you see fit. That afternoon, I summoned every craftsman in the city, picked out those with high talent entries per Old Yu's requirements, and threw in casting prodigy, Yao Gang for good measure. My childhood friend carried a legendary entry, so who knew? There might be a pleasant surprise. Commandant Lin, is it because fighting won't work, so you're chasing me off? Yao Gang said dejectedly. I clapped him on the shoulder. What are you thinking? Weapons manufacturing is the core military secret of my army. Without a trusted man like you at the workshop, how could I rest easy? You have to keep an eye on that workshop for me and work with Old Yu to get the job done. The big dark-skinned fellow's eyes lit up. So that's how it is. Leave it to me. I took technical secrecy very seriously. The composite bow was only the beginning. There would surely be many more technological innovations down the road, all of which needed to be managed by someone I could trust. Returning to the manor at dusk, I found Xiao Qingxian just about to head out with Mu Weining and Lung Bingyan. Husband, you're back. We were just about to look for you. The three of them were dressed plainly. I was puzzled. It's almost time for dinner. You're going out. Xiao Qingxian smiled. Didn't you arrange for a theater troupe to entertain the reclamation soldiers and settlers, husband? I hear it's quite lively. I wanted to go see how it's being received. Lin, you should come too, Mu Weining invited. Thinking of how busy I'd been these past days, aside from sparring with the two of them at night, we'd had little in the way of real conversation. I decided this wouldn't do. All right, let's go as a family. I deliberately changed into plain clothes, but I was recognized the moment I reached the earthen slope outside the city. Commander Lin is here. Everyone, come pay your respects to Commander Lin. A crowd of sun-darkened men, women, and children gathered around. Some stood in awe, not daring to come near. Others bowed or knelt. Look, husband, everyone reveres you. Because you came, they have food to eat, and someday they'll have land too. That's all thanks to you, my dear. I gave her hand a squeeze. Madam Commander, these plums are sweet. Please have one. An old villager held out 2 green plums to Mu Weining. Mu Weining flushed and quickly waved her hands. Sir, I'm not the madam. I reached out and took them. How are you not? You may be a junior wife, but you're still my wife. With that, I popped one into Mu Weining's mouth and fed the other to Xiao Qingxian. Sister, there's more here. Would you like to try one? A little girl offered a plum to Lung Bingyan. Lung Bingyan hesitated before accepting, murmuring a soft, thank you. Little girl, you got the wrong person this time. She really isn't my wife. I teased. The crowd burst into laughter. Lung Bingyan gritted her teeth in fury. Not your wife, so I'm not allowed to eat a plum. She bit into it angrily, drawing another round of laughter from the onlookers. The performance began. Theater in this world was much like the local operas back in my hometown, only more primitive and rough. Everyone else watched with great enjoyment, but I found it dull. With nothing better to do, I suddenly remembered I hadn't refreshed the system shop today. Refresh. Ding. Achievement unlocked. Life's a stage. Theatrical props now available in the shop. Yellow grade, prestige plus 10. Huh, there was even an achievement for this. I gave the shop a quick scan. Sure enough, a bunch of new stuff had popped up. Python robe, yellow grade theatrical prop, 50 renown. Red tasseled spear, yellow grade, 50 renown. Voice opening pill, mystic grade 100 renown. Little sis, does your shop come with big data tracking now? System, I do not. Don't spread rumors. That actually made me laugh. Scrolling further, an expensive technique suddenly caught my eye. Face-changing art, yellow grade created by the face-changing grandmaster. Alters facial muscles to assume another appearance. Upgradable. 1,500 renown. My heart jumped. I thought I'd miscounted a zero. A yellow grade technique going for 1,500? Even the earth grade cold jade art was only 650. Little sis, is that price right? System, some techniques are rare, like the immortal golden body. Their renown cost far exceeds others of the same grade. Thinking back on the fragmentary manual I'd bought for 500, that did check out. But 1,500 was steep. I only had 520 renown on hand. I locked it in for later. Before I knew it, I'd sat through the whole opera with the two ladies. On the way back, Xiao Qingxian asked softly, "Husband seemed distracted just now. Did you not enjoy the show?" It was mostly an old script from the last dynasty. Not that interesting. It's my fault. I should have let my dear Lin rest instead, Mu Wenying said, blaming herself. I slipped an arm around each of them. What silly things you're saying. Even without the show, I'd want to spend more time with you both. It's the company I care about. Both women lit up with delight, and taking advantage of the darkness, each planted a kiss on one of my cheeks. Breathing in their sweet fragrance, my thoughts started drifting. The moon's lovely tonight. How about you two attend your husband's bath together later? Xiao Qingxian turned crimson to the ears, while Mu Wenying bit her lip and lowered her head. Xiao Qingxian murmured, "Let Wenying attend to my husband. It's not a convenient time for me these few days." Only then did I remember her monthly hadn't finished yet. You've had a hard time, my lady. Your husband hasn't tilled hard enough. I still have work to do. Oh dear, husband, please stop teasing me. In truth, she felt a pang of guilt and disappointment. Since our marriage, I'd poured plenty of effort into her, yet her belly refused to cooperate. As my principal wife, she wanted to be the first to bear me a child, both as her duty and as insurance. She could see my ambitions reached across the realm. There'd be no shortage of beauties in the future. Mu Wenying already clung close in private, and out there boss Su was watching hungrily too, so she felt a real sense of crisis. When we got back to the estate, Zhao Quan was waiting in the hall, his face full of worry. "Brother, you're back at last." "Brother Zhao, what's happened?" "This is an urgent report just sent back by the scouts I dispatched." I opened it, and my expression darkened. When the two women took a look, the color drained from their faces as well. "The Northern Barbarians and the White King are launching a pincer attack on us." Zhao Quan nodded. "That's right. The 30,000 prefectural troops that retreated earlier have been taken over by General Shi Yong, whom the White King dispatched. The army is assembling at Linsong City. At the earliest, they'll break camp tomorrow, and they'll reach Baishui City within 2 days." Shi Yong came up through the Silver Armor Army. He's arrogant, fierce in battle, and one of the White King's most trusted commanders. Scaring off those 30,000 prefectural troops a second time will be no easy feat. And on the Northern Barbarian side, Beer, chieftain of the Greedy Wolf tribe, is leading 10,000 troops to join their vanguard, forming an army of 20,000. Beer is marching under the banner of avenging his son Boda. Zhao Quan's brow furrowed tightly. "Worthy brother, if the people learn that it was you who killed Boda and drew the Northern Barbarians here, the public will surely descend into chaos. All's fair in war. I'd do the same in his place." I drew a deep breath. Attacked on 2 fronts, 10,000 against 50,000, with enemies at both our front and back. Zhao Quan slumped into his chair, his face haggard. "The court itself can barely hold together. There's no staying in Baishui Commandery. Worthy brother, you'd best take the ladies and slip away under cover of night." "Flee? What about you? I'm old. Even if I fled, I'd have nowhere to go. Besides, I have a family here, and if I abandoned the city, the Zhao name would be finished. But you're different. So long as the Green Hills remain, there'll be no shortage of firewood." Zhao Quan gave a self-mocking laugh. Still, we're soldiers of the great Qian. How can we forsake the common folk? A bitterness welled up in my chest. Did the muddle-headed Emperor Hong, sitting far away in the capital, have any idea that here on the frontier there were officers and men like these, unheralded, propping up the last spine of the great Qian? Brother Zhao, we still have at least a day and a half before the enemy reaches our walls. If you're willing to trust me one more time, don't be so quick to think of dying in battle. There may yet be a miracle. Even now, worthy brother, you still have a plan? Zhao Quan could hardly believe it. I nodded. A daring plan was already taking shape in my mind. My lady, whinnying you too. Xiao Qingxian pressed her hand to my mouth. Husband, I will do anything. Anything but leave your side. The same for me. Wherever Lin is, there the Mu family army stands. Mu whinnying said firmly. I was moved. Trying to persuade them to leave would clearly be a waste of breath. I pulled Zhao Quan into the study for a private discussion that lasted half an hour. When he left after hearing the plan, his face was a picture of disbelief. Yet still he chose to trust me. After all, I had already delivered too many miracles for him to doubt now. Afterward, I set off alone, straight for the residence of Su Chong, the chief clerk. I pounded on the gate in the dead of night. A servant opened it a crack, saw who it was, and dared not turn me away. I strode in, and the moment I reached the courtyard I saw several wooden chests already packed and ready. Su Chong came out to greet me awkwardly. Commander Lin, if you had business, a summons by day would have sufficed. There was no need to visit so late. By day? I gave a cold laugh. By the look of it, the moment dawn breaks, Lord Su and his household would be fleeing the city. Right. You mean these crates? My wife's heading back to her parents' place for a visit. Su Chong laughed heartily. I didn't say a word. I walked straight up to one of the rooms and kicked the door open. And sure enough, there was Su Huansha, bound to the bed with her mouth stuffed full. The moment she saw me, she jumped up in a panic. I stepped over and yanked the cloth from her mouth. Commander Lin, Prince Bai is colluding with the northern barbarians to launch a pincer attack on Baishui City. My father wouldn't let me warn you. Su Huansha looked indignant. With the safety of the entire city at stake, how could her father just look out for himself and run? Su Chong buried his face in his hands, knowing he could no longer hide it. He assumed he'd been exposed by the intelligence he'd passed on last time, having no idea I'd seen through him the moment we first met. Lord Su, quite the well-informed man, aren't you? I said with a faint, ambiguous smile. Su Chong gave a bitter laugh. Commander Lin, we're just an ordinary little household. Please, spare us. I can let you off, I said coldly. But I need to see some sincerity. Cavalry General Shi Yong and Beer, chieftain of the Greed Wolf tribe. Every scrap of intel you've got on both of them, I want it. The intelligence is in the study. I've seen some of it. Su Huansha said quickly. Su Chong stared at his daughter, who had so plainly taken my side, and his heart went cold. Once in the study, I found plenty of information on Shi Yong, but only fragments on Beer. Still, I noticed that Su Chang's intelligence network stretched across the whole of Tsangzhou. This is really all of it. I stared at the fat man skeptically. Commander, running informants costs money. Outside Tsangzhou, my reach dries up. Su Chong stammered. I'd wanted to press him on who exactly he was from the academy and why he'd set up an intelligence network here. But with disaster looming, that could wait until we got through this crisis. As I was leaving, I turned to Su Huansha. Miss Su, your father only wants to protect his daughter. If you want to go with him, I won't stop you. Her eyes reddened. What's that supposed to mean? You think I'm afraid to die? I grew up in Baishui City. My feelings for this place run deeper than yours ever will. Bayou Pavilion is something I built with my own hands, and I won't let those barbarians tear it down. Tears welled in the girl's eyes, brimming with worry and reluctance. I gave a knowing smile. I almost said I'd take her out for drinks at Bayou Pavilion once I returned, then thought better of it. No sense jinxing myself. Meanwhile, I'd already slipped out of the city under cover of night, and by daybreak I'd reached the outskirts of Linsong City. Sure enough, military encampments were spread across the fields outside, poised to march at a moment's notice. My objective was straightforward: take out the commanding general, Shi Yong. But he'd be on his guard, which made things significantly harder. And Prince Bai had almost certainly arranged backups. Even with Shi Yong dead, someone else would step in to lead the assault. I didn't rush into the city. Instead, I hid behind a secluded pile of rocks and pulled out the bronze mirror I'd brought along. That's right, time to disguise myself. With how well-known I'd become, sneaking in as myself would almost certainly tip them off. My disguise technique, at 1500, was still short of nearly 1,000 prestige, but I still had plenty of loot to cash in. Skull Ghost Head Saber, yellow grade, exchangeable for 150 prestige. Confirm exchange. Yes. Ding. Achievement unlocked. First bucket of gold. Prestige plus 10. Lin Yi Longbow, yellow grade, exchangeable for 130 prestige. Yes. I dumped the yellow grade sword I'd taken from Bart, Boda's Northern Barbarian iron armor, Fanzhong's snow silver spear, and every other spoil of war. Ding. Achievement unlocked. Tidy profit. Mystic grade exchanged over 1,000 prestige. Prestige plus 50. In the blink of an eye, my prestige balance hit 1,840. That'll do. I took a deep breath. Everything rode on this. 1,500 points, all in. Acquired face-changing art, yellow grade, upgradable. Learn it. Learn it. Ding. Congratulations. Host has learned face-changing art. Ding. Achievement unlocked. Cunning craft, mystic grade prestige plus 50. Face-changing art. 1 year of cultivation created by the Grandmaster of face-changing. Alters facial muscles to assume another's appearance. Strange knowledge just kept piling into my head. So that's how disguise works. I faced the mirror, called Zhao Quan's features to mind, and gave it a try. My facial muscles shifted rapidly. 50–60% likeness, just missing the beard. It actually works? Thrilled, I slammed in all 323 cultivation points I'd saved from the last fight. +1, +1, +1. Ding. Face-changing art meets the advancement requirements. Advance. Do it. Congratulations, host. Face-changing art has advanced to face-shifting. Huh? It can advance again. I jolted. Aside from the indestructible golden body, this was the first technique that could advance twice. No wonder it cost 1,500 prestige. +1, +1, +1. Ding. Face-shifting meets the advancement requirements. Advance. Push it. Congratulations, host. Face-shifting has advanced to myriad transformations. Myriad transformations, face, voice, presence, and physique, all can be mimicked flawlessly. Grade, Earth. Achievement unlocked. 1,000 faces in one. Prestige plus 200. I pictured Zhao Quan again. Muscles and bones shifted across my whole body. In an instant, a beardless Zhao Quan stared back from the mirror. Damn, can't tell the difference at all. The moment I spoke, my voice was identical to Zhao Quan's too. I checked the shop again. Sure enough, fake beard items had unlocked. 50 prestige apiece, but I still bought 3 styles. Ding. Host cultivation has broken through 500 years. Reward, 1 lucky fortune bag. Achievement unlocked. Borrow another 500 years from heaven. Prestige plus 200. I checked. My total cultivation across all techniques now added up to 550 years. 500 years and all I get is an earth grade. Little sis, you're such a cheapskate. Still, mystery bags were good stuff. No rush this time. I'd save them up. Cracking them open once I could pull heaven-grade techniques would be way more worthwhile. I changed into common civilian clothes, swapped on a plain everyman's face, and rode to the gates of Linsong. Right there on the notice board hung my portrait, Rebel Lin Xiao. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Good thing I disguised myself. A few copper coins slipped to the guards got me waved through. Refugees were pouring in these days. There was no way they could screen everyone. I asked around and learned Shi Yong was temporarily staying at the General's Manor in the southern quarter. When I got there, I found the place ringed by prefectural troops. No way any civilian was getting close. Awfully cautious, aren't we? Not that I was surprised. He knew I liked picking off commanding officers, so of course he'd be on guard. Word was the army was pulling out that morning, which meant Shi Yong would have to show himself. I found a tea stall and settled in to wait. An hour later, activity picked up at the manor gates. An armored general vaulted into the saddle and led several hundred soldiers out toward the city gates. Shi Yong, 37, Xianwei General, Aptitude, Mystic Grade. Technique 1, Peak Severing Blade, 43 years, Mystic Grade. Technique 2, Thousand Rivers Reflecting Moon, 15 years, Earth Grade. Technique 3. Iron Bone Art, 35 years, yellow grade. I frowned. Well, the White Prince's favored commander had actually learned an Earth grade technique from Blade Mountain. And 35 years of Iron Bone Art gave him no small defense either. Head on, I could probably kill him using the 6.6 seconds of invulnerability from Indestructible Vajra, but the White Prince had backups. That'd only treat the symptom, not the cause. I sized up the getup of Shi Yong's personal guard, and an idea took shape. At the city gate, Prefect Wu Yonghe led a group of officials to see him off. Shi Yong wore an arrogant sneer, drained his wine in one gulp, hurled the cup to the ground, and spurred his horse out through the gates. Give the order. Break camp. We march. The moment Shi Yong was gone, the fawning smiles on the officials' faces flipped to contempt. A brute who swings a blade around. What's he got to strut about? Come on, I've booked Miss Nongying from the Drunken Blossom Pavilion to dance for us. Let's celebrate early. They were just about to leave when an armored soldier came hustling out of the city. Huh? Isn't that one of Shi Yong's men? Huh? So much for strict military discipline. A few more mocking chuckles, and the group dispersed. That so-called personal guard was, of course, me. Shi Yong's honor guards dressed no differently from ordinary soldiers. So I'd slipped into the general's manor in the confusion and found a soldier tagged with the village bully trait to replace. Stuffed the body into my spatial storage. Perfect. When an army breaks camp, everyone's rushing around. Nobody noticed one extra body at the back. I mixed in with the regular troops and observed on the sly. Half a day's march later, the army encamped at Pingsong County. Shi Yong had learned his lesson. Instead of using the army camp, he commandeered the county magistrate's compound. Checkpoint after checkpoint at the gates. Watching it, I couldn't help but grin. Too bad, old man's switching tactics this time. Your strongest piece is already in my camp. Along the way, I marked out a few officers close to Shi Yong. After nightfall, I climbed to the second floor of an inn. One of Shi Yong's trusted men was staying here. I slipped in through the window and found a big, bearded man drinking inside. You lousy foot soldier. What do you think you're? Before he could reach for his blade, I slashed his throat. Clamping a hand over his mouth, I quickly changed clothes and disguised myself. The man was Zhou Dazhuang, a 6th-rank Zhaowu commandant, formerly of the White Prince's private army, perfectly placed to get close to Shi Yong. I'd barely finished transforming when someone knocked. Commandant Zhou? Someone here to see the general. I answered in Zhou Dazhuang's voice. This late at night? Who? Face is covered, but he's got the White Prince's seal as proof. Strange, the assault was set for tomorrow. Who'd come now? I followed the man to the city gate, where I saw a bundled-up, powerfully built figure. Jada, age 40, special envoy of the northern barbarian Tamlang tribe. My stomach lurched, so it was a barbarian. Enough talk. Here's the White Prince's seal. Jada thrust the token forward arrogantly. I feigned surprise. This way, please. An unexpected stroke of luck, a straight shot to Shi Yong. Moments later, the two of them entered the study, where Shi Yong sat studying a defense map of Baishui Prefecture. You? Out, Shi Yong said, glancing at me. I bowed my way out, then ducked below the windowsill to eavesdrop. General Shi, our main force has already gathered north of Baishui City. We attack at noon tomorrow. The chief wants you to launch your assault right on schedule and wipe out Lin Xiao. No problem. But Lin Xiao's head belongs to me. I'm presenting it to the White Prince. Out of the question. Lin Xiao killed our young chieftain. We're going to cut him 1,000 times. I only want the head. The body's yours. Also, Mu Weining of the Mu family army is not to be killed. The White Prince wants her. A trifle. And most important of all, once our army enters the city, you withdraw. Huh. Naturally. The deal struck. Jada handed over a box of jewels and left, satisfied. I circled back to the door and knocked. General, this humble officer requests an audience. You haven't left yet? That masked man slipped me a note as well. Looks like intelligence of some kind. Come in. I stepped in, carefully closed the door, and handed over the note I'd taken from Su Chong. Shi Yong glanced down. His eyes changed instantly. This is Xing. Before he could react, I drove my blade clean through his throat. Shi Yong's eyes bulged with shock. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined Zhou Dazhuang killing him. He staggered back, trying to run. I ran my blade through his back, straight out his heart. A ferocious general of his generation, dead, just like that. What a rush. Thanks to Jada, that saved me a whole lot of trouble. After confirming no one was around, I changed clothes and disguised myself again, practiced my voice in front of the mirror, then wiped away the bloodstains and lay down on the couch to rest. Early the next morning, I donned Shuyang's armor and helmet and strode into the military camp with an air of authority. General, Captain Zhou is missing. It seems he's vanished. I waved it off. He has other matters to attend to. Don't concern yourself. We must reach Baishui City before noon. Move out. Yes, sir. Mounted on a tall war horse, I gazed at the dark mass of 30,000 troops, my mouth practically watering. How sweet it would be to take command of them all. While I was thinking this, a middle-aged officer beside me spoke up. General Shi, might we delay the assault on Baishui City by one day? Wei Dongxue, 34, Sangzhou Army Advisor. I narrowed my eyes and put on an arrogant expression. Your reason? This subordinate believes the Baishui prefectural garrison and border troops repelled the northern barbarians while guarding the frontier. They are meritorious officers. The killing of the prefect must have some hidden circumstances behind it. I am willing to serve as envoy. If we can take Baishui City without shedding a drop of blood, it would still be a great achievement for the general. I said nothing, waiting to see how the other officers would react. Sure enough, White King's inner circle immediately erupted in rebuke. Advisor Wei, you're twisting the truth. Lin Xiao is a bloodthirsty killer. How does he deserve to be called meritorious? He murdered Prefect Liu and framed His Highness the White King. Repelling the northern barbarians? I'd never believe it if you beat me to death. You're a civil official. You're just afraid to die. Wei Dongxue frowned. The prefectural army, the border troops, and the garrison are all subjects of Great Qian. Why must we slaughter our own? I said coolly. Advisor Wei's proposal. Who agrees with it? Two prefectural army captains furrowed their brows, but remained silent. Wang Chong, Bai Buhe. Looks like you two have something to say. Wang Chong, Sangzhou Army Jinwei Captain. Bai Buhe, Sangzhou Army Huwei Captain. The two had no choice but to speak. Reporting to the general, Lin Zhao's martial skill is unmatched in the world, and with the Mu family army supporting him, a direct assault would cost us heavily. This subordinate hails from Baishui Prefecture. Many of our brothers have relatives and ties there. Some of the garrison soldiers are even our own kin. The last time General Fan Zhong died and the army collapsed, it was because so many of the brothers simply didn't want to fight. I let out a cold snort. Military orders are absolute. The two lowered their heads in fear. As noon approached, the army had reached within a few li of the city. Atop the city wall, Zhao Quan and Mu Weining watched helplessly as the 30,000 troops arrived. Why hasn't Commander Lin returned yet? Qini fretted. My sworn brother said to proceed according to plan. Zhao Quan cupped his fists toward Mu Weining. Miss Mu, protecting the people falls to you now. Brother Zhao, let me lead the troops out of the city instead. No. If the men see me staying behind while you charge into battle, what would they think? My sworn brother has saved me several times and now ventures alone into danger. How could I let his beloved be the one on the front lines? Mu Weining heard the resolve in his voice. General Zhao. General, I wish you a triumphant return. Zhao Quan let out a hearty laugh, swung onto his horse, and galloped toward the north gate. There, Wu Jinzhou was already fully assembled with over 100 Mu family soldiers and 3,000 mixed cavalry, ready to move out. At the same moment, to the north, dust boiled up into the sky. The greedy Wolf Tribe's army of the northern barbarians had arrived at the city walls, wolf-head banners rippling in the wind, siege ladders and catapults already in position. Chieftain Beer sat astride a black warhorse, a silver helmet on his head, radiating imposing authority. Chieftain, Shuyang's 30,000-strong army has reached the southern outskirts of Baishui City. Huh, right on time. Father, let me take the city and avenge my brother. Bechuo's younger brother Hetoa was already itching for a fight. The men of the Central Plains are cunning. Let them attack first, then we strike. There's no rush. At that very moment, the city gates ahead flew open. Zhao Quan came charging out at the head of 3,000 cavalry, spreading them in a single line and forming up in a charging formation. The northern barbarian army was stunned, foregoing the walls to fight the barbarian cavalry out in the open. Was this not a slap in the face? The audacity. They dare come out to meet us head-on. Hatua's eyes bulged in fury. Father, give me 5,000 riders, and I'll grind them into dust. The barbarian cavalry roared their eagerness for battle. Though Bayur sensed something was off, refusing to fight now would cost him his chieftainship. Hatua, bring me the enemy commander's head, so your father may use it as a wine cup. Hatua drew his curved saber. Warriors, follow me and slaughter these Central Plains dogs. The barbarian iron cavalry surged forward at a full charge. Zhao Quan's blood was roaring too. Brothers, Commander Lin said, trust him, and we fight the barbarians to the death. Trust me, trust Commander Lin. Follow me and kill. The border troops were iron-blooded men who had walked the line between life and death countless times. They surged after him without hesitation. The garrison troops understood as well. Lin Zhao's arrival had finally brought them their pay, and if they lost today, they were dead either way. Kill. The thunderous war cries shook Baishui City to its foundations. Meanwhile, on the eastern side of Baishui City, I led 30,000 Sangzhou troops at full gallop. Shi Yong rode at the very front, his 5,000 cavalry pressing hardest of all. General, why are we swinging around to the north side of the city? Wouldn't it be simpler to just attack from the south? Two officers from the White King's army were thoroughly baffled. Cut the chatter. Anyone who defies orders will be executed on the spot. My furious bellow silenced them. But Wei Dongxue, Bai Buhe, and Wang Chong exchanged startled looks. It seemed General Shi had no intention of attacking the city at all. The closer we drew to the north side, the clearer the sounds of battle became. Through the billowing smoke, two forces of cavalry had already collided. The Sangzhou troops were shaken to the core. Most of them had never faced the northern barbarians in person. General, it's the Baishui prefecture garrison. They're fighting the northern barbarians. Wei Dongxue cried out. I ripped my blade free and roared. All forces, hear my command. Follow me. Kill the barbarians. What? The cavalry behind me were completely stunned. General, you must be joking. His Highness the White King's orders were. Before he could finish, I sent his head flying. I locked onto Shi Yong's inner circle, saber chi erupting from my blade. Executed on the spot. 1 deputy general and 4 captains, heads flying in unison. Kills +6, cultivation +6, prestige +160. The remaining officers and soldiers of the Sangzhou army stood frozen, mouths agape. Watching this, General Shi, radiating killing intent like some demon king from hell. They'd long heard Shi Yong was ruthless, but they never imagined he'd cut down his own confidants without so much as a blink. Every last one of you, listen up. There is no prince by here, only soldiers of the great Qian. Your brothers in arms are out there bleeding to death against those barbarian dogs. If the barbarians win, they'll butcher your fathers and mothers, rape your wives and daughters, plunder your grain, and burn your homes to the ground. Prince Bai colluded with the northern barbarians to seize the throne. He doesn't see us as human beings. I, Shi Yong, will not stand for it. I channeled my deep internal energy, carrying every word to the thousands of cavalry. The soldiers' blood boiled, their eyes bloodshot, leaving their mortal enemies alive while slaughtering their own countrymen? What kind of madness was this? Plenty of men understood the truth. It was just that no one had dared to say it. Shi Yong was Prince Bai's most trusted general, and if even he couldn't bear it any longer, the Sangzhou troops ignited in an instant. General Shi, I, Wei Dongxue, will follow you into death on the battlefield. I, Bai Buhe, will give my last breath. I, Wang Chong, refuse to stand idle. Every military household present had lost kin to the barbarians. That blood debt could no longer be suppressed. I've had enough of this. Kill the barbarians. I raised my saber and roared. Any man who will ride with me to slay the barbarians. Follow me. Kill. I led Wei Dongxue and the others in a flanking charge straight into the northern barbarian cavalry. Within the barbarian formation, Bayur sensed something had gone wrong, but Hatua had already committed to the charge. It was a trap. They're in it together. Bayur bellowed in fury, driving his blade through the ashen-faced Jada. Archers, cover our flank. Everyone else, with me, fight to the death. Ahead, Hatua saw the reinforcements sweeping in from the flank, and his expression twisted. He resolved to cut down the enemy commander first. Slashing his way through, he sent Zhao Quan's helmet flying and reversed his blade for the killing blow. An arrow tore through the air. Hatuo twisted aside just in time. Shi Yong, Zhao Quan, snatched from the jaws of death, stared in utter shock. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that Prince Bai's confidant would be the one to save him. Hatuo was already lunging in for another strike when I closed the distance and swung my saber at his neck. Clang! Hatuo's tiger's mouth split open from the impact. Drawing on my deep cultivation, I whipped my blade around in a lightning reversal. The ring pommel saber punched clean through his back and out his heart. Kills +1, cultivation +1, prestige +30. General Zhao pressed the attack. I called over my shoulder, then charged deeper into the thickest cluster of northern barbarians. General Shi. Zhao Quan was shaken to the core, truly a tiger of a warrior. In his heart, he knew it had to be Lin Xiao. Turning Shi Yong to our side, this brother of mine was an absolute legend. Wu Jinjia, Qin He, and the others were beside themselves with joy. Brothers, reinforcements. The Zhangzhou army's here to help us. Charge! The soldiers of Baishui Commandery blazed with fighting spirit. As their morale surged, the barbarian cavalries collapsed. Having seen Hituo cut down, their formation fell into chaos, and they were driven back step by step. On the city wall, Mu Weining wore a look of pure disbelief. What's going on? Wasn't Shi Yong supposed to be attacking the city? Xiao Qingxian and Lung Bingyan had come up onto the ramparts as well. Watching the cavalry drive like a blade into the barbarian's flank, both were stunned. How on earth did he pull this off? Even Lung Bingyan, born of a military house, couldn't make sense of it. Lin Xiao turned the tables every single time, and each time was more breathtaking than the last. My husband truly is a talent without equal. Xiao Qingshuan's lovely eyes shone with wonder. The barbarians still outnumbered us, but their morale had shattered. Buyur, watching his younger son slain, felt his heart bleed. He was still cursing the White King when he saw me hacking my way straight toward him. Archers! Shoot him down! Hundreds of archers loosed at once, and a rain of arrows came whistling down. I'd been expecting it. I rolled off my horse and used Startled Swan to burst forward, slipping through the arrows. Blazing Inferno. One slash sent more than a dozen shield-bearing barbarians flying, shields and all. The barbarians hadn't expected me to lose no speed on foot. If anything, I made a smaller target. Using Drifting Dragon Step, I drew a second blade out of thin air. Wolf Fong Cold Moon Saber. Buyur recognized it instantly as his son Boda's blade. His eyes nearly split with rage. Kill him. Kill him now. Exactly what I wanted. Blood Demon Saber flames in my left hand. Blazing Inferno in my right. Crimson and fire fused into a saber aura that whirled like a scarlet blood tornado, reaping lives without mercy. Bloodlust +67, +98, +132. The stacking bloodlust turned me into a killing machine, tireless. But I knew that if the surge suddenly cut off, I'd crash hard. So without hesitation, I bought a spirit essence pill for 200 prestige and popped it into my mouth. Bloodlust +257, duration 60 seconds. The barbarians were already breaking and running, their savage faces twisted with fear as if they were facing some man-eating beast. Wei Dongxue, Bai Biehe, and the others had been fighting for a while when they finally looked up and realized General Shi had charged this far into enemy lines alone. General Shi is over there. Let's go help him. At that very moment, the north gate of Baishui City swung open once more. The remaining defenders and the Zhangzhou infantry poured out together. If the Zhangzhou army was here to help, there was no reason to keep the gate barred any longer. Soldiers, charge! Leave none alive. Mu Weining, clad in armor and gripping a long spear, led the all-out assault herself. She could feel I was out there on the field somewhere, and she couldn't bear to wait any longer. With 20,000 infantry joining the fray, the barbarian army collapsed completely, casting off armor and weapons as they fled for their lives. I had eyes only for Buyur. Seeing my bloodlust about to run out, I, anxious as a burning fire. Buyur wheeled his horse around to flee. Form ranks. Stop him. A dozen guards raised their heavy shields. Boosted by 300 stacks of bloodlust, I leapt 7 or 8 meters into the air and vaulted clean over them. Skewer him. A dozen spears thrust up at once. Without hesitation, I activated my overlord's body, adamantine indestructible. Clang, clang, clang. The spearhead struck me as if striking reinforced steel. I flexed my body, snapping the spears outright, and took down 7 guards with a single stroke. Bloodlust plus 298. Refreshed. The single blade style, flame surge. A wave of crimson blade chi slammed into Buyer's back. He spewed blood and tumbled off his horse, but he wasn't dead. Buyer, 53, chieftain of the northern barbarian greedy wolf tribe. Aptitude, mystic grade. Armor, wolf king cuirass, mystic grade. He was a tribal chieftain, after all, and he had a piece of mystic grade armor. Damn you, I'll take you down with me. With the desperate ferocity of a cornered beast, Buyer drew his night wolf golden blade to fight. But suddenly, a bloodless-faced dead Shi Yong came lunging at him. Buyer's face twisted with horror. He hadn't even struck yet. So how was this man already dead? No, wait. He wasn't wearing his armor. Before he could think it through, the real me, already back in my true form, came bursting out from behind the corpse. Startled Swan was off cooldown, and my speed doubled. One stroke lopped off Buyer's head. To his dying moment, he never understood who this man was. Kill +1, cultivation +1, prestige plus 150. The instant the strike landed, I sliced off Shi Yong's head, dumped the body where it lay, and sprinted behind the catapult. I quickly stripped off the armor, tore off the beard, and tossed Shi Yong's head down beside the armor. Not a single barbarian soldier dared approach at that moment. By the time I'd restored my own appearance, seized a horse, and charged back into the battlefield, what I held in my hand was none other than Buyer's head. Brothers, their chieftain is dead. Zhao Quan, Wu Jinja, Qin He, and the others saw me and were overjoyed. It's Commander Lin. He killed Buyer? I knew Commander Lin was off doing something big. On the other side, Wei Dongxue, Bai Buhe, and Wang Chong were searching everywhere for Shi Yong. I gave another shout. General Shi died in battle for the people of Great Qian. Let's avenge him. What? General Shi is dead. Wei Dongxue and the others were moved to tears, unable to believe it. A loyal warrior who had just pledged to follow us. Gone, just like that? But no one had time to dwell on it now. Every man had only one thought: kill every last barbarian. I'd meant to reap more cultivation for myself, but these soldiers were each more ferocious than the last, and hardly left any for me. Should have waited longer before announcing Shi Yong's death. Still, there was good news. Achievement unlocked. 1000-man slayer, earth grade. Slay over 1,000 foes. Prestige plus 200. The prestige from the elixir was back. We chased them for over 10 miles, until the 20,000-strong northern barbarian army was all but annihilated. I looked. 1,250 prestige and 634 points of cultivation. Not bad, all things considered. Besides, I still had the Mystic Grade Wolf King armor and several yellow grade pieces of gear to trade in for more prestige. The soldiers and citizens of Baishui City erupted in cheers. Outside the city gates, Su Chong stared at the ground littered with barbarian corpses, looking as though he'd seen a ghost. Zheng Siki's eyes were shining. Brother Su, this Commander Lin is no ordinary man. These old bones of mine were ready to retire, but now I'm thinking of sticking around a few more years. Indeed. Su Chong couldn't wrap his head around it. How the hell had this played out? Shi Yong had no reason to betray the White King. He was thoroughly annoyed. After a victory like this, his daughter was bound to fall head over heels for Lin Xiao. General Shi. Not far off, the soldiers of the Zhangzhou army let out anguished cries. Shi Yong's head and armor had been found, and his corpse had been desecrated. Wei Dongxue and the others wept bitterly. Even Zhao Quan's eyes reddened as he kowtowed in respect. Thank you, General Shi, for saving our lives. I was checking Mu Weining for injuries when I caught sight of Zhao Quan bowing, and nearly lost my composure. Lin, when did you slip around to the barbarian's rear? Mu Weining only had eyes for me. Right after Shi Yong and I made our pact, I got into position early, just to ambush Buyer. Too risky. Going in alone like that. No choice. The hardest jobs have to be mine. Otherwise, why would the brothers follow me? I brushed her cheek. You're not hurt. No. Only killed 7 or 8. Though, hardly any at all. Huh. There'll be plenty more chances. I walked over to the Tsanzhou soldiers. They watched me with complicated expressions. The legendary god of slaughter of the borderlands, now seen in the flesh, carrying Buyer's head out of the fray. They had no choice but to be impressed. Wei Dongxue, Bai Buhe, Wang Chong. I called out their names one by one. The three exchanged startled glances. General Lin, how do you know us? Wei Dongxue asked, wiping away tears. General Shi told me. My face was full of regret. The truth is, I'd already infiltrated the Tsanzhou army long ago. This whole business, the feigned assault on the city, joining forces against the barbarians, we'd planned it all in advance. General Shi said he'd handle the White King's lackeys in the ranks himself, but he knew there were many among you who genuinely wanted to defend your homeland. Loyal, brave men. He'd seen through you all long ago. His own death he counted as nothing. He only couldn't bear that he'd dragged the rest of you into it. Before the campaign, he made me promise. If he fell in battle, I was to pass along a message. He said, he'd made you enemies of the White King, and for that, he was sorry. Wei Dongxue and the others broke down in tears again, and even Zhao Quan and his men sighed in sorrow. Seeing the mood was ripe, I finally spoke. Many of the military households in your Tsanzhou army have families back home. If any of you wish to leave, I won't force you to stay. That's the promise I made to General Shi. Zhao Quan and the others frowned. Was he really going to let 20,000? Sending the provincial troops back would be a hidden danger. General Lin jests. Wei Dongxue said bitterly. We defied the White Prince's will, helped Baishui Commandery repel the northern barbarians, and got so many White Prince's army officers killed in the process. Go back, and we're criminals. Nothing good waits for us there. Adjutant Wei is right. If the brothers go back, most of us'll just be cannon fodder, Bai Buhe nodded. Colluding with barbarians to slaughter his own people. A man like that's fit to be a prince of Great Qian? I spit on him. Wang Chong sneered. The other officers nodded one after another, loathing the White Prince to the bone. I listened, satisfied. Since you're saying it yourselves, that saves me the trouble. This lot isn't stupid. They know exactly what position they're in. Zhao Quan and the others were also overjoyed. Besides, if the White Prince really moved against the soldiers' families, what charge could he pin on them? That Tsanzhou troops killed barbarians and spared Great Qian citizens? Word of that would have the whole realm laughing their teeth out. After all, the Tsanzhou army hadn't mutinied. They'd merely followed Shi Yong's orders. And Shi Yong was the White Prince's man. So even if he hated them to the marrow, the White Prince wouldn't dare lay a hand on their families lightly. General Lin, forgive my bluntness. With your illustrious record, your name already thunders across the 6 northern provinces. Now the 7 commanderies of Tsanzhou lie stripped of troops. Why not seize the whole of Tsanzhou in one stroke, before the White Prince can react? The moment Wei Dongxue said this, everyone's expression changed. Damn, this kid actually dared to say it. I knew this young man carried the deploying troops and dispatching generals trait, a genuine military talent. Seeing everyone's blazing eyes, with even Mu Weiniying looking on expectantly, I smiled. Let me think on it further. First, tally the spoils and see to the wounded. As for the Tsanzhou soldiers who wish to stay, Brother Zhao, I'll have to trouble you. Settle them all properly. They fought shoulder to shoulder with us against the enemy. Zhao Quan nodded. Rest easy, worthy brother. You head back to the city first. Wei Dongxue and the others looked slightly disappointed, but they also understood that swallowing all of Tsanzhou in one gulp would be too big a step. The moment I entered the city, Xiao Qingxian, already dressed in a green silk gown, was waiting beside the carriage. She came running over and threw herself into my arms, letting out a long breath of relief. Husband, you're finally back safe. My lady, I'm covered in blood. This is all my husband's glory in battle. Your concubine shares in the honor. Truly a would-be empress. Her emotional support was maxed out. I lifted her lovely face and kissed her hard, until her cheeks flushed crimson. After a great battle, with a beauty in my arms, bliss. Back at the mansion, Xiao Qingxian attended to my bath and change of clothes. When we spoke of Wei Dongxue's proposal, her eyes lit up. Did husband agree? Can't rush it. Have to wait. Your concubine believes husband is right. Share your thoughts. Adjutant Wei was eager to raise it. First, because speed is essential in war. Second, out of self-interest. They're worried about their families and can't wait for husband to send troops to take Sangzhou. Right? But why can't I move quickly? I believe there are two reasons. First, we need justification. Taking a single prefecture wouldn't matter much, but to take all of Sangzhou, husband can't remain a mere border army commander. The nobles and gentry of Sangzhou will certainly pay lip service while working against you, but you can't very well kill them all. Once branded a rebel and traitor, the common people won't trust you either. Second, to test where the Sangzhou army's loyalties truly lie. If some can't wait even a few days before trying to flee back home, then those men are better off gone. I nodded, satisfied. Well said, but there's a third reason too. What is it? I know the border army well, but the Sangzhou troops only just arrived. Their allegiance is only skin deep. They aren't really my army yet. I need time to forge the whole force into a single blade. Taking territory was easy, holding it was hard. Today's great victory came from shared hatred against the barbarians. But to make the Sangzhou soldiers give their lives for me, I had to win their hearts. Husband thinks so thoroughly. This concubine feels ashamed by comparison. Xiao Qingxian laughed sweetly. I was about to pull her into the bath for a bit of playful splashing when, Commander, Miss Su is here. She says Elder Zhu requests your presence. Elder Zhu? The great scholar Zhu Ming? I smiled with interest. Wife, that justification we spoke of. It may have just arrived. Xiao Qingxian immediately dressed me in a plain, dark-colored robe. In the main hall, Su Huansha, dressed in men's clothing, was pacing back and forth with excitement. You're finally here. My teacher agreed to see you. He told me to bring you over. Elder Zhu is quite the pragmatist. He wouldn't see me until I'd fought a hard battle. Teacher has his own considerations. Don't be angry just yet. Even Su Huansha felt Zhu Ming was being too harsh. In the span of a single month, I'd risen from an unknown border soldier to the god of slaughter on the frontier, commanding tens of thousands of troops. Luck alone couldn't account for that. Skilled in both letters and arms, my only flaw, perhaps, was that I'd married so early. Zhu Ming lived in a small village outside Baishui City, nestled between mountains and river. When Su Huansha and I arrived on horseback, we saw an old man with a graying beard tilling soil in his courtyard. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I never would have imagined this world-renowned scholar was such an ordinary old man. Zhu Ming, 63 years old, academy scholar, grand tutor to the crown prince, aptitude, yellow grade. Traits, erudite, special, great scholar, farmer. Teacher, Commander Lin is here. Su Huansha dismounted and made the introduction. I stepped forward with composed courtesy and cupped my hands. This junior, Lin Xiao, greets Elder Zhu. Zhu Ming set down his hoe and returned the greeting with a smile. The moment old Zhu Ming saw me, he cupped his hands. This old man, Zhu Ming, thanks Commander Lin for saving the people of Baishui Prefecture. I was taken aback. I'd expected this great scholar to put on airs. I hadn't expected him to be so humble. Elder Zhu is too kind. Suehua, brew some tea. An old woman with graying temples and a ruddy complexion answered cheerfully and stepped inside to boil water. I took one look at her and cursed inwardly. Well, holy crap. Ding Tsuwa, 57 years old, Sword Grove Inner Sect Elder, Earth Grade Aptitude. Technique 1. Moon Shadow 1000 Layers, 78 years of cultivation. Sword Grove's top-tier swordsmanship, Earth Grade. Technique 2. Mirror Lake Skimming, 63 years of cultivation. Earth Grade Lightness Technique. Mastery allows walking on water. Traits: Sword Dao Master, Assassin, Cook. I drew a deep breath, pressing down my shock. And this elder is? Oh, my teacher's wife, Su Huansha said with a smile. Her cooking is incredible. Elder Zhu's wife. She can't just be a cook, can she? I probed. What do you know? My teacher never judges people by their background. Shenyang was a farm girl, and they've supported each other through decades of life together. You're the one who doesn't know, I thought. But if she was happy living this kind of life, why should I blow her cover? Once inside, aside from all the books, the furnishings were plain to the point of austerity. Zhu Ming wiped off the mud and came in, and Ding Tsuhua had already set out the tea. Huansha, come with Shenyang to the kitchen and help make some flatbread. Ding Tsuehua smiled and led Su Huansha away. Su Huansha knew she was being sent off, but didn't dare refuse. With just the two of us left in the room, Zhu Ming sipped his tea, his gaze thoughtful. Commander Lin, speak plainly. I didn't beat around the bush. That question you asked me before. 1, 2, 3. Were you dissatisfied with my answer? Quite the opposite. It fit my heart all too well. Then why refuse to see me? Too much of a good thing. Your answer was too perfect. It didn't come from the heart. I stiffened. I'd underestimated this old man. The people are precious. The ruler is light. Line was Mencius. I'd only given the polished answer to score points, and he'd seen through it at a glance. You're right. I gave that answer to cater to you. Then now answer again? I thought for a moment. 4, 5, 6. Zhu Ming was startled, then burst into hearty laughter. That asterisk is the answer a young man should give. Meaning if I'd said that from the start, you'd have seen me? Not necessarily. A gentleman judges by deeds, not intent. I invited you today because I saw what you've done recently for Baishui Prefecture, and I believe you truly have the people's welfare at heart. Besides, if you couldn't survive being caught between enemies on both fronts this time, there'd have been no point meeting at all. No wonder he was once tutor to the crown prince, I thought. The scholars of this world aren't to be underestimated. Since Elder Zhu understands, then you know what I'm asking for. I still carry some weight in the capital. I'll do what I can to advocate on your behalf. And what are Elder Zhu's conditions? What I want, you can't give me yet. Consider it a favor owed. Repay it if you can. If not, so be it. I was taken aback. Wasn't that essentially a free handout? Then again, thinking it over, a man with disciples all across the land. Even the crown prince treats him as a mentor. There's really nothing I could offer that would catch his eye. Consider this angel investment. Then this junior thanks you in advance. If you don't mind, stay for a simple meal before you go. My back's been acting up these past couple of days. Could you help me turn over a patch of the vegetable garden? My expression stiffened for a second. Well, so that's what the trap was. Still, I agreed readily enough. Plenty of men would beg for this kind of chore and never get it. I'd grown up in the countryside, so I was more than practiced at this sort of work. Zhu Ming watched my brisk, efficient movements, and a hint of approval crept into his eyes. In the kitchen, Ding Cuihua noticed Su Huansha kept sneaking peeks outside and laughed. So that's the man who's stolen your heart. Shernyeong, don't talk nonsense. I've watched you grow up from a little girl. You think I can't tell? If you like him, let your teacher play matchmaker. Su Huansha's delight quickly turned to worry. Forget it. He's already married. You mean that woman with the mismatched eyes? If you don't mind, I'll have your teacher ask whether he'd be willing to take a second wife of equal standing. Shernyeong. Besides Sister Xiao, he already has a concubine, General Mu Tiexin's daughter, Mu Weining. General Mu's daughter, as his concubine? Ding Cuihua looked over at me in surprise, her estimation of me climbing a notch. He'd rather let the Mu family's precious daughter be a concubine than cast off his first wife? That's a man who doesn't forget his roots. Su Huansha pouted. Even so, it's no use. My father and mother would never agree. Ding Cuihua sighed and said no more. Once I finished the work, I ate 2 flatbreads with some side dishes. What was strange was that Ding Cuihua kept staring at me with an odd look in her eyes. So much so that it gave me the creeps. You have to understand, my strongest attack right now is the Earth-grade sky-burning saber technique, and only at 50 years of cultivation. She, on the other hand, has trained hers up to 78 years, the strongest single-target martial artist I've ever met. Little Tong, if I one-on-one her right now, could I win? System, with diamond indestructible body and hosts superior physique, theoretical win rate is 70%. What if I push sky-burning saber technique up to 100 years? System, win rate above 80%. Damn, 50 more years, and I only gain 10%. System, techniques have a cap. Diminishing returns. The gap from 10 to 50 years is substantial. From 50 to 100, much smaller. I got it. The further along you go, the worse the return. 200 years of an Earth-grade technique might not beat 50 years of a Heaven-grade one. Lucky I hadn't wasted points dumping into it. As we were leaving, Zhu Ming pressed a letter into Su Huansha's hand. Give this to your father. He'll understand once he reads it. I pretended not to notice, but I knew perfectly well what was going on. Zhu Ming and Su Chong were both from the Academy faction, and they were clearly plotting something. As long as it could be used to my advantage, that was fine by me. Su Huansha and I rode off on horseback. Zhu Ming stroked his beard and smiled. Huansha has good taste. Ding Cuihua leaned closer. Fights on the battlefield, works the fields, and has a head full of learning. He's an excellent match. Pity he married so early. Making Huansha concubine, junior brother Su won't agree. Yeah, if he won't take you as a concubine, then as a proper wife. Well, that's a different story. With that, Zhu Ming turned and headed back to the vegetable patch. Ding Cuihua stared, stunned. It won't come to that, will it? That night, Su Chong unsealed the letter in his study, his expression shifting several times. Half an hour later, a carrier pigeon shot out from the back courtyard, streaking straight for the capital. Meanwhile, I was in Mu Weiniing's room, making her report the spoils of war. War horses seized, 4,700. Grain and provisions, 1,000. How much? Speak clearly. 1,500 sure. Husband, is that enough? Mu Weiniing was in tears, begging for mercy. Was this man made of iron? He'd just fought a bloody battle that very afternoon. No, your husband is tempering your willpower. She had no choice but to finish the report, word by word. Deep in the night, I held the aggrieved woman in my arms and laughed. I ask you to report the spoils, and suddenly you don't like it. This concubine is useless. You did very well today. Your husband is quite satisfied. She buried her face in my chest, a sweet little smile tugging secretly at the corner of her mouth. How are the Zhangzhou troops? Anyone deserting? No one left today? Though some are grumbling, wondering why you don't march out and take the whole of Zhangzhou prefecture, asking if you're afraid of the White Prince. That's normal. People chase their own interests. Next, we make them understand that following the border army has a future. I looked down. She was already asleep. 300-year undying golden body, too overpowering. The next day, I summoned Wei Dongxue, Bai Buhe, and the other Zhangzhou officers. Commander Lin, are we marching out? Wei Dongxue asked, eyes bright with anticipation. We'll be marching, yes, but not now. I called you here today to give the men leave. Huh, they exchanged bewildered looks. Commander Lin, this is the perfect moment to counterattack. If we grant leave, what if the soldiers just slip away? I turned to Bai Buhe. You're from Baishui Commandery. Do you miss your family? Bai Buhe's eyes reddened instantly. I want to go home and see my old mother. Granted. I swept my gaze across the rest. And you? I want to see my wife and children. My father is ill. I haven't had word in ages. All granted. 3 days leave. They bowed in gratitude. Wei Dongshue's expression was complicated. The men from Baishui will be glad, but the soldiers from the other 7 commanderies of Zhangzhou can't all make it home, can they? I know. So for those with nowhere to go, I've arranged a 3-day group tour. A what tour? You'll see. The moment the leave order was issued, over 20,000 Zhangzhou soldiers were dumbfounded. Instead of counterattacking, we're taking a holiday? Was he the god of slaughter on the border, or a living bodhisattva? But before the leave began, I ordered everyone to assemble at the cemetery outside the city. Yesterday's battle, 20,000 enemy dead, 3,000 of our own lost. Most of them were Zhangzhou soldiers. I had the craftsmen erect a great stone stele overnight. There was no time to carve it, so we coated it in white lime and wrote in black ink. The heroes of the Zhangzhou army shall live forever. When more than 30,000 soldiers saw those 9 towering characters, and the 3,000 fallen comrades laid out in neat rows beneath the stone, many a hardened man broke down on the spot. Wei Dongxue and the others had never dreamed I would hold such a ceremony. Live forever. Such a word of glory, bestowed on common enlisted men like them? I channeled my inner force and shouted, soldiers, yesterday we cut the northern barbarians down to the last man. You defended the people of Zhangzhou with your blood. Many of our brothers gave their lives. Every one of them is a hero, and none of them will be forgotten. Today we raise this stele and carve their names. 1,000 years from now, the people of Zhangzhou will still remember them. The soldiers' scalps prickled. Asterisk, if I die, will my name go on the stele too? Asterisk. I lit incense and led everyone in paying respects. Just then, the townsfolk of Baishui City began streaming out. Men, women, elderly, and children, dropping to their knees in a great crowd. Thank you, soldiers. Thank you for saving our family. Mu Weiniing wept openly. and even grizzled men like Zhao Quan wiped the corners of their eyes. For the first time, those 30,000 soldiers felt what it meant to be a soldier: duty, mission, honor. On the city wall, Xiao Qingxian and Lung Bingyan watched from afar. This guy really knows how to work a crowd. He even had you organize the civilians to come out and pay respects. Lung Bingyan snorted. He's a master at winning hearts. Means are means, but the feeling is genuine. How can you call it a trick? Xiao Qingxian smiled slyly. Besides, didn't you just tear up yourself? I did not. Lung Bingyan turned her head aside and sniffed. Xiao Qingxian sighed. If I'd had my husband's methods back then, Western Shu wouldn't have collapsed so fast. Lung Bingyan started to speak, then swallowed her words. However much she hated to admit it, Lin Xiao really was a talent. The leave began. Locals from Baishui Prefecture excitedly headed home. Those from farther away, hearing about the novel group tours, signed up in droves. First day's itinerary, the reclamation zone. Most of the soldiers came from farming families, and seeing their fellow countrymen bent over the fields filled them with warmth. A lively soldier struck up a conversation. Old-timer, who owns this land? It's ours. The government just lets you cultivate it as you please. Not before, only after Commander Lin came. He gave us food, gave us tools, and even sent soldiers to dig irrigation canals. How much tax do you pay? 2/10 we keep for ourselves. On the allotment fields, we hand over 1 part in 5. That's all. Half of what the imperial court charges. Sure is. Everyone's grateful to Commander Lin and his wives. The soldiers listened with envy. That evening, an opera troupe took the stage, bonfires blazed, and village girls danced. The young men were spellbound. This kind of life wasn't any worse than a magistrate's. Up on the hillside, I looked down at the festivities below, quite satisfied. Xiao Qingxian shot me a look. This is my first time dealing with courtesan dancers. It took a lot of work to dress them up as village girls. You could have just found actual village girls. What decent family would let their daughters dance at an occasion like this? She said admiringly. How does that head of yours work, husband? Those few playing the shills were awfully smooth-tongued. Actually, it wasn't hard. I just picked ones with the silver tongue trait. My wife should trust my eye. I picked the finest wife in the world at first glance. Xiao Qingxian felt sweet inside. Not as fine as Wei Ying. When she reports her battle results, her voice is so loud. I burst out laughing and pulled her into my arms. Next time I'll let you do the reporting. Just be louder than her, right? You're awful. I refuse. The next day, the team outing continued. The soldiers were discussing that morning's arrangements bright and early. The procession swept into an open training ground. The Mu banner fluttered in the wind, and several enormous notice boards prominently displayed the words Golden Scale Rankings. Out on the field, 2 cavalrymen were competing in mounted archery. The moment 10 arrows had been loosed, the tallies were counted. Winner, Su Zheng. Reward, 1,001. A Mu family Golden Scale Guard handed a string of coins straight into Su Zheng's hand on the spot, and his name was inscribed on the mounted archery Golden Scale ranking. The Zhangzhou troops went wild. You could earn that much just by shooting a bow on horseback. Wei Dongxue asked Wu Jinjia, who was leading the group, "What's all this about?" This is the Golden Scale Rankings, co-founded by Commander Lin and the Mu family Golden Scale Guards. Currently, there are 3 rankings: mounted archery, weapons, and wrestling. Any soldier not on disciplinary record can enter. Contests are held every 7 days, and making the top 10 wins a reward. What if someone monopolizes the ranking? There's a monthly final. The winner draws lots for the right to challenge a Golden Scale Guard. Succeed, and you join the Golden Scale Guards, with a big pay raise. The Zhangzhou men suddenly understood. The Golden Scale Guards were one of the 5 great iron cavalries that had once garrisoned the capital. Don't think joining the Golden Scale Guards means you can rest easy, Wu Jinjia sighed. Commander Lin's standards are strict. Lose 3 consecutive challenges, and you're demoted. That's why we brothers have been training so hard lately. Mostly, we can't afford to lose face. Everyone roared with laughter. So if we join Commander Lin's command, we can compete for the rankings too? Even making the board pays 1,001. Of course, everyone's treated equally. 4 mounted archery, hit 8 out of 10 within the time limit, and you can compete for a spot on the ranking. 8 out of 10? I can do that. General, let us give it a try too. Fine. This round's elimination is already over, but if you pass the basic assessment, I'll make the call. 101 apiece. The Tsangjo soldiers' eyes lit up. 101, free for the taking. The parade ground burst into activity at once. Wei Dongxiu sighed with feeling. What men seek in this world is nothing more than fame and profit. This system both motivates training and it lets us pick out the real talent. Wu Jinjin nodded repeatedly. Most people think Commander Lin is just good with a blade. In my eyes, his mind is even sharper. By nightfall, when work wrapped up, thousands of soldiers walked home with their 100 copper rewards, spirits high. Those who hadn't earned any took the lesson to heart and quietly vowed to try harder. Mu Weining watched from the shadows for a long while, then hurried home just in time for dinner. Husband, you really are something. You only spent a few hundred taels total, and those 20,000 Sangzhou soldiers were nearly killing each other over it. I turned over a new crossbow in my hands and grinned. If you just hand out money, even 300 coppers a head, they'll think you're buying them. Make them compete for it, and even 100 coppers feels like a treasure. People are perverse creatures. Money's not what matters. Emotional value is what matters. It was the same trick as those street stall ring toss balloon games. Nobody wants one for free, but they'll happily blow tens of yuan trying to hook one. Mu Weining looked half convinced. The harder something is to get, the more you crave it? Something like that. Xiao Qingxian looked at the weapon curiously. This crossbow's strange. Did old you forge it? I gave him plans for a bow, but he thought a crossbow would be more practical. His modifications actually made it much easier to use. That legendary trait, divine craftsmanship, was seriously overpowered. What makes it special? Mu Weining asked. Heh, you'll find out tomorrow. The last day of the group tour. Early in the morning, Zhao Quan and Qin he led the way as over 20,000 men marched to a village by a river. The moment they entered, the soldiers froze. The wooden plaque at the village entrance read, Stone Fort Border Army Family Village. The entire village had been renovated and expanded. The houses were modest but arranged in neat rows. I had Zhao Quan explain to Wei Dongxue and the others. This is where we resettle the border troops' families. I thought garrison quarters sounded too lifeless, so I renamed it the Family Village. Great Qian kept strict control over military households. Families followed the army from post to post and lived in whatever temporary shelter they could scrape together. So seeing such a clean, orderly family village left the Sangzhou soldiers full of curiosity. Zhao Quan had Qin He and the other captains lead them around in groups. The moment Wei Dongxue stepped inside, one thought struck him, clean. The houses were mud-walled with thatched roofs, but every household's front and backyards were kept in immaculate order. Some grew vegetables, others dried fish. Groups of women washed clothes, wove cloth, and mended nets, each busy with her own task. General Zhao, we've walked all this way. How come I haven't seen a single outhouse? Wei Dongxue voiced the question on everyone's mind. In Great Qian's countryside, latrines were shared with the pigs and reeked to high heaven. We use public toilets. Come, I'll show you. Zhao Quan led them to a large, square wooden shed containing dozens of plank partition stalls. Brother Lin designed this public toilet himself. Men on the left, women on the right, completely separated. All the waste drains into an underground septic pit and gets cleaned out on a regular schedule. The group was stunned. This was a latrine? There was hardly any smell. Could we maybe? Wei Dongxue asked, a little embarrassed. Help yourselves, Zhao Quan said with a smug grin. The generals piled inside. Even those who didn't need to go squeezed out a couple of drops just to try. The wooden doors could be latched, and the squat pits were deep with sloped chutes. The waste vanished the instant it hit. They came out marveling. General Zhao, how did you get it this clean? Zhao Quan stroked his beard and laughed. Brother Lin assigned people to flush it down with water once every 2 hours. He calls it sanitation duty, pays a daily wage. Same with the courtyards. Every household has someone sweeping, 100 coppers a month. Lots of idle old folks are fighting for the job. Once they're bringing in money, the younger ones in the household don't dare look down on them. Even the family quarrels have died down. The group clicked their tongues in wonder. When you did the math, it cost next to nothing, but the family's quality of life had clearly improved. They passed by a schoolhouse where dozens of children were riding on sand trays with sticks. Wait, there are girls too. Wei Dongxue noticed both boys and girls inside. Our school doesn't charge tuition. Boys and girls are both welcome to learn their letters. The sand trays keep the cost down too. But girls can't sit the imperial exams. Are the parents actually willing? There's money in it. Zhao Quan laughed. Every month there's a test. Anyone who passes, boy or girl, gets 50 coppers. Could these girls earn 50 coppers working at home? Commander Lin spends like this. Can the army really afford it? I was worried too at first. But think about it. With sanitation crews, public latrines, and cooks handling all the meals, plus the children off at school, the women folk have plenty of free time. They weave cloth, weave nets, work the fields, whatever they make gets sold, and the profits are split 50-50. It's all revenue for the border army. Understanding dawned on the group. Commander Lin is running an entire village the way you'd run an army. They were nearly done with the tour when the archery range just outside the family village left the soldiers gawking. The ones shooting weren't soldiers. They were a flock of brightly dressed young women. Sister Sue, this is so much fun. Just a light pull, and it shoots this far. The weapons they held were crossbows the likes of which no one had ever seen. The girls drew them effortlessly, and every shot at the target 100 meters out hit the mark. Wei Dongxue hurriedly asked what kind of weapon it was. A newly developed composite crossbow, made specifically to let the old, weak, and womenfolk defend themselves. The rate of fire is slow. We haven't decided yet whether to mass-produce them. As they spoke, Su Huansha strode overdressed in men's clothing. General Zhao, could you have some suits of armor brought over? Just shooting at targets is boring. Zhao Quan sent men to deliver 2 suits of armor. 100 meters out, the armor replaced the archery targets. Several pampered young ladies drew back their crossbows with ease and loosed volley after volley at the armor. Thud, thud, thud. The armor was punched clean through. The 1,000-odd Sangzhou soldiers watching. Their faces changed. The implication was clear. Any ordinary commoner holding this crossbow could take their lives with ease. No training. No effort. Just aim and shoot. Zhao Quan watched their grave expressions and chuckled inwardly. In truth, the crossbows cost too much to produce. There was no way they'd become widespread. But how could the Sangzhou soldiers think that far? They'd already been stunned by my unfathomable image. After 3 days of this guided tour, the whole bunch had been thoroughly brainwashed. That evening, I threw a banquet at the Jade Pavilion and invited Zhao Quan, Qin He, and the others. Brother Zhao, you've worked hard today. I raised a cup to him. You flatter me, worthy brother. The public latrines, the schools, the canteens, those were all sister-in-law's doing. I just get to bask in the glory, watching their jaws hit the floor one after another. Now that felt good. Qin, he was even more animated. On the way back, those guys looked like they'd lost their souls. Haha. I raised another cup to Su Huansha. Boss Su's sisters put on a fine performance. Those girls have been cooped up at home, bored out of their minds. They're already begging me to take them out more often in the future. Su Huansha had gotten an eyeful today as well. The construction of the dependence village had shown her just how versatile I was. With governance skills like these, how could I possibly be content with a single prefecture or province? The thought of how far I might rise made her all the more anxious. By then, wouldn't her chances be even slimmer? Once the banquet ended, I brought my 2 women home. Mu Weining knew Xiao Qingxuan's relatives had only just left and tactfully retired to her own room first. After so many days apart, husband and wife had plenty to say. Deep into the night, Xiao Qingxian lay curled against my chest, looking as though she'd had a good cry. Husband, you're so cruel. I begged you, and you still wouldn't let me off. That's not fair, my dear. It was I who was firmly bound, unable to break free. Humph, liar. She pouted coyly, though secretly rather pleased with herself. Over these 3 days, husband wielded both kindness and authority, letting the Sangzhou soldiers see hope while cowing their hearts. Now most of them are truly convinced. They won't leave. I toyed with her idly with one hand. People are practical. So long as they want a good life, they won't turn against me. All that's left is word from the capital. I wonder just how much sway old Ju still has. That was one matter where I could only wait. The capital. Morning court. Emperor Hong sat upon the dragon throne. Not yet 60, yet his eyes were sunken, his face weathered. Chancellor Yang, have those princes still not withdrawn their troops? The moment the edict to reduce their fiefs had been issued, Several of the great princes had sealed off the official roads and waterways. The Central Plains, the capital's richest breadbasket, was already running short on supplies. If this went on, even the Imperial Guard would go hungry. Chancellor Yang Gengzhong spoke with indignation. The Prince of Bai, the Prince of Yan, and the Prince of Qing refused to yield an inch. They demand your majesty abdicate. The Prince of Nanling and the Prince of Donghai have given no reply. The Prince of Wu and Baiwei is willing to open the waterways, but his goods now cost 5 times what they used to. Emperor Hong slammed the throne. This is outer. Asterisk cough, cough, asterisk. He hacked violently, his face turning pale. The eunuch hurried forward to support him. The Wu prince's clan, their surrender back in Emperor Gaozu's time was nothing but a sham, and now they don't even bother to keep up appearances. At this point, Crown Prince Li Chunghao stepped forward. Father, the Prince of Wu is a coward, nothing but a fence-sitter. What matters now is finding a breakthrough among the 3 northern princes. Emperor Hong nodded. Go on. Your son received a letter from his teacher yesterday. He recommends someone who may be equal to the task. Oh, Zhu Ming? He's been gone from the capital for years without a word. Who did he recommend? His name is Lin Xiao, commander of Stone Fort in the northern frontier, currently garrisoned at Baishui Prefecture. Lin Xiao? I seem to have heard the name. He's the border army foot soldier who killed the northern barbarian General Bader. Him. Emperor Hong's eyes lit up. According to teacher's letter, Lin Xiao not only killed Bader, he led the Zhangzhou army to wipe out the northern barbarians' greedy wolf tribe, 20,000 strong, and slew Chieftain Beer and his son. 80% of Zhangzhou's military strength is now in his hands. Emperor Hong's gaze burned like fire. What's even more precious is that Lin Xiao is loyal to your majesty and determined to strike down the Prince of Bai. He's a thorn in the Prince of Bai's side. Li Qinghao said respectfully, your son believes that if we place Lin Xiao in a position of importance, we may tear open a gap in the northern frontier and force the Prince of Bai to withdraw. Emperor Hong nodded. If he is a loyal minister and a capable general, the court cannot fail him. Attendants, draft the decree. 3 days later, I reviewed the newly incorporated Zhangzhou army. Wei Dongxue, Bai Buhe, Wang Chong, and every one of the generals had pledged allegiance. Not a single officer of captain rank or above had left. A few clever ones tried to sneak back to the prefectural seat to sell information. Halfway there they ran into mountain bandits and vanished from the face of the earth. I announced that all incorporated troops would receive the same pay as the border army. The 20,000-plus soldiers of Zhangzhou were overjoyed and roared in unison. Commander Lin, mighty and awe-inspiring. But hearing it left me a little glum, commanding over 30,000 troops with only the rank of commander, no matter how you spun it, sounded absurd. Seeing me restless, Xiao Qingxian urged me to be patient. Most of the northern highways were controlled by the Prince of Bai, so an imperial decree would take time to reach me. Thinking it over, I agreed, and sighed that if only I could ring up the old emperor on the phone, the whole thing would already be settled. 2 more days passed. I had just left the barracks when the old steward informed me that a distinguished guest had arrived. What distinguished guest? From the capital? My lord, it is Xie Shang, the Marquis of Linyuan. Marquis of Linyuan. The old steward, personally vetted by Xiao Qingxian as an authority on local affairs, immediately launched into an explanation. A founding marquis with a hereditary title passed down, without diminishment, and the foremost noble of Zhangzhou. Although no member of the family currently holds office, the Xie clan has extensive connections at court. Guessing that he might be here to deliver the imperial decree on someone's behalf, I galloped back at once. Arriving at the manor, I found a father and son in brocade robes sipping tea. Xie Shang, 45 years old, Marquis of Linyuan, aptitude, yellow grade. Attributes: daily fortune, special, merchant, scholar. One glance and I understood. This Xie Shang wasn't cut out for officialdom. He was a money-making prodigy. Then I looked at the young marquis, who was fiddling with a bagua lock, utterly absorbed. Xie Yu, 21, heir to Marquis Linyuan, aptitude, yellow grade. Attributes: probing the unknown, special, craftsman, sculptor. Skilled at investigating the unknown, with a knack for scientific exploration. Now that was talent. Pity he was a young marquis. Dragging him in to actually work for me would be a stretch. Marquis Xie, I've long admired you. I cupped my hands in greeting. Xieshang rose and returned the salute. It is Commander Lin whose name resounds far and wide. So young, yet already shaking the northern frontier. I've long wished to call on you, but feared to interrupt your command of the troops. Now that the situation has settled, I've brought my son Xieyu to pay his respects. He hauled Xieyu up from his chair. Xieyu, thoroughly reluctant. Xieyu, at your service. Then he plopped back down and resumed playing with his bagua lock. Xieshang's eyes brimmed with the exasperation of a father who wished his son were made of sterner stuff. He forced an awkward laugh. My boy has been fond of these little trinkets since childhood. Do forgive him. Being an engineering type myself in my old life, I was no stranger to reclusive, tech-minded fellows. If anything, I felt a certain kinship. Not at all. What brings you here, Marquis? I got straight to the point. Commander Lin is a straightforward man. Then I won't beat around the bush either. There is indeed a favor I must ask. A mere frontier commander like myself. What help could I possibly offer? The commander is too modest. I hear even Elder Zhu holds you in particular regard. Oh, so this was about Zhu Ming. Does the Marquis wish me to introduce him to Elder Zhu? Not I, my son Xieyu. Xieshang beamed. If my boy could be accepted as Elder Zhu's disciple, I'd have him toil like an ox or horse for the man. Father, I don't want to study. Studying is boring. Xieyu complained. Silence. Xieshang snapped, unable to hold back. Then he turned to me again, mortified. Commander Lin, our house of Lin Yuan has produced no officials for 3 generations. That was fine in times past, but now, with the realm in chaos, I must hedge our bets. I understood perfectly. Emperors come and go, but the great clans endure. Marquis Lin Yuan didn't care who sat on the throne, only whether the house of Lin Yuan continued to shine. At present, the Marquisate held honor but no real power. If Xieyu could become Zhu Ming's disciple, an official post would be his for the taking. Add the Xie family's influence, and he'd rise through the ranks in no time. From then on, no matter who wore the crown, House Xie would always have a seat at court. A shrewd calculation indeed. Marquis, I'll be candid. The reason I gained an audience with Elder Zhu is that I solved one of his riddles. If your heir can answer it, the elder will see him of his own accord. Half true, half not. What riddle? I told him the whole 1, 2, 3 business. Xieshang mulled it over. Truly a profound question. What's so hard about that? 4, 5, 6 obviously. Exclamation point. Xieyu looked up. Nonsense. How could Elder Zhu's thoughts be so easy to guess? Xieshang shot him a glare. I felt a bit awkward. Back then, I'd overthought it too. Commander Lin, what was your answer? My answer represents only myself. Xieshang frowned. He'd caught on. I had no intention of helping. He waved a hand, and servants hauled in several large chests, throwing them open to reveal gleaming silver and jewels. Commander Lin, this is a small token from the Lin Yuan Marquisate, 100,000 taels in total. You've got over 30,000 troops under you, and Baishui Prefecture is too poor to support them. If you can persuade Master Zhu to take my son as his disciple, I'll add another 100,000. My eyes lit up. All this rambling, why not just lead with the money? I'd expanded my army to over 30,000. Between pay, weapons, war horses, logistics, workshops, families' villages, land reclamation. Xiao Qingxian had run the numbers. 30,000 taels a month in expenses. My 300,000 tael reserve wouldn't last a year, and once war broke out, coin would burn like water. Money, a beautiful thing. Marquis, this puts me in a tough spot. Very well, let the young lord stay here for a while. I'll do what I can. Commander Lin, a man of decision. I'm in your debt. If it succeeds, you'll be handsomely rewarded. After a few more pleasantries, I saw Xieshang out. Just before boarding his carriage, Xieshang gave me a half-smile. Commander Lin, a word of advice. Sangzhou is poor in resources. Keeping a large army stationed there long-term will bring trouble. You'd best plan ahead. Should you ever need the Xie family's help, don't hesitate to ask. With that, he swept away. My gut tightened. Something in those words didn't sit right. Hey, you're Lin Xiao, right? Xieyu strolled out, wearing an innocent look. Can you give me 10,000 taels? What do you need money for? I don't want to study, and I sure don't want to kneel to that old geezer. Give me the money, and I'll leave a note and run away. That way my father can't blame you. You save yourself the trouble, and I get to live free. The world's in chaos, bandits everywhere. A soft-handed young lord like you, hauling a bag of silver. How many days do you think you'd last? HNNH. Fair point. Then lend me a few guards. You're a general, right? You must have plenty of experts under you. I'm not your father. I can call you Godfather. I was speechless. Forget it. If you really don't want to take him as your master, I'll have someone take you somewhere. Where? I'm not going to any academy. Relax. I know you're not cut out for that. Why do I feel like you're insulting me? I couldn't be bothered arguing. I called for Chin He and had him bring the boy to the workshop to see old you. Watch him closely, don't let him touch anything, and no throwing his young lord tantrums. Xieyu, oddly enough, seemed intrigued and didn't protest. Back inside the manor, Xiao Qingxian was overseeing the counting of the silver, with Mu Weining and Lung Yin watching alongside. Most women, Z would go crazy at the sight of these jewels, but these three, born of royal and noble blood, were so composed they couldn't even be bothered to touch them. Husband, the Marquis of Linyuan runs a vast business and has dealings with many royals and nobles, Xiao Qingxian said, a note of worry in her voice. If we take his money but Elder Zhu refuses to accept the boy, it might enrage him and bring real trouble down on us. I laughed. My dear, I've already crossed the White Prince himself. Why would I fear one Marquis of Linyuan? Xiao Qingxian paused, then had to admit he had a point. I suppose I was worrying too much. These days, surviving one more day is all we can ask for. At the end of the day, strength is the only thing that matters. I laughed heartily. As long as we keep winning battles, even if he finds out he's been played, he won't dare make a peep. Both women's beautiful eyes lit up with admiration. Even Lung Bingyan felt her heart flutter, and she turned her face away. Just then, the sound of hurried hoofbeats came from outside. Master, an envoy from the capital. He wants you outside to receive an imperial decree. The old steward burst in, face pale with alarm. It was the first time a decree had ever reached this backwater. Xiao Qingxian and I exchanged a glance, spirits rising. Let's go. In the front courtyard, a travel-worn envoy unfurled a scroll of yellow silk. Lin Xiao, commander of the Stone Fort Border Army, kneeled to receive the decree. Seeing the two women hesitate over whether to kneel, I simply grabbed them and shook my head. They had been torn already. One's country had been destroyed by the Great Qian, the other's family had been purged by Emperor Hong. To kneel before Emperor Hong, even for my sake, was more than they could bear. Don't kneel. Just listen. Both women stared at me in surprise, then quietly nodded, hearts full of gratitude. Insolent Lin Xiao? You dare not kneel before the imperial decree? The envoy scolded. I didn't bother being polite. Cut the crap. Read it if you don't want to die. The envoy caught the killing intent radiating off me. Furious but unable to speak, he had no choice but to proceed. By the mandate of heaven, in accord with the times, we issue this decree. Lin Xiao, commander of Stone Fort, whose valor tops the three armies, who has slain numerous northern barbarian generals and cut down over 20,000 of the enemy. His loyalty rivals the sun and moon, and his soldiers give him their hearts. We hereby promote him to general who guards the north of the junior 4th rank, with overall command of the military affairs of the 6 northern prefectures. So it is decreed. Hearing this, I could hardly believe it. I stepped forward and snatched the decree right out of his hands. Husband, truly the junior 4th rank. Xiao Qingshuan's face bloomed with joy. I'd thought 5th rank at most. It seems Elder Zhu really does carry weight, putting me in charge of the military affairs of 6 prefectures. Plainly put, they want me going head-to-head with the White Prince. I sneered. With a hat that big being planted on my head, junior 4th rank is actually the minimum. It was an open scheme. The Emperor wanted me to stab the White Prince in the back from the north. But that suited me just fine. From the moment I turned the tide at Stone Fort, the White Prince and I had been mortal enemies. Watching the envoy stalk off with a cold face, I shot Mu Weining a meaningful look. Mu Weining understood at once and immediately sent someone to take care of it.